Just treat.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh,
There you go, Annie.
Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good afternoon to you all. It's day 4 of the first test in Antigua, and it's been pretty turgid up until now. I have to say, yesterday was 170 odd runs scored in the entire day. Bonner took 360 odd balls to get 120 odd, and then I thought it was pretty unlucky to be given out, to be fair. There's the slightest little tickle on the ultra edge, which I've seen in other tests where it's not been given, as Stade has not been given, but it was overturned and he was given out. England require one more wicket, but crucially that mammoth innings by Bonner gave the West Indies a lead of 62. Now, if the pitch breaks up, that'll be handy. The pitch doesn't look like breaking up, which, quite frankly, would be a disaster, because it's fucking boring when it's not breaking up. Anyway, I'm joined for the first time this series by Annie Chave, and of course, Messi Jersey's back with a picture of Dave Gower, who we've just been ululating about in the background. Afternoon, folks. Thoughts?
Hello. But how exciting to be back, and an exciting test match as far as I'm concerned. So,
well, you might change your mind as the day goes on.
Well, it's
We were just
great to be
talking.
here. Yeah. It's great to have you back, Annie. I mean, somebody commented yesterday morning that the most fun thing about the cricket was listening to us rather than watching the cricket. So I think we have a duty to keep people entertained, even if the cricket itself is a bit dull.
We'll try.
The word of the day yesterday, I think, was grind.
Yeah, it certainly
But
was.
look, Bonner got that 100. He I'm so delighted for him, and that's brilliant. Whether it took 100 years or not, it still
Well,
was
I mean, that's
100.
the thing. I mean, it's a Test match innings, and they
Yeah.
were 300 runs behind on the first inning. Someone had to stand up, and he did, and I applaud him for that. You can't, you know, you can't take it back, and that's what Test match batting is about. And, you know, they had Butch on at the end of the day, and he was basically saying there's nothing in it for the bowlers, and it's so slow, it's really difficult to score on. So, you know, it's not surprising the run rates are quite low because the ball's just not coming onto the bat, so it's not easy to time it and get it away anywhere.
That's right. I reckon Broad and Anderson are sitting at home going, "Yeah, this is all right."
It's not so bad. At least you didn't have to plan that. I mean, you did hope. I mean, it is just a patch of mud. You were kind of hoping that all the sun beating down it would crack up and fall apart. And it may well yet. And these things can happen quite quickly. If it does start to go and bits start coming out the top, you imagine it would go quite quickly. You get quite crusty on top, and then all sorts of.
But we've lost wood, haven't we?
And we've lost wood.
What was I saying when we were chatting in the pub the other day?
Yeah.
The virtual pub?
Yeah, true.
Why did we take Wood and Robinson, who were both injured, out?
Yeah,
well,
absolutely crazy.
I think they'd
One
have taken
thing-
Wood anyway. And Robinson, to be fair.
Probably, yeah.
Yes, but we needed big backup.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing that may have some impact this morning, it has been raining this morning, but it's apparently cleared. But that might leave a bit of moisture around for the first hour or so. You never know.
Well, England, I mean, they've been out there for 157 overs. That's the other thing. I mean, it's the most they've been in the field for years, I think. Certainly more than any time in Australia. And we went some long days in Australia, but I don't think we went over 140 odd overs in Australia. This is 157th. Second new ball is due in 3 overs time. I think we might have done this in India last year.
Yeah.
No, India
Yeah,
did it.
that's right.
India did it against us, didn't they? When we piled on that 500 odd when Root got his double ton in the first burst. After that, of course, everything was just
Oh yeah, in the good old days.
in the good old days when pitches did
Hey,
stuff.
at least this Test match might last 5 days.
Well, it certainly looks like it will go into a 5th day. It'd be quite crazy if it all finished today. You'd imagine
And
West
that's
Indies
good
win
for
if
the
that's
West
good.
Indies. So, it's great in terms
Yeah,
of
well,
revenue.
I mean, I was watching the Australia-Pakistan test in Raw
Oh, yeah.
and wishing that was a 4-day test. 'Cause it was the worst wicket of ever.
It was
such a
wonderful
run.
having Australia in the field that long. Come on.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I got to say, both sides bowled really well on an unresponsive wicket. Speaking of bowling well, I don't know if you saw Paul Collingwood's comments yesterday.
He sounded very... yeah, I did.
I mean, what the hell is wrong with that man?
What did he say? I didn't see him.
One of the
So
best
the
performances
words-
I've seen in the field ever. It was basically a line. It was a typical English line. It was a bit like David Lloyd.
Today was
Zimbabwe.
probably one of the best days I have seen in an England shirt. Jesus Christ. I mean, it sort of reminds you how few good days England have had over the last few decades. But if that's the best, God help us all.
Well, indeed.
I mean, yeah, they didn't give away a whole lot of runs, but
That was a good run out.
is that all you can hope for?
I mean, it was quite disciplined bowl. Yeah, there wasn't a lot. I mean, to get for 5, I mean, you did have a point. 5 of 175 an entire day is not bad bowling on a really unresponsive wicket. However, I think a lot of teams would have done that. I don't know if England will be that slow when they're batting, but we'll have to wait and see. The players are out. I'm going to play some jingles. I don't know who's facing first ball. I'm going to guess it's this guy.
Does anybody here remember Vera Sammy? He'll play again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
Oh, yeah. And we have this man bowling.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Jack Leach.
And the first ball is a real loosener. Tossed up well wide of the off stump by Leach. He must be quite stiff. Bowled 43 overs yesterday. Or has bowled 43 overs in this innings.
Having not bowled hardly at all.
Yeah, exactly. Over the space of 5 sessions as well. So, first ball is tossed up outside the off stump. It scoots along the ground from the rough. Not threatening the batsman, but it gets 2 byes. Second ball is much better. On the spot. immediately and defended into the offside by Seals, who's a left-hander, and that ain't no run. Fucking Brooke was talking nonsense, saying Leach had bowled not very well and da-da-da. I do think some people who don't, you know... Oh, Edge, bowled, out, surely. Yeah, given. Sorry, not bowled. It went on with the arm. If it didn't catch the edge of the bat, it's as plumb can be. Seals just propped forward. I think it must have missed the outside edge of his bat. I think he's going to review, might as well, because he's the last man. But it was flatter, quicker, went on with the arm. If it missed the outside edge of the bat, it's going on to hit middle and leg probably. It didn't seem to turn that much. Decision has been reviewed. It will come down to whether it's an edge. I thought it had gone on and taken a stump out of the ground, but that was Wopes' leg behind. And I also thought it had been an edge and it hadn't been caught at slip. So could be any one of those three things. I think it's missed the outside. I think it's missed the outside edge of the bat, and therefore it's hit the bat leg. Probably. I think it's umpire's call. I think it's going to be umpire's call online. Well, exactly.
That wicket is Annie's. The first thing I said to her this morning when we were in the green room was, "What do you think's going to happen today?" And she said, "I think England's going to lose its last wicket very quickly."
West Indies.
I said, "What then?"
West Indies.
West Indies, yeah. Well, I said, "What then?" And she said,
"It's in line. That's out. Sorry. Good night." Three balls it lasted, Annie. 3 balls.
Yay! Good on
Leach
Leach.
gets a second, and I was just praising Leach as well. David Brooke, if you're fucking listening, you talk nonsense, man.
Yeah, what does he? What did he bowl? 8 maidens in a row, didn't he? Or something?
Yeah, I thought he bowled well. I mean, the wicket with the thing. Oh, well, let's give him an out jingle and then I'll explain.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I mean, that ball just literally has gone straight on. He's just missed it, and it's his back leg. Can happen.
That was wishful reviewing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was wishful reviewing. But no, I mean, there's nothing in it for the spinner. There's a little bit of really gentle, slow turn that's very consistent.
He did his job.
He did his job. And this is Gary was talking nonsense on the first day. It's like, I know he's a real big, what's his name, fan, leggy guy, Parkinson.
And
I want to see him in the side as well and give him a go.
Yeah, I would too.
But to slate Leach and say, well, he doesn't get any wickets in the first innings. Spinners aren't supposed to really get wickets in the first innings. They're kind of in the side.
They often don't bowl in the first bloody innings.
Well, precisely. And they're there to kind of stop the runs and allow you to rotate the spinners in a 4-man attack. I mean, and the seamers in a 4-man attack. That's their kind of job in the first innings. And if the pitch breaks up, then your job is to take wickets. That's where you come into your own. And look, he's got 2 wickets at 79. I mean, economy rate of 1.82.
It's not bad.
That's pretty good going for 43.3 overs.
Yeah, absolutely on that sort of wicket.
And the fact is that, you know, you can kind of tell what a flat wicket is because they've used 7 bowlers and spread the wickets across 5 of them. So they've tried everything. Even Dan Lawrence, 1 for none. Genius. Should open the bowling.
I've got quite a few.
Give us some morning tweets. We've got a while till they come back out.
We got a good break. That's
good. Okay, so Warren's first up saying morning all. Morning, Warren.
Morning, Warren.
John Alford says, good afternoon from a wet Madrid. Desperately needed rain at last. Only 2 outcomes possible. An apocalyptic batting collapse by England and an apocalyptic batting collapse by England. Yeah?
Possible.
Our own lovely Paul Howard says, bloody theme tune hadn't even finished and I heard the Annie Chave giggle. Leah says, hello everyone, the quiche is in the oven and the beer is out in the cold. Yay, weekend. Excellent. That does sound nice. Ravi Nair says, oh my god, what's happened to David Gower? Why does Messi Jez have him as his background? He doesn't now, he has Shane Warne. And hi Annie, big love. Hi Ravi. And Pirate Badshaw says, just as I lose him. Sorry. Afternoon all. Good to hear Annie Chave on today. Thank you. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, does one inherit delusions of grandeur? A glass always full mentality automatically with ECB cricket men's coach job, even if on a temporary basis. I think he's replying to you, Messi.
I think that's about Collingwood, isn't it? Yeah.
Leah says, don't forget that Collingwood was part of the team on the 5th day at Cardiff 2009.
True.
Jeff Perkins says, Is Bear sentencing David Brooke to 15 years in jail for fake news reporting?
No. Not at all. I just take issue with what he says, that's all.
And Brian saying, is Mezzy just morphing into Shane Warne's reincarnation? It does look. It's a bit
unlikely.
creepy actually, because your head takes over his whole face, so it looks like you've got really small features.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do a different one. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll give you some YouTube messages. We've had hellos from Jeff G. Thomas and Suter Who. Pokey Bumfinger says, morning gorillas, another hopeless England day on the cards. Well, not necessarily, but there's 2 full days left minus 3 balls in 10 minutes. So I guess the result is kind of possible.
England could be all out for 60, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could be, in which case we'll lose by an innings. Josh Cooper says, afternoon all. He says, so odds on England losing by an innings then? Well, I don't know. I bet on England at 13-2 yesterday, so it's still possible. Josh Cooper, Pokey Bumfinger. The thing about Collie is he's always been a magical thinker. It's true.
I'm sorry, what was that name?
Pokey Bumfinger. It's a brilliant name. I love it.
Nice.
It's great, isn't it? That shit seems to go down well in training, but just sounds weird out in the real world. Kind of a little bit. Yeah, we've done real well. Rohit Singh says, damn, those jingles are good. As much as I try to stay away from you peeps, I get drawn back like a moth to a flame. What the fuck is wrong with me? Nothing, Rohit. You just know class when you hear it. And Dan De Castro says, I know I'm broken record yesterday. England, a lucky deficit is only 64. As Bonner should have remained non-out. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on the non-out.
Yeah, that was a really, really, really faint mark, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And he didn't. The umpire didn't follow through either, did he? It didn't sort of.
I thought that was worse than Nigel Long's decision in Adelaide all those years ago.
Not that you're bitter about it, or.
Yeah.
Well,
but the other
that's
thing
very
is, I think one of those
Bad.
LBWs, especially the second LBW that Leach was marginal on the leg stump, could have been given out. I mean, he was dropped. He had 2 very close LBWs and got given out with a slight feint down. And I guess luck runs out eventually.
Swings and roundabouts.
Swings
isn't
and
it?
roundabouts, very much indeed.
And what does that even mean?
Don't let's start that.
I don't know.
Here's the thing for you. Is a betting man, Bear.
Yeah.
The odds at this stage are West Indies are 2-1 to win. England are 6-1 to win.
Well, I got 13-2, so I got better than 6-1 yesterday.
Right. Well,
How much did you put on, Bear?
It's an unusual fiver, but that's a nice £37.50 return from a fiver if they do win.
Well, I actually think that we've yet to see what this pitch is going to do today, but that's a fairly generous situation to have 2-1 on West Indies, 6-1 on England.
Yeah,
and,
what's the draw though?
2 days still to go. Draw is $1.72, so that's probably about 5
to 4, something like that.
3 to 2 on, something like that.
Yeah, you see, because they've looked at the pitch the same as I've looked at the pitch and gone, Christ, have I got to watch this for 2 more days?
Good to see you're loving your work there.
Well, yeah, I do love my work, but I like a little bit of excitement while I'm doing it, not a ball fest.
Oh dear, we've all been too T20 indoctrinated.
Yeah. Look, while we're on the innings break, I just thought it might be worth mentioning that we do have a couple of new patrons who've paid sufficient to get a regular shout out. Ian Southcote and Sean Bennett, who've both joined us this month. Thank you so much. And just to point out that there's an awful lot of Patreon-only content now that's available once you become a Patreon. And as I discovered this week, once you've been a Patreon on the second tier for at least 3 months, you get a really nice Gorilla Cricket mug. The Bear and the Bishop is a weekly podcast for Patreon-only members. All Patreon members, whatever your level of contribution.
Absolutely.
As are the interviews with gorillas, the most popular of which have been the ones with Annie Chave and with Mog so far, although Bear's running a close third to her.
Yeah, what does he know?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
So all those are bonus things, because we know that most of the people who've joined us with Patreon have just done it out of the goodness of their heart to be part of this beautiful family, and it's how we keep going through the funding we get from Patreon. So we want to say thank you very much for that. But B, we would love for others to come on board, whether it's as little as $2 a month or $50 a month, whatever you can afford.
As we were just saying before we came on air, I cannot wait for my mug.
Yeah, well, exactly. It'll come next month. You get it automatically sent out after 3.
I'm so excited.
Annie has to drink her soup out of the saucepan at the moment.
I can't wait.
Of course, the GPL is open today. 50 quid. We've reached the half century in the pot. You know the rules. That's mine. Guess. Yeah. Well, you know, you got to try and win it back, Messi. Keep going. It's £1 an entry. You buy your tickets. You put them on what you think the amount of runs will be during the day. If you get it on the button, you get what's in the pot. If you don't, it rolls over to the next day. Much like a lottery. But it's not a lottery. It's a game of skill.
I've got a couple more tweets. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, small mercy, if you're an England fan, the West Indies innings ends in the first over on day 4. Now it's the turn of their batters to marmalise block to boredom the West Indies bowlers. Choose based on how bullish you may feel. And also we got one from Rebel Scum, who says, we need Annie, get your run now. Get your run now, Annie, get your... Yeah, that's really good. Anyway, Rebel Scum is only listening because he saw my recommendation on Twitter, so he's thoroughly enjoyed it so far, so stay with us. It gets better.
I would like to say to Warren, who sent us a full-person Metse on day 1, and it's now day 4, and it's still there in the fridge, man. There's so much meat in that thing. It's great. It's feeding me. It's going to keep me going for the entire test. So thanks to Warren.
Wow.
And we had some rum sent. Who's the rum? I want to say.
Have you finished it, Bear?
No, I haven't.
Have you started it?
No.
Oh, okay. I love rum.
Well, if you want to get down to London, go and stay with your friends in Crystal Palace and come in for a couple of days in a test.
Yeah. Well, are we actually going to have? Are we going to be coming back to the studio at some point?
We've had 4 people in this week on one day. So yeah, I mean, well, you know, war's taken over from pandemic, hasn't it? So we don't think about pandemics anymore. We only think about war, and so the studio's open.
Excellent. So I will be coming in then, definitely. So save some of that rum for me.
I will do. There's another bottle of it under the thing anyway. And
gosh.
There's a litre of Bacardi too.
Windrush Bay was where those goodies came from.
Windrush Bay, that's right. And very nice goodies they were too. They sent 4 packets of plantain crisps of various flavours, a bunch of mixers to go with the rum, and a couple of limes. So all is good. And it's all waiting for people to come in. I don't want to sit here and drink it all myself.
We just need the hot weather to go with it, don't we, really?
It's coming, hopefully. Not today. The last couple of days have been lovely, that's to say. Very sunny in London yesterday. It was gorgeous. But today is quite dull and miserly.
Yeah. I have heard a rumour that a new edition of County Cricket Matters is going to be on the newsstands very soon, Annie. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just out. In fact, I've been... watching late at night. I've been watching as much as I can of the cricket and sitting there posting out my magazines. So they're all pretty much gone now. So
cool.
And is it available on Amazon?
Yeah. This one isn't available on Amazon yet because I haven't sorted out with a Ninja, so I must do that.
Well, England have come out to the middle. We're going to see the second international innings of this man.
Alex Lee's learned magic. It's tragic. I'd like to believe it's not so.
And this guy...
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Croy must fight to survive.
And opening bowling for the Windies is this man. They're not doing this again, are they? Fuck's sake.
He ain't no dope, he ain't no weed. That Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach.
Now, this happened at the end of the
I can't believe it.
before the West Indies come out. The dude is still rolling the pitch, even though everyone's out there. He's just going up and down in his own time, chilling.
You would have thought somebody might have had a quiet word with him after the last one.
Yeah. And then it takes him about 5 minutes to wheel it off the pitch, didn't it?
Well, I think he probably had to finish his spliff before he could roll it onto the pitch, and that's why he's taking time.
Good man.
He looks a bit that way inclined.
He really does, doesn't he? He's like not going to take any notice of anyone.
Yeah.
Roach got hit on the hand, didn't he? Batting yesterday.
And the chest twice. He wore it for the team. It was a good performance by the West Indies, let's be honest.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm delighted for
especially
them.
when Holder got out and they hadn't gone really anywhere overnight. You kind of thought, well, you know, England have got a chance here, but
yeah, because our tail's supposed to be longer, isn't it, than theirs? But
yeah, certainly wasn't.
He's still rolling the fucking middle of the pitch. He hasn't started to go off yet. That's fucking unbelievable.
Isn't it just? I think he's finally off now.
Oh, grief.
it is quite amusing, though.
It's ridiculous, though. That should have been straight on at the end of the innings, and you know, it should have been. They had 10 minutes to do that.
Yeah, you know.
Zach Crawley's list of scores: 267 makes him look really good, followed by 77, 76, 66, and 53. One Test century, it's a double, big one.
Fucking hell. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Oh well.
Got 76 in Australia.
You could say he's due.
Wow, is he? I don't know.
I think.
Right. The
guy's going off.
He's going off with his motorised thing. He's just dawdling off. Doesn't have a high gear. Can he go up quicker? Nah,
It's
clearly not.
wonderful West Indian
There's
pace.
something so West Indian about all of this. You know, he's on holiday even if everybody else isn't.
Yeah, you live on an island. There's not a lot of people about. Sod it, you know. Just chill. Right. England trail by 64. Lees is going to face the first ball. Maybe. If the man's off the playing surface. Yeah. Roach holds
What
his
did you
hand.
make of Lees in the first inning?
I thought he looked all right. I thought he was, he was a little bit unlucky. I mean, the one that got him out did beat the inside edge, but I like the fact that his bat, he was trying to play it right under his eyes. And it was, I thought he was a little bit unlucky because it was really, he was given out, very difficult. Clearly the bat hit the ball at roughly the same time as the pad. But it was difficult. It was difficult to distinguish. That one swings away from Lees. It starts off well outside his off stump through the keeper, and there's no run.
And for the first couple of overs, he looked quite, like in
quite
charge.
compact. Yeah, see there it is. He's given out there, and when you look at it on slow mo, his bat is level with his pad, which is where you want to be playing it roughly. But there wasn't enough convincing evidence to say it hit bat before it hit pad. I think it definitely did hit the bat. But it was difficult to tell which, and having been given out, he had to go.
Neil Harris is on the ball. He's pointed out there was a brief shower between innings, so the wicket was covered and they had to wait for the rain to stop.
Right. Okay. Next ball is full, and that's actually a pretty horrible shot by Lees. Doesn't really move his feet and swishes his bat at it. And it's swinging away again. Quite easily got an edge to that. It didn't. And it's through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's a lot of swing with a new ball when it's windy, and then it seems to go. This time of the day, this morning session is where the ball seems to swing, and then after that it gets pretty dead. On the back foot this time, forced out into the covers by Lees. He'll get himself off the mark. He's going to get buzzers as well, maybe four of them, or is there someone down there? No, it's like someone's down there. So it won't be any buzzers at all. But he gets himself off the mark. England are 1 for none, and Zach Crawley will come in to face.
I've got to say, I would think West Indies weren't too unhappy about losing that wicket really quickly, so they get the best of the possible conditions this morning.
I don't think they'd have expected to last out that long anyway, did they? I mean, they must have known that we're going to be out pretty quick. Just get what you can, and we'll see what happens.
Well, they knew Bear was getting a bit bored of West Indies being in.
Well, there's virtually there's virtually 2 full days of this game left. And generally second innings are less than first innings, and if the first 2 innings are taking 3 days, it's possible you might get 2 innings in 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
England being one of them.
Yeah, exactly. It's 180 overs, isn't it? So it's quite a lot of overs.
What is it? Calypso? It's always a possibility in the West Indies, isn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah. Roach in. That one swings into Crawley. Clips it sweetly, but straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
At least these two openers are nice to look at. I mean, I'm not talking about their faces, obviously, because I'm a woman. I just think that. I mean that their stroke play is nice.
Yes.
Just to clarify.
You made hard work of that one.
Crawley facing up, and that one starts wide, and Crawley thinks about playing a shot and realises where his off stump is and lets it through to Josh De Silva, and that is no run.
I bet Jack's been pleased with how De Silva's been playing.
Yeah,
Jono, you mean?
Jono has been very.
It's Jono, isn't
Yeah.
it? Not Jack. Sorry, him.
Well, we talked endlessly about Woodstock bats. Had to get it in there as much as possible, and of course you can get a decent 15% discount. Oh, it's an appeal for LBW. A belated appeal from the bowler. He's been given out. Fuck off. That's going down leg side. He's going down leg side. I'll review that, man. That went late. Well, it was a late appeal.
I don't know if it is. I think it's probably clipping leg stump.
Do you think? I think it's gone too much too late.
Yeah.
I think it ducked in quite late and was going quite away. I thought that was going down. He does go across his stumps though. This is it. This is the beginning of the England collapse. Fucking Crawley.
All right,
You're
Hendo.
just pissed off because you didn't get your under bet in, did you?
Bloody
Ben?
hell! I forgot as well. Yeah. That's going down, man. That's maybe hit him in line with leg
I
stump.
reckon that's hitting just about.
Really? It's gone from off stump to there. I think that's hit him outside leg stump or marginal on leg stump. You can see his off stump there. Yeah. That's going down. Missing.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
Probably is.
By a long way. That's
Quite a long way.
That's missing by a lot.
Only about
2 stumps.
I've got my computer on an angle. It must be that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. You could tell by Roach. Everyone else went up, and then Roach kind of belatedly turned around and started appealing. I mean, it looked good, but it was definitely going down. That's the end of the first over. 1 for none. That's not a wicket, thank God. And we're going to have bowling at the other end. Will be this man.
Oh well, wherever you are, Sills Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Sills Jaden wants you for dead.
Is that a mog?
Of course. I don't know, actually, that might be Jeff. That one swings back again after it's gone past the stumps, bowling right arm over to left-handed Lees is Seals. That goes across.
I got to say, we got some excellent new jingles. I really like that Alex Lees one.
Yeah.
We'll have to do another Jingle Ashes sometime.
Next Ashes.
Next Ashes, obviously. Yeah.
God.
Fortunately, that'll be at home.
Dear.
Summer 2024, won't it?
Let's not talk about that.
23 next year.
Oh God.
Oh God. Comes around too soon these days.
Well, yeah, and then you have to wait 2.5 years to go back to Australia, though, don't you? That one is defended out on the offside. There's no one. I can't do another one away though. Someone's going to take over for me. I can't do what I did this time.
I mean, England spends so much time planning for the fucking Ashes that they forget what's going on now, and I suggest you do the same bit. It's a long way away.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry about it. We've got to survive that long.
Yeah,
that's true. Alright, thanks for that, Messi. That really cheered us up. God.
Well, I'll be 75 by the time the Ashes are next year.
That swings back in. That's good pace from Seals. Swings back in. Well, it seemed paced at 126, but it swung back into Lees and he defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Lees reminds me of someone. His eyes are quite hooded. I can't remember who he reminds me of, but
I reckon someone with hoodie eyes.
yeah, could be.
How about oh God, the guy who plays Dracula?
Peter Cushing?
Yeah.
Nah, not Peter Cushing.
Oh no. Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'd love him
Seals
to come out with teeth like that.
across Lees. It's too wide though. He lets it through to the silver, and there is no run.
Oh fuck! I've got to let you read some tweets, Annie, because I'm taking over from you in 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, Bear didn't give me any chance to do any between. I'll just quickly say, Tony Bishop says, I think you'll find it's called Bishop and the Bear. Honestly, you two, you're like a couple of children.
It's the bear and the fucking bishop, man.
Oh dear.
Seals in, left alone. It's closer to the stumps, but good lead by Lees through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And Leah says, Tony Bishop says, what do they know of pub names that only pub names know?
Yeah,
Lovely.
you see, Tony seems confused that, he's the one who suggested it sounded like a pub, but it's only because he's got that pub in his brain. It might sound like a pub, but it doesn't really matter which way around. It happens to be.
But you want it. Well, you say it doesn't matter, but you want it Bear and Bishop.
Yeah. That's clipped to short mid wicket, and there's no run. It's because it was my idea, so I think I should come first, really.
Oh, honestly, as if it matters.
No, it doesn't. But I insist.
Madan Mohan Sharma says, good evening everyone from India. I guess if England scores 290 in the second innings, there's a fair chance of win. Their openers have to show some determination. You're not wrong there. Swing It Both Ways says, what's the over-under for how many wickets England will lose before they pass the Windy score?
Oh, now
I've got them losing 3.
Yeah, I've got 2.
Let me just get my betting app up. Defended by Crawley, out to the offside, and there is no run. Man, he's absolutely...
Keep going, Annie.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Lowe says, hi Annie Chave and Gorilla Cricket and everyone else on today. Hope you're all well. I love the optimistic Somerset fan with saying we'll all be out for 60. Yeah, okay, I know.
Katie's capable of equal optimism, Jonathan. You should know that.
They usually tell you something, wickets for a certain amount of runs. Well, I doubt it'll be their actual score. That's left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run. I'm virtually out of money in my account.
Oh dear. Oh dear, Bear. Brian Barrish says, good day, cricket nerds. I love Bear's optimism. Pandemics aren't a thing anymore. It's all about war now. I hate this timeline. Also, hello, Annie. I'm excited to have the windows open and listening to county matches with sweet spring air in the air. And Warren say Annie is still digging. Nice stroke play.
Right. Clipped sweetly by Crawley, arrowing in towards his pads, and you really can't bowl to Crawley there. He does tend to get them away, hits them nicely as well, and that's raced away down to the square leg boundary for the first of these of the England second innings. I think at the end of this over we're going to have a change.
We are, yeah.
Tony's going to take ball by ball. Messrs is going to slip into that social chair and Jack
catch up with all the
yeah, catch up with all the ones that Annie didn't get in.
All right.
It's all right. I know what it's like. It's really hard on the first.
Left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. The over under on the fall of the first wicket is 27.5. What do I reckon?
That's a bit high.
Well, no,
how many?
Because they got 5 already, haven't they? So it'll start at 22.5. No, that's just the fall of the first wicket. Over, under. I really should go under. Yeah, under. I think you're right, Messi.
Is this like playing your cards right?
Yeah, basically. Okay. It's a bit of a guess. It's 5 to 6.
Okay.
It always is. But if you're an England supporter, under seems to make sense. That's defended out to the offside towards third man, and come back for 2, and the score moves on to 7.
You know, they always stick in a ace or a queen in the wrong place, you know.
What, play your cards right? Yeah. They don't want to give away prizes, do they?
No. They're pretty shit prizes, though, generally.
Yeah, they are. They didn't accept my bet, God damn it. Now it's giving me 29.5 though.
29.5, did you say?
Yeah, well, I got those 2 runs if it allows.
Oh, well,
now.
it gives you a better
Yeah, exactly. And it's accepted it. Through to the keeper, left alone, no run, ends that over. I'm out of here. Annie's out of here. We're back later. In fact, I'm back in half an hour. Tony's going to take over from me. Mess is going to stay on social. And morning, Jack. How are you, mate?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm good.
Excellent. Good to hear.
Fantastic. Well, I'm joined by men of fantastic, great age and also wisdom. I'll let you know which is which. Well, you can decide which is which. Far be it from me. One is wise, one is old, but I'm not going to say which one is which.
Yeah.
Has the bear gone? Can I talk about our new fantastic Patreon show, The Bishop and the Bear, now?
The bear and the bishop, as he said.
Oh, bollocks.
God, you two, you're pathetic.
I think he's looking in the mirror and seeing it back to front, as Seals is in, and this one is short and climbs quite high and is taken above shoulder height by Josh De Silva, not carrying his magnificently willowed serif-faced W bat today, because he doesn't need it behind the stumps. But I'm sure he's wearing other Woodstock gear. What's that?
Yeah, he's probably got Woodstock gloves on and pads.
Woodstock underpants, jockstrap.
He'd look a bit funny if he took his bat out to creak it.
Well, it might be in his contract. Who knows what Jono's got him doing? 2 slips in a gully. Seals in. Ooh, that was a little bit closer to the off stump of the left-handed Lees, but he survives comfortably enough. Shouldered arms. Already had one lucky escape, England, I think, although it was going down. Jack, did you see that before you popped on?
I've been trying to find a clip of it. I didn't see it. It happened just before I turned
going
things
down
on.
by a long way.
Yeah, I've heard it's missing. It would have hit a third leg stump. That's what somebody said to
Was
me.
that umpire Brathwaite or umpire Wilson? Might I inquire, because you were on.
Brian Barris says Joel Wilson strikes again.
Well, at least he gave a decision that time, because didn't he give it out? Maybe he heard me yesterday, because I was criticising him yesterday for ducking decisions. Seals, that's wide again of Lees' off stump, and through it goes to Josh De Silva, old Wimbledonian.
Yeah, there should be a system whereby umpires lose reviews for wrong decisions, the same way teams do.
Yeah, Joel Wilson would be so much in debt. I don't know. He'd be umpiring under 12 games somewhere. 7 without loss. England, they've got a bit of a climb still to do. 57 is what they trail by. West Indies didn't last long this morning, but they'd already hauled themselves to a decent lead. This is crunched away, but crunched past the dive of cover, actually. So they've taken 2. They might think about coming back for 3. If they get a move on, they will. Good running. And that will help Alex Lees' total, because he moves on to 4. And it will help England, because they'll reduce that 57 to 54 as they are getting after. It was a game effort, wasn't it, Jack? Who's that in the field there? It was a game effort to stop that, but he couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, he tried, didn't he? He didn't not dive. Was it a great dive? No. But
it was. It did have a hint of the 70s Scottish goalkeeper
effort in.
Oh, yeah. I think not quite that bad.
Well, no, maybe not quite that bad. Seals again. Bowling from the Curtly Ambrose end, I would imagine. Seeing as it was Ambrose, of course, who gave him his first cap. Ambrose, who has been a huge champion and of talking up the talents of the young Jason Seals. So it'd be it must add to the pride that he feels, I would imagine, knowing that he's thundering in from the end named after Curtly. He's bowling to Zach Crawley. He was out in a horrible manner in the first innings. 3 slips go down, but it's left by Crawley tidily enough. He stays on 6, leads on 4. 10 without loss. There should be 1 ball left of this Jaden Seals over. I will start using his proper name now. For the first few days, I couldn't get it out of my head about him being like the Conservative MP for Netherwallop, given he was Nigel and his other name's Nigel Tristan Seals. But
now you spoil it for yourself again, haven't you?
Well, I know. I have to
You just call him Jason Seals.
Is that a reference? Who?
No. That's two sentences ago. You called him Jason Seals.
Oh, Jaden.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yes. As this one's flicked off his legs nicely by Crawley, away through mid-wicket. They'll definitely take 2. They may well come back for 3. It's not going to make it all the way. 2 West Indian fielders converge, and indeed 3 it is. So Crawley, in fact, will keep the strike. And our graduate trainee captioner for BT Sport seems to be on the money today, so maybe they booted the guy who was on yesterday. Messers, who have we got?
Well, I was just going to say, he's obviously your Achilles Seals. Swing it both ways. I knew you'd like that one. Swing it both ways says, does Crawley's jingle, which you haven't played, have a Downton Abbey reference? No, I don't think it does, actually. Mike says, imagine no DRS, this umpiring is really village. Not just this test, but international cricket in general these days. You're sounding like a grumpy old man, Mayank. And Ravi says that jingle is Iron Maiden, by Iron Maiden. Grubby says, Lees reminds me of Jonathan Trott there, facially. That's not a bad
Kemar Roach, down leg, diving away goes Josh De Silva. Roach looks on in some interest as to whether Crawley would have got a little tickle to that, a leg side strangle. He didn't. He might well look interested, of course. He only needs 1 wicket to overtake Sir Garfield. Well, to equal, I beg your pardon, Sir Garfield. So he's got 3 wickets in the first innings. 4 will equal Sir Garfield, and 1 on top of that will take him above, which I think puts him 5th in the all-time West Indian wicket takers column.
That's surprising, isn't it?
It is. Well, you can have a pretty easy guess, I would think, at who the others are. 3 slips go down. In comes Roach, who's not given anyone too much to play with. None for 7 though so far off his 2.2 overs. Crawley is certainly standing well outside of his crease, Jack, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I think this is to combat the swing the West Indians are getting. It's noticeably more dramatic than England when they had the new ball yesterday.
Roach right arm over, just dips in, and Crawley plays it nicely, whips it off his toes down to deep square leg. Be another single to Crawley, indeed, and bring Durham's now. Alex Lees obviously started at Yorkshire, played with Joe Root there. Captain the under-19s, I think, for Yorkshire at a very, very young age, became captain. But then after 2015, his Yorkshire season or career seemed to just take a bit of a dip. He just led them to. He made runs for fun, a huge amount of runs, big average in the 2014-15 seasons, and then it all went kind of horribly wrong. This one dies a bit, in fact, as Roach comes around the wicket to the left-handed Lees. That one, I think, Jack, looked a little bit sort of died in the track, didn't it?
Yeah, this is why I thought Bear might have been a bit ambitious with the under on 29 runs. There's not many wicket-taking deliveries in this wicket, I don't think. It's pretty dour stuff. It is, but even though.
Roach again, and because of that lack of bounce, he's decided to slant it across Lees this time. It doesn't get much bounce the other side either. So again, poor old Josh De Silva is working overtime behind those stumps. The first he has to dive to his left, the second he has to dive to his right. But he is, of course, a Woodstock man, therefore well up to it. We're looking at the Crawley dismissal from the first innings. Horrible shot. Horrible shot.
That's why he's gone under.
Why? Because of that first
one? It's not that they can't pull it off, Messers, but they'd have to go some, I think.
Around the wicket, that one really swings away from the left-handed Lees. Wow. I'll tell you, actually, Alex Lees, he's got the touch of Alistair Cook about him, in my mind. The only reason I say that, well, left-handed, but the thing that is his facial expression. Have you noticed he's got a kind of a sort of a toothy grin where he's sort of determinedly looking down the track at a bowler? That definitely brings to mind Alistair Cook. Have a look if you get a close-up again of his face as he's about to face.
Are you sure it's not that he's sort of quite tall and left-handed?
Well, I did say there were those similarities as well, to be fair. Yes, I did say that. But no, it's It's the fact that he bares his teeth when he's receiving, which I may also have to rephrase. And as this one is pushed into the onside by Crawley this time from the first ball of Jaden Seals next over.
It's a Gray Nichols pass as well, I think.
Do you want to jump in with some tweets, Messrs? I missed a chance to give you that.
Yeah, Leah says Peter Cushing paid Van Helsing in the Dracula films, you uncultured swine. Dracula was paid by Christopher Lee.
I wasn't on air when that discussion first took place.
That was cool. That, but I
definitely could have told you that.
Pirate Badshaw points out the bear is alphabetically before Bishop. It's logically the correct season.
Jaden Seals is in, and Crawley whips that away down towards the mid-wicket boundary. It might go all the way. It might be 4 runs. Who wants to sing a jingle? Because the bear has gone to the woods to contemplate his lack of knowledge of pub names. Oh no, he's back.
I didn't know you were fluent, Messrs.
Oh, he's gone again. He's walked off in disgust.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, he played it. There we go. Nice shot that. But if you stray onto leg and the ball's not getting a huge amount of lift, then you have to say that most batsmen would or should have put that away. Jack Crawley likes that shot whipped off his leg, so it's a meat and drink to him. In again comes Seals. That's more bounce, and that's a really fine ball, just on the off stump, jagging away. Crawley, to his credit, read it well, played it well, left it, and through it went to De Silva. 18 without loss, 14 for Crawley, 4 for Lees. So that lead is being chipped away in really reasonably decent time, Jack, wouldn't you say? 46 it is now.
Yeah. It's been good positive cricket from Crawley.
As that one again swings away, plenty of movement in the air is Seals with the new ball. There is no run. Well, it's quite interesting the sort of the psychology of the state of the game. You could really take your time, be a bit Bonner-like, and then almost certainly you would start to put the draw even more favourite. If you can put runs on the board in comparatively rapid order, it keeps an England win in the game. Psychologically, it depends how England are feeling, whether that's a strategy or whether that's just we suck it and see how it goes. Left again by Crawley through to De Silva, no run. What do you make of it, Jack? What do you think the psychology of England's approach is here?
I think getting the wicket really early makes it fairly easy for them. Just bat all day. If you bat all day, then you're going to the final day as favourites probably.
I think that's sound.
Yeah, even if you don't score that quickly, I think you should have a lead that on the day 5 pitch should be a bit of a challenge.
I said I was on with men of age and wisdom. You're definitely showing some wisdom there. Seals in, wide. Well, wide. It was swung away, to be fair, and left again. It's the end of the over. 18 without loss. 46 the deficit. Messers.
Is this where age comes in?
Neil Harris. For me to say.
Neil Harris says, I felt so sorry for Bear in the Ashes. That was torture. It's good to see Messi having fun knowing it's so late in Australia.
Did you nearly call him Anita Harris?
No, Neil Harris.
I thought you nearly said Anita Harris. I thought, was she tweeting us? That would be a treat.
No. I should say, Neil, that I'm only going till 2 a.m. my time, so I'm not doing it real hard. Katie. Hello, Katie. And her partner are both on with us. That's lovely to know. I still reckon you should go over to Australia and broadcast the next Ashes from there. No all-nighters, at least not for
Roach around the wicket once again to the left-handed Lees, who guides this between cover and extra cover and will get himself a single. Played that very nicely. Not a lot of footwork, which has been actually, Jack, a criticism of his career, that he's sometimes the footwork can operate a tad behind the bat. And certainly when he wasn't making runs, they said that.
I'll be honest, I've not seen a huge amount of Alex Lees until he came into the England side, so it's a learning experience for me. We didn't get too much of a look in the first innings, did we?
I heard the discussion about it before I came on, and I think Annie was saying he looked good, but then he didn't look good for long enough, did he? So in which case,
wasn't he at 4?
Yes,
he didn't look that good.
He made a good looking 4, which is for an England owner.
I think
Which
he might
is
have edged
indeed
the four.
Well, no, I seem to remember the 4 was a decent shot. Roach over the wicket to the right-handed Crawley. Again, that one swings in, and Crawley says, "Thank you very much," and tucks it off his legs. But there's a man down there at deep mid-wicket. So on this occasion, it will just be a single for Crawley. No, he'll take 2, keep the strike. 21, England move on to 43 behind. He's really rolling his fingers across that ball, Jack, and getting that to swing into the right-hander, isn't he?
Yeah, it's interesting as well from West Indies' point of view that they've already got 2 fielders out on the leg side, which suggests they're not thinking that there's a huge amount in this for the bowler, and that maybe they're just going to try and make England work hard for these runs.
Yeah, could be. In barrels, Roach, 2 slips for him, slightly fuller, played nicely by Crawley. And there is no run, 21 without loss. When's your next Gorilla Cricket podcast? The Cricket podcast coming out, Jack. Who have we got to look forward to when you're next on air?
Probably about 9:30 this evening, I think.
Oh,
okay. With Daniel Norcross. So my doorbell goes again. Someone else can deal with that though in this block.
Oh, you've got Norcross on tonight, have you? I will enjoy that. Forward comes Crawley, tucked away into the offside. Again, no run. Well, I saw you had David Gower on again recently.
We didn't have him on again. We just re-released the original interview.
Oh, was it? Do you know what? I saw it on YouTube.
Our 3rd birthday.
Yeah, because I saw it on YouTube, and I thought, hang on, didn't they do this ages ago? Or is he? But judging by the tone, what was discussed, I realised that it was not quite current, shall we say? Although it certainly wasn't long ago.
No, it's 18 months ago, I think that.
You got to make the best of what you got.
Roach, what a ball that was! If the bear was there, I'd ask him to play the Jaffa jingle, but he's not. Jaffa, 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 because it was a terrific in-swinging ball and nipped away off the seam, and it had Crawley in all kinds of a mess. He didn't know whether he was playing backwards or forwards, juggling the bat out, dangling it, and he was so lucky not to get an edge. It didn't take a wicket, but we won't see many better balls this game, I don't reckon, Jack.
I'll reserve judgment. Hold on. Abortion.
You put poor old Kemar completely off his stroke by your judgment reservation there, because he pulled out at the last minute. And I think, did he lose his footing? Or no? Yeah, Crawley. No, I don't think he did. I think he did nearly lose his footing, but as a result of the fact that Crawley had been distracted by something behind Kemar Roach as Roach ran in.
I thought it was bad batting by Crawley to go back to the ball before.
Really?
Yeah, I get the impression with Crawley that I'll break off.
All right, yeah, there's Roach in again. That one does duck in, but flicked straight to fairly short square leg. There is no run. It's the end over. Finish your point, and Messers will, I hope, have some messages for us.
I get
the impression with Crawley that sometimes he premeditates whether he's going to play an attacking shot or not, and I think that ball he thought, I'm going to attack before the ball was bowled, realised it was about 2 feet outside off stump, but didn't have the clarity of mind to leave, and so sort of dangled the bat for a little bit too long.
Ian Barker is very perceptive. He's convinced England's issue is that their shirt names and numbers use different font and font sizes, which Brian Barish says this is the way. Leah sent us a picture of what looks like a really delicious quiche that she's just taken out of the oven to cool. Madam Mahan Sharma says Jason Roy played only 5 test matches. The way in which England openers are batting these days, I feel he should be given one more chance to open. Yeah.
Well, he's taking some time out the game completely, so I don't think he'd have been available for this tour anyway.
Warren says, after an olive branch in the war that is naming of the new podcast, how about B&B fits in with the pub theme? There you go.
Might do. Yeah, we could possibly have our guests stay overnight. This is left alone outside of the off stump. There's Jason Holder. We have a change of bowling. It's Jason Holder. So let's jingle him up there.
Someone's bowling listeners. Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for
over or two. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who works
5
him off
seconds of
his
silence.
legs. But
Finish your drinks, lads, and
what the hell's going on? Where's Not Fred come from? Why am I
I've got a
listening to
fucking
Not
large
Fred?
glass of whiskey here, Jesus.
Bear,
Just the 5
I'm
seconds
hearing
of silence
Not
you're
Fred
talking to.
talking. What's
Okay.
going on? Why am I... right. All I could suddenly hear was Not Fred.
Seamless.
It was like waking up in the middle of the night to possibly your very worst nightmare. Quite happily watching cricket, and then all I can hear is Not Fred in my ear, and I'm going, what's going on? Holder turns at the top of his mark. 2 dot balls for him so far. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who thrusts forward, pushes it to cover, and there is no run. No, that's not true. That sounded like the grumpy old Gorillas podcast, which I suspect we might therefore be lining up as entertainment for lunchtime. Are we, Bear?
Excellent.
That's why we heard it.
Speaking of grumpy, Mayank says, I turned 28 on Sunday and now I'm as grumpy as a grandpa talking about the good old days. 28, Mayank.
28.
Jesus. Oh, I suppose
28. I
remember
can't
back
even
to them.
remember being 28. Actually, no, that's not true. Although it's not a birthday that, it's not like 21, 18, 30, 40, etc. 28 is kind of you kind of go, it sort of slips by you, doesn't it?
Yep.
3 dot balls so far from Jason Holder. That deficit still 43 as forward thrusts Lees again, exactly, in fact, as per the last ball, out to short mid-wicket. Again, there is no run. Good, tight, frugal start. We're looking at Andy Roberts' Test career. That being primarily, I think, because Holder is bowling from the Andy Roberts end. Average of 25, 202 wickets in 47 tests, best of 7 for 54. Andy Roberts. He, of course, is one of those who is, I think, is this one really squares up Lees, who was looking to push it away to leg and it ended up dribbling to short backward point. And not surprisingly, gets a round of applause from his captain Blackwood, because Lees was in all kinds of a pickle there. Perhaps more what you were expecting to see of him, Jack. None of this classic elegant stroke play. More of a mistimed push to leg.
I don't know. I mean, he could be Brian Lara for all I know.
I think
it would be a surprise.
We could comparatively safely say that's not going to happen, but you never know. Who knows? You never know. Over the wicket. This time comes Holder, perhaps encouraged by those last couple of balls that did rather flummox Lees, but he deals with that one a lot more tidily. There is no run. It's the end of the over. We'll go straight to Messers. Come on, Messers.
So, Nuff says to Annie, have you had a walk out to check on the pitch? Maybe at lunchtime. Ian Barker says Bella Lugosi. I'm not quite sure why. Leah says she got...
Because we were talking about Dracula and very horrible at some point, weren't we?
Yeah, Leah says she became grumpy when she turned 20. Brian Barry says the number of the day, who could ask for more? The number of days full. You don't need the bear, I can do it from here. Mayank says that sounds more correct. The bear isn't the real name, so it sounds more proper than the other way around. He's talking about the bishop and the bear.
Roach, that's a full toss, I think. It's flicked by Crawley from outside off down towards backward square, and it will net him a couple. So he'll move on to 18, 23 without loss England, 41 the deficit. The original pub, well, the pub in Paddington, the Bishop and the Bear. The Bishop and Bear. The Bishop was the Bishop
pub, but we're talking about a fictional pub, so it can't be the Bishop.
But I was still going to tell you the story, the naming of the pub. The Bishop was a Bishop of London when the Great Western Railway apparently acquired the land upon which it was built. And the station was built, in fact, many years ago. It was given away for a ridiculous amount of money because it was owned by the church, and everyone said the bishop was mad. Hence, it was the Mad Bishop. As this one is flicked again off his toes by Crawley, down to back of square, no run. So, hence, the bishop was mad, the Mad Bishop, and the Bear, being Paddington Station. Well, you can work that one out for yourself. Fonder marmalade sandwiches, etc. Please look after this bear. Which is what I was doing yesterday. Poor old bear. I worked out I think some of the head never dropped out. That's right. And, I didn't want the bear in his studio on his own. I thought that's not fair, so I immediately changed my plans as this one's left alone by Crawley. Through it goes to De Silva. Flung my car across London and spent the day in the studio.
And I had a good time too.
I did actually. Yep. It was great fun. Even if today when I'm at home, I'm a lot less Rick Wakeman like because I've just got the one keyboard to worry about. Whereas it really is a rather baffling array of electronics to master and wires to trip over, basically.
Rick Wakeman's got a lot of mileage in the last 2 days.
Has he? Oh well, yeah. But I think that was probably why. It's probably because that's what the studio setup reminds me of. You know, when you used to have that bank that is sort of L-shaped going around him. That's what it feels like to be in the studio these days. Roach. It's going to be in to Zach Crawley. 3 slips. Oh, he's beaten. That one was a terrific delivery. Crawley just played down one line. The ball jagged away. I was about to ask Jack if he thought that was a fantastic delivery, and Jack probably knew it and ran away. But so I'm going to ask you, Messers, what did you make of that delivery? It looked a terrific ball to me.
It certainly did. I mean, this is the best time to be bowling, I think, with the new ball, with a bit of movement in the air. So if England can manage to hang out until lunchtime and only lose 1 wicket, I think they'll be in a very strong position.
Tempting fate. That one jags in as well. That one really ducked in to Crawley, and I think he was looking to play to leg. It went to point. It's no run. England stay on 23, and Kemar Roach, obviously no wicket yet, just 2 of this over, but he is bowling beautifully, getting the ball to move both ways, in the air and off the pitch. He's probing away at this new England opening pair, who, to their credit, are still there. Doesn't matter if it's ugly, doesn't matter if it's not always effective. Can you survive? This one is easier to leave by Crawley, and that's precisely what he does. Very carefully and watchfully lets it go through under his raised bat to Josh De Silva. It's the end of that over. Just the 2 from it. 23 without loss. Messers.
Brown Barry says, I look forward to being an on-site correspondent for the 2024 T20 World Cup when it's down in North Carolina or Florida or wherever. And you can do part of the Windies part as well. You can hop across the Caribbean while you're at it. Right? Swing it both ways, as in the days of my youth, early 90s, West Indies bowlers mostly didn't swing it. Ian Bishop did, I think, but this current crop certainly does. Duke ball doesn't hurt. Mayank has just seen a stat that Gary Sobers had 235 wickets. What the
he did.
Fuck. I was just looking at that list of the best wicket takers of all time. I realised Courtney Walsh played 29 tests more than any other West Indian, which is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, no, he did. Well, it's still 2 needed to overtake it as Holder comes in around the wicket to Lees. Good tight delivery on 4th stump line, but able to leave. Again, the wind at North Sound is billowing those flags. You can see the Antiguan flag, the England flag, and the West Indies cricket flag flying together. There's picnic. The awnings are in danger of taking off. The palm trees are being pushed back.
Wow.
Generally looks really quite windy and squally there. That's a shout from Holder. I think it was going down leg, may even have pitched outside. And on this occasion, we will have another look. Yeah, it was going down leg, but it did get Lees into something of a tangle, but not out. Good ball from Holder. Lees survives. England are 23 without loss. 5 for Alex Lees off his 25 so far. Round the wicket comes Holder. Forward comes Lees. Drops the bat. Away it goes to mid off. There is no run. Oh, sorry. Yes, single run taken. I beg your pardon. Got that completely wrong. I wonder if we might be concerned about some rain, because all around, I've got a feeling the players might have been heading off there by the way Alex Lees moved. We're 3 balls through this over. No, they're still out there, but wind like that in Antigua quite often brings with it that liquid sunshine. as we wait for Jason Holder over the wicket to the right-handed Crawley, who literally doesn't move at all. It's wide of off stump. Crawley just watches, holds the bat, and it goes through to De Silva, and again there's no run. 40 is what England trail by. We're on the 4th morning, of course.
Well, Brian Barry says there needs to be a Bishop and the Bear jingle to the tune of Pinky and the Brain. Well, if you'd listen to your Patreon content, you would know there is a jingle.
It has a fantastic Mog theme tune, which is executed quite beautifully. As forward comes Crawley, pushes it into the offside. Although poor Mog, I must have been driving out with all, and he took it all with the most magnificent grace, I have to say. I sent it back to him 3 times saying I couldn't understand the lyrics.
Oh.
I mean, how much of an old man thing is that? I'm going, I can't make out what it's saying, Mog. and he never once said, "You deaf old bastard." You just, live with it. He never, there are those who might have said that to me. They might have done, but he didn't. He had the good grace not to. Holder over the wicket, wide of off stump, left by Crawley, through to De Silva again. There's no run, just the one off the over. 24 without loss. We're due a change, but you and me, Jack, are just going to shuffle around. And I wonder who's. I think I'm going to move into Messi's social seat.
Okay, well, Brian 001 is the next one from 10 minutes ago, I'm afraid. Still overcoming the Annie backlog.
And we welcome Bear back.
It looks sunny there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Tony's fired one off a little bit too early there.
Well, no, they did look like they were getting ready for some rain. It looked like he was phoning his man over the hill, who's saying it's coming. And
yeah, thank you, Bear. That's exactly what I thought.
But it doesn't seem to have appeared.
Lees faces up and is struck on the pad in front of middle stump. He's been given. He was reviewed straight away here. Hasn't wasted a breath, Lees. So maybe there's an inside edge. The angle wasn't with Roach from round the wicket as well.
It's pretty full though.
To Lees, but yeah, the fullness doesn't help the England batter. What did you think, Bear?
Well, it looked pretty out to me.
I think there's an inside edge here.
I think you might be right.
Potentially. We will get the confirmation of whether that is or is not the case in a second, but it does pass very close to the bat. Let's see. Oh no, flat line. I think it probably will be gone.
I think he's crashing into about middle and leg, to be honest.
Yeah, struck in front of off.
Yeah.
Shin high.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't see how this is going to miss.
No, I can't either.
It's going to be like the first innings, a promising looking, not very many. The Lees.
That's got to be out, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Hitting leg stump.
Really lost.
Ugh. 3/4 of the way up.
Well, you know what, boys? I won a bet at least. You said there wouldn't be many wicket balls, Jack. I heard. But
well, I mean, to be honest, I don't think that is one. But I also said. I also said that England are well capable of serving up the odd gift.
Yeah, well,
that is pretty much a half volley, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what he's done with it, but
he's missed it. Is what he's done with it.
Yeah.
Well, while they do that, Susa who on YouTube was reprising what I'd said earlier.
Yeah, there was
sorry, I didn't hear the jingle. Reprising what I said earlier, I didn't want Bear left on his own, brackets, with all those Windrush hampers.
Yeah.
Easy. Crawley has so much talent, but a weak temperament reminds me of an early Gower. I think it's harsh on David Gower. Josh Cooper. I wasn't around to see early Gower, but if Crawley matches his career numbers, I reckon we'll take it. Yes, we definitely will. Dara had also said we need 100 opening stand. Well, we won't get that, I'm afraid. Stephen Kelk, Gorillas. So what's your favourite over-dramatized description of Dan Lawrence's bowling action so far?
Well, it's the frog in a blender that's not quite blended as well enough. Well, let's face it, Lees has done what a lot of English batsmen do, and that seems to be play around the straight ones.
I don't know
Well, I think his
That
eyes
was.
lit up. When it was quite full, it was there to drive, but he's got himself in the wrong line. His head's gone over.
He's trying to hit it through sort of mid-wicket. It's hitting, I don't know. I think he's got his angles all wrong. Potentially that's sort of... There is a difference. Roach is very good at this. There's a difference between the quality of bowler you get in first-class cricket and Test cricket, and I think particularly when it comes to people coming round the wicket, that can be the case. Roach through and one explodes out the pitch, and De Silva takes it well above his head. The ball though was a yard wide of off stump, so not threatening at all, and Root was leaving. But I don't know. I mean, looking at the dismissal again here, I don't know how often he gets interrogated round the wicket by a top class fast bowler,
not that often,
or seam bowler in county cricket.
Who does he play for?
Could be wrong. Durham. Here is Roach again. Defends on the back foot route into the offside. I mean, I admit, completely admit that I don't watch loads of county cricket, so I don't know that for sure. But it seems like it would be an obvious step up. That particular skill, or an obvious difference.
Well, it's why the likes of Annie and I plead for more county cricket in July and August, because you'll get tougher, harder baked tracks that will encourage proper, quicker bowling, as opposed to medium pace nibbling taking all the wickets.
Roach once more, full, and Root tries to whip that into the leg side. Doesn't get too much on it. He gets off the mark though. Found a little bit of space before Alzari Joseph could come round and field the ball in the mid-wicket area.
I mean, if you're critical of Lees, you probably want to be driving that much straighter, don't you? I mean, I think it was there to be driven, because it was quite a full ball. It's where you drive it to. He's gone across too far and trying to whip it too square, whereas if he'd stood up, giving it the full face of the bat, it'd have probably gone down towards mid-on. I guarantee you that's probably fair. What Stokes would have done. It would have been driven hard and imperiously straight.
Wide of the off stump, and Crawley leaves alone, standing stock still. Yeah, I think that's a fair shout there. We saw Lees has been got twice in that fashion, struck on the pad, sort of half driving or trying to play through the leg side to full deliveries from Roach. I don't remember the setup that clearly. I mean, obviously the wickets come first, ball of this over. In the first innings, it happened after Roach had taken a number of deliveries away from him. Could anyone cast their mind back 10 minutes? No. Remember what the setup might have been?
Yes, it was. Ooh.
Roach in and beats Crawley, but a little bit high. Strikes him on the back pad, I think.
Yeah, it was that.
Over bowled 25 for 1.
And then he bowled one slightly straighter that still got a little bit of a way, but not as much as the others. But I think what they were trying to show there is that the one that got him in the first innings was straighter and kind of swung a little bit towards the keeper and the slips, even if it straightened just a bit.
Are we?
What are we doing?
We've got a conflab, and there's been a decision reviewed.
Roach
was not interested in this at all, really. So it's obviously the boys behind the stumps that have decided to go for this. My initial reaction was that's quite high. We'll have a look at it again. It strikes him on the inner thigh pad. It might also be outside the line. I'm not sure this is a fantastic review, but I've been wrong on these before.
He's a tall man as well. It's hitting quite
high. Back leg.
It is, but it's high up the back leg, isn't it? It's well above the knee.
Do good is the third.
I think this will be outside off stump as well.
Yeah, it does look like it. Looks like
very hopeful.
Hit him outside the line, possibly even outside of off stump. Not even umpire's call, and therefore maybe a review lost.
Don't forget we have a jingle now for dubious reviews, Bear.
Quite right, Bear. It's hit a good inch and a half outside off stump, and the review has been lost. So a curious decision from Craig Brathwaite to go for that one, I think.
Yeah, we would have a review, but I've got to download it from the...
Well, I'm going to ask a question in the meantime. Stephen Kelk, who is a fantastic patron, who does deserve many a shout out, but here's one of them. But he says, is it safe to put the GC mug in the dishwasher? Well,
everything's dishwasher
quality. It's quality honed and chiseled in the finest clay ovens. So yes, it's absolutely a dishwasher safe item, Stephen. No problem at all. Good to hear. Apparently, on Quick Info, squirrel in a blender was used to describe Lawrence's action.
Holder is through way down the leg side though. Good take by De Silva, skipping to his left-hand side. What about? I think Bear's right. It's not quite blended. What about Frog in an automatic whisk? Does that?
There's another one, Stephen Cook, who's from Stephen here, which is very funny. Somehow I think one of the descriptions of Burns, octopus falling out of a tree, also works. That is brilliant. I don't know who came up with that, but that to me, Rory Burns, that's you couldn't have come up with anything much better. I don't think that's genius.
Holder, straight, turned into the leg side by route behind square, will roll to the fielder out there on the fence, and they will come through for a single.
Do we want to point this review window, even though it's really, really late?
Well, yeah, because I know.
I want to hear what it sounds
Morg
like.
went to the trouble of doing it.
Exactly.
Let's play it.
And it will get used.
Yeah.
This review is pointless. A waste of your time. This review is pointless. Fucking useless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
We got a good clip of the Hawkeye whilst that was playing as well, going about 2 or 3 inches over the stumps. So a really poor one from Brathwaite.
Oh, well done, the umpire.
Yep. Got one right for a change.
Yeah.
Holder wide off stump, left alone by Crawley. No run as it passes through to the wicketkeeper.
So I also think that England, you're batting. I mean, I get what you're saying about top class fast bowlers, but these bowlers aren't fast.
No, but he's very skillful, isn't he, Roach?
Yes.
He can swing the ball both ways. He is very accurate. It's probing. He's not slow. I mean, what's he bowl? 83, 4?
Yeah.
Anderson
slow,
pace. I think it's more a skill set as a Holder is in once more, and Crawley leads well as the ball passes over off stump. I think it's more the all-round skills that Roach has honed for himself as a Test player. Probably something you don't see, except when Roach comes over as the overseas player for a few weeks.
Yeah, exactly, and then you go, shit, look at that. I don't want to back it.
Roach will be doing it for Surrey, won't he?
He will.
Into 2022. I think he'll do well too at the Oval.
Crawley gets the sight screen adjusted. Obviously something in his eye line there as Holder comes in and strikes Crawley on the front pad. Holder turns around and appealed at going down leg, and I think it was quite high as well. The ball cannoning up into the air, which is usually a good indicator, isn't it? After it hits Crawley's pad. And Holder's height not helping too.
He's come a long way forward as well, hasn't he? I mean, that's hit the inside of the thigh pad, mid-thigh, on a tall man who's taken a massive stride down a pitch. And he's going down leg. Wouldn't have been a good review.
No, we've got 1 ball left in this over. Holder has figures of no wickets for 2 runs from his 2.5 over spell so far. As Crawley prods forward, big gap between bat and pad, and there's an inside edge that takes it towards the aforementioned pad. Ball rolls into the offside. There is no run. 26 for 1, and looks like we're going to have a little drinks break here. So we'll get through some tweets.
Yes, no problem. Brian 001, for the next Ashes in Australia, you could set up a GoFund page to raise the airfare for 1 gorilla, then do a draw to pick the lucky gorilla. Surely there are enough Australian gorilla supporters to arrange accommodation in Australia. Well, Brian, yes, there are. And not only that, of course, we have our partnership with White Lion Wireless in Australia. So we have many feet on the ground, not to mention our own Messrs and Forthy, amongst others. So, yep. It's,
well, surely it would just be me going over, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a lucky dip.
Well, let's move on from that. O'Neill Harris says, if you look at the list of the leading wicket takers for the West Indies, you see that no modern bowler has made a dent since Walsh. Similar with the batting list, longevity and consistency having been short supply in tests. Yes, that is right, O'Neill. Although, as we said, Sir Garfield is about to be, one assumes, likely to be overhauled this match, certainly equalled. If Kemar Roach gets 1 more and then 1 after that, he's overhauled Sir Garfield. Leah, on, of course, the 28th birthday is very significant, Tony Bishop, which he's telling me off there. Celebrating it means you missed your chance to join the 27 club.
That's your Jimi Hendrixes and Morrisons and
okay, then okay, so I'll go along with that. I completely agree. Tony Banks Bishop. Tony Banks. We're looking at keyboard players Tony Banks being Genesis, and I think also yes, not Rick Wakeman though, but we are at least we're talking arrays of keyboards from Brian B. There, Farong, Arctic instead of bear. Take it back to the older origins of the word. Don't know what that's referring to, Bear. The conversation unfortunately was a bit old. Leah, those pampered babies going inside for the rain. As an old PE teacher of mine said, there is no wrong weather, there is only wrong attire. Ooh, that sounds like a sort of thing my PE teacher might have said.
Yeah.
Leah also says, Lawrence Bowling looks like a Waldorf pupil dancing his name during Eurythmics class. Does that mean something to anybody? What am I missing there? No. Route of 3, finally
got some fries with that word salad.
It's both ways. Leah, Lee's averaging 4.5 as an opener should guarantee him a good 40 to 50 tests for England. There we probably do agree. Warren says, just don't get gorillas wet or feed them after midnight. Well, it makes it sound like gremlins.
I think that's the point.
Well, I think it is. That was the idea. Brian Barish, I've heard NASCAR be described as someone flushing a handful of Skittles candies down the toilet. Okay, could well be. Gary Naylor has sent his own view of Lawrence's action, disentangling the cables at the back of an 80s stack hi-fi system.
No, that's
not bad. I quite like that.
Not bad.
I agree with that. Leah says, I could host 2 gorillas for the next Ashes Down Under. It's not that much, but 1 time zone closer is better than nothing.
Yeah.
We're stopping there. Well,
there was another thought that exactly that. We'd go to India, and therefore it'd be halfway there. And it was a lot cheaper than going to Australia. But we still didn't manage that either.
We could all sing Living on a Prayer.
Wouldn't you still have to get up at 5 in the morning though?
Yeah, that's better than going from midnight till 7:30.
Quick hello to Can't Beer as well, who's joined us on YouTube, so hello to you. I'm going to try and look at Facebook and end this over.
We have cricket again, and Kemar Roach will continue. He thought about continuing, then he came in, raised his hand, aborted the run-up, and turned around.
I was going to say you were right, they just showed the setup for Leeds, didn't they, whilst we were on that drinks break, and it was basically 5 away swingers and then the one that went straight on, you know.
The oldest trick in the book.
The oldest trick in the book, but done extremely skillfully.
Yes. Root faces up and watches one pass wide off stump. He's got a little towel hanging out his trouser pocket here. Looks kind of rakish. I like that from Root.
Yeah, yesterday I kept thinking it was his bails going off though, when he batted in the first innings, and then his bail did go, but it just plopped off.
Yeah,
that was.
Is there a causal link there? We don't know.
I don't know.
England trail by 38, so minus 38 for 1, effectively. A position that they're reasonably familiar with, as Root defends.
But look, we've got 300 in this test, just.
Well, if they get 300 again, I think they're a really good chance.
Well, if they get 300 again, surely it'll take too long on this track, though, won't it? They'll have a chance, but I don't think they'll have much. If they get 300, I think that'll take them up to nearly tea tomorrow. No, maybe not, actually. Maybe lunch.
Well, we'll see. We'll do some math in a second, as Roach is in wide off stump, left by Root, who hoists his bat well above his head. Make sure it stays out of the way of that delivery. So 3 and over is probably the realistic top end, isn't it, for what they can pull off today? So 270 runs. Yeah, it'll be until middle of tomorrow morning to get to 300.
Exactly. But if they're still in,
and that's if they go well. They're not. There's no guarantee they're going to get 3 and over. I think that's just the sort of top of the range. As Roach is through once more and Root defends, and I'd expect as well that they probably wouldn't declare at that point and then would bat through until lunch anyway. So
that's my point. I think they bat until they were out. You know, bat until you're out, or you'll give them 45 overs to get 350 or something. You know.
Yeah.
Which they're probably not going to go for, and it's going to end up in a dull draw.
So what? Well, no, we don't know. I mean, they could be bowled out today. If they're bowled out right at the end of today, that'd leave West Indies probably about 200 to win on day 5. That's quite a good Test match, isn't it?
Yeah, that would end up being good.
Roach in, Root defends towards point, playing that very late, well under his eye line. Dot ball.
But we need signs of the wicket to break up to make that happen. Well, no, as you said, England are quite good at giving wickets away. But if Root gets in, then you don't know. Well, we could score runs quite quickly if he does get in and starts to dominate, like he can do.
Yep.
I mean, he seems to be able to score much quicker than most people on tracks that other people can't score on. Then he just gets himself out. Has done a little recently.
As Roach comes in to complete the over, and Root plays an immaculate looking forward defence to round things off. I wonder if that might be the end of Roach for that spell. 1 for 14 from the 7 overs he has bowled so far. Batters punch gloves, and we go to Tony.
Jonathan Lowe says, "Oh yeah, I almost joined the elusive 27 club. Singing Gilbert and Sullivan comic opera on stage is definitely rock and roll. I was at St Thomas's A&E one Friday, almost dying, and needing 10 pints of blood being continually put back into my body." Well, wow. But how did the singing of Gilbert and Sullivan lead you there?
Yeah.
It's a missing part of the story.
Exactly.
And which
It was
opera,
so
which
bad
opera
somebody
was it?
assaulted him.
If you could let us know that would be great. Katie, I said I celebrated my 28th birthday in Sydney, watching England lose a 5th Test in a row. That doesn't give you much clue to my age, of course. Well, no, indeed not.
Holder in and defended by Crawley. No run.
Well,
carry on, Tony, if you want.
No, I was just saying hello, Katie, when I realised it was our Katie, as it were.
Yes. We've had how many entries have we had? We've had 7 entries for GPL. Warren Davis has appeared back on the board. He's gone for a low of 62, which is, are you praying for rain? 162. And then he's gone high, 262, 362 and 462. He's taken the 2s. I'm bringing away over his 247. D Wells has 177. Yeah.
Holder is in a little short, and Crawley rolls his wrists on that to flick it round the corner for a single.
That'd be England with about 50 run lead or 40 run lead. Be about right there, wouldn't it? No, 50 odd run lead, and he could possibly get to 162. Or not many runs scored in the entire day.
Yep. Yeah, could be another dour one.
Yes.
What was yesterday's run total? Not a lot.
172 for something like that in an entire day. It was fucking
hard work.
Paint dry, man.
Holder strikes Root on the pad, but I think the ball did too much. Cut Root in half, but flying down the leg side, and Root smiles. Good bowling from Holder.
Yep. Wobble seam and hit the seam and went on. Yeah, hitting the top of the pad, bottom of the thigh pad. It seems to be going down leg as well as being high as well. He bowls with great control, Holder, doesn't he? I mean, I think in the first innings when Roach bowled 17 overs and Holder bowled 17 overs, Holder had 3 for about 17 to Roach's 2 for 75.
Wide off stump, and Root aims a punch at it. It goes to point. There will be no run. That's where he's been a little bit vulnerable, Root, playing that kind of shot outside off stump to tall bowlers. So I reckon Holder will be happy with that shot from the England skipper.
Yeah, this is one of his vulnerabilities, but also one of his leading scoring areas, isn't it? If he gets it right, he gets a big score. But recently he's been getting it a little bit wrong.
Yeah, I think the bigger the man, the less profitable that shot for Root. Worked very well for him against India in the summer, as one on his hips is turned to the leg side. They come through for 1.
Yeah, he certainly got found out with it in Australia, didn't he? He was out a few times flicking it to a deepish gully backward point.
Yep. Crawley will face the last delivery of the over. England up to 28 for 1 from almost 14 overs now, trailing by 36. They've looked, largely speaking, reasonably comfortable so far, playing sensible cricket, valuing their wicket as Holder comes in. very straight, and Crawley defends towards mid on. There will be no run, and the over comes to a conclusion. Tony.
Yes, loads of people to say a quick hi to over with our partners Crick Tracker India, Sandeep Sagu, Mahesh Tarake, Rajbir Arandawa, Anya Mehra, Shahaz Nurzay, Ezwara Swara, Rahul Singh Rajput, Sayem Nadeem, RJ Singh, Premchand Bhatt, Mohammed Naeem, Ranju Jaiswal, Kajap Shathapa, Ananda Tomboli, Rashid Golden, Deepak Kumar, Rhythm Ganjara and Nijad Aurora Guru, to name a few of you. How about that?
Nice.
With Knuckle not here anymore, you see, no one's going to tell me that was shit pronunciation or not. But we are
That's the spirit.
Absolutely delighted to have you with us. I think that's me caught up from the debris left by a combination of Annie and Messers.
Well, congratulations. That's good work. Jaden Seale's going to return to the attack. 3 overs, no wickets for 10 earlier on before he was switched out for Jason Holder.
And he's
replacing.
Go on.
Replacing Roach at the Ambrose end. Full straight, and Root gets the bat down, knocks it into the leg side. Tony goes ooh, but I think the skipper was well in control of that one. Should we have the jingle?
Yes, let's go for it. Here he is.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
Well wide of off stump that time, and Root lets it go through. Then rehearses a cut shot, thinking perhaps that was an option.
Well, that's where his mistake's been. He's tried to cut balls that, when he's got out, he's cut balls that are too close to him. And he really did think about cutting that, and I think that's way too close. It was a good leave in the end, I suppose, but if you're cutting there, you're not going to have the control if it's just 6 inches further out.
Yeah, bit of an innocuous delivery, I think, as well from Seals, so you may as well leave that making bold to you. As he comes through once more, a little bit fuller that time, and left again by Root, who quite a disdainful leave, doesn't move a muscle.
No. Seals is the one who said he knows how to get Stokes and Root out, hasn't he? I've worked him out.
Has he?
Yeah, apparently. I think that's right. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what he was announcing before the series.
I like the confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. He turns at the top of his mark, and we'll see what he has up his sleeve this time. Another ball outside off stump that Root leaves again. Is this a plan, or is he just searching for his line here, Bear?
I think it's not a bad line. I think he's trying to get it to come back in. He got bowled by Roach in the first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a hell of a delivery.
It was a hell of a delivery. Yeah, it was a hell of a delivery. I mean, it literally just kissed the top of the outside of the off bail, didn't it? Just clinked it off the top. And perfect delivery almost. Yeah.
I mean, people will say, as Seals come through, wide of off stump and left again by Root, people will say he left a straight one, but it wasn't a straight really one. Tell you the full story, does it?
I mean, it ducked back in as well. It was coming back in, but I thought he thought it was wide enough, and it just tailed in, didn't it? Just enough.
Yeah. I like those. There's got something quite aesthetically pleasing about a delivery that takes one bail.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why leaves the other one on.
It's perfect, isn't it? It's just like that's all. The name of the game is knock the bail off, and that's what you've done. You've not disturbed anything else. You just clinked it off. So, dropping a mic.
Taps his bat down, stands up straight, and leaves again to complete the over. There are no runs from it, so it's a maiden.
I can tell you. Hot news from Jonathan Lowe, the opera that
Gilbert and Sullivan
somehow came to harm. Well, we know it's Gilbert, so it was HMS Pinafore.
Yeah, but how did he end up losing 10 pints of blood whilst doing a Gilbert and Sullivan? That's what I don't know.
That's the bit I am. When I was a lad, he's an Englishman. I am the captain of the Pinafore. They're all fairly well-known librettos from that from that particular opera. But Jonathan, yeah, we still don't know how our little light opera led to such potentially tragic circumstances.
Exactly.
We're just relieved you're still with us. But in the great ways to get yourself injured, a little light opera, it doesn't normally feature among them.
Jason Holder gets a little bit straight. Crawley tries to flick into the leg side, but misses. I think it takes the edge of his front pad, rolls it into the leg side, and they come through for a leg bye.
Seems to have got a little bit cloudier. The wind's up again.
Jonathan's also immediately pitching himself to our level by saying it was the opera made famous by a Simpsons episode, Cape Fear, where Sideshow Bob sings the entire show as a one-man act. Really thinking I better not pitch the conversation too high. I
remember that episode.
And they'll get it.
Holder, 2 leg side once more. Root gets back on that and picks up an easy single down to fine leg.
That's early Simpsons.
There you are. I think we do a change at the end of this over as well.
Yeah, we are.
Rattled by.
Who's on next?
Who's on next? Who's on first? I believe you are, Bear. With Messrs and Annie again. You're having your Messrs and Annie fill today, aren't you? Lucky chap. I don't know. I did the rotors. I don't know how I let you get away with that.
Here comes Holder. Very straight, and Crawley defends. No run.
Well, I might have to nip out and get my first beer of the day at the end of this over. I woke up feeling extraordinarily exhausted and grumpy this morning.
Well, don't I bloody know. I innocently sent you a text message about something, and I got basically told to fuck off. I mean, it was sure. Well, I'm not messaging you again this morning. Jesus.
I was waiting for a bloody washing machine to be delivered, and they said they'd deliver it between 11 and 1. Of course, they turned up at 1, and they wanted to be out of the house earlier as well. And oh dear.
Holder bowls a ball, and Crawley leaves it. Jags back in. It was an awkward leave from Crawley, and it strikes him in the rib cage. I think he will feel that one. What was he doing?
If he tensed his muscles, he might be all right. But yeah, it's hit him right at the top of the six-pack, really.
I think that's going to leave a bruise.
Yeah.
Holder gives him kind of a stare. I think it's a stare of astonishment, really. It's a really odd-looking leave.
You don't think it might have been a just checking he's all right, which turned into a stare when he realised he was?
Holder, here he comes again. I mean, Crawley's obviously fine because he carried on straight away. No, I think it was like, what are you doing, you idiot, kind of look.
Fair enough.
Like, use your bat or actually get out of the way of it. I mean, Crawley's left it like it's a ball outside off stump, and it's not. It's
exactly. It's just got to come in on him.
Maybe lost it in the lost sight of it. I don't know. Very strange. He does appear to be fine. I mean, he's not in any pain. He hasn't called for the magic sponge.
No, I thought it caught him in the knackers at first, but no.
Yeah, so did I. But it was a bit higher. As he's in short from Holder and pulled marvellously by Crawley for 4 runs, directly square of the wicket. That's a terrific shot.
Yeah.
Brings our spell to an end.
I'll play a jingle and then we'll have a change. I'm just going to go and get a beer and go to the loo. 1, 2, 3, go!
Well, I can see you, Annie. I can quickly say, you're back.
Yeah, hi Tony.
Hello.
Hi,
I'm just
Mercy.
waiting for the bear to come back. I'll just keep you company until he does.
Oh, thank you. How nice to see you, Tony.
Well, it's lovely to see you, as ever. As ever. Did you get my reference from this morning? Fred Carno reference? Man of Exeter? No. Did you not know that?
No. What? Explain.
Well, I'd referred... Oh, Lord, we have to go right back to... Bloody hell, Missy. We're going right back to the beginning of the stuff.
Have we not got time?
No, we don't.
I'd never heard of him.
Seals in, and this one. Are we watching replays? No, we're not. It's guided away by Root. Is it going to make it all the way? It's not. It's been hauled in just short of that extra cover boundary. We'll get Root a couple. Played that very nicely indeed. Joe Root.
Well, you see, he's got the technique. I'm finding it really frustrating watching Lees or Crawley. But what is this thing about starting on off stump or leg stump and stepping across and not playing straight?
Oh, no.
So your head's not over the ball.
I'm back.
Ask him about Fred Carney.
That's straight and clipped by Root out to the leg side towards deep square leg. I think about 2, but it's not there.
They're all out of balance. Lees was out of balance. Well, who's coaching these guys to step across like that?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. He's played around a straight one, hasn't he?
Yeah, we don't play straight. Bonner played straight. He played straight a lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
That's
he didn't
what I
play
said.
straight down the ground. But
Stokes would have hit that. Would have been trying to hit that towards mid-on, not whipping it out through, almost square leg.
it's just.
It always
it's
looks
just
nice when
weird.
it comes off, but it's very easy to miss.
It's like a fashion, though, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. But it's all borne down about all this leg side shit and short form cricket, isn't it? It's a lot easier to work it into the leg side.
Yeah.
That's left alone outside the off stump by Crawley, and there's no run. There's a lot of bottom hand and everything. Everything's turned
But
around.
it's
on
not
the
as good to watch either. And it is.
But it's quick. It's a quicker way of scoring if you get it going, isn't it?
You sound very angry about this.
Well, it's because everyone does it, But I mean, we discussed that through this test. Exactly that. You look at the players who have been successful recently in the test series you watched. There was Marnus Labuschagne, there was Bonner today. When Rohit and KL Rahul were opening last summer, it's the leaving that gets them to the big scores. That's left alone outside the off stump by Crawley through to the keeper, and there's no one. The ability to leave.
I mean, I didn't get coached, but surely one of the first things you get coached is to keep your head over the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, and leave anything outside the line. But that was in 1980. It's probably not now.
I'm sorry. I mean, things have changed. Yeah. I know, but not the fundamentals.
No,
surely.
The fundamentals haven't. I mean, that's it. I mean, even now when I go out and bat, it's like know where your off stump is. If it's outside, leave it until you get in, and then you might have a.
These are test players.
Yeah, I know. They're a hell of a lot better than me, and that's clipped.
I don't believe it.
Yes, to mid on. There's no run. High score of 82, Annie.
My highest score's 5.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Big stuff.
But I'm a bowler.
How many wickets? What's your best bowling?
I got 3 for 17, I think.
That's not bad.
Yeah, no, that was impressive. I was pleased with that. That's playing against men as well.
Okay. Mine was 9 for 36, I think. Pulled.
9 for.
Oh, okay, that's better.
Pulled. I don't know where that's gone. Has it gone for 6 or 4? It's a top edgy type thing. And the pulled, they sort of looked down at long leg like it might go in the air and be caught, and then they lost it. It's ended up going to a fine leg for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And man, England 41 for 1. That's
Is that the end of the over? Good.
Yes, go.
Okay, so in response to Jonathan Lowe's revelation about HMS Pinafore and Sideshow Bob singing it in entire show in one act, Brian Barry says that's one of the best episodes ever, to be honest. Jeff Perkins says apparently one of the audience did not believe in the maxim libretto and let live. We still don't know how you lost all that blood. Jonathan.
That's the crux of the story here, Jonathan.
I didn't hear the story, so
the story is he was doing that, and then somehow he ended up in St George's Hospital and had to be had 10 pints of blood put into him.
10 pints?
Well, exactly. I mean, that's life-threatening, right? But we know he was doing an opera, and we know he ended up in a hospital, but we don't know how he ended up in a hospital. What happened?
I'm just wondering if Katie was involved or not.
Was he watching The Simpsons at the time? Is this?
I don't know.
So you reckon it was Sideshow Bob with the knife? I reckon it was Katie who lured him into Gilbert and Sullivan, I think. So yeah, I'm sure she's to blame somewhere.
Talking of Katie, she's written an article in County Cricket Matters. It's wonderful.
Excellent.
It's a lovely article.
Oh, brilliant! What's it about?
Hold on, Joseph.
Cricket.
Alzari Joseph, who's going to get a jingle in a second, is into the attack, and his first ball is arrowed in at Root's pads, and he just clips it down to deep backward square, gets himself a single, and there is 1 run. This man's bowling.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
He comes in for his second delivery, bowling at Crawley. It's full, and everyone's been bowling full in this match, maybe because the pitch is so bloody lifeless. And it's too far down leg. And Crawley thinks he's probably missed out. It's a poor ball, and there's no run.
Yeah, Wokes was bowling some good Yorkers at the end of yesterday.
Well, I think it was the only way to. There's nothing in the pitch, and the pitch is really slow. So you kind of got to try and beat the batsman in the air, and hopefully get him LBW.
I don't think you like this pitch very much, Bear. I get that
fucking
impression.
hate it. It's horrible. That's defended in the offside. There's no one. These sort of mud tracks in India break up extraordinarily quickly. And things happen. You know. I mean, it's crazy cricket, but it's exciting to watch.
They've had quite a lot of rain here, though, haven't they? They tend to have quite a few sort of squally showers.
I imagine it dries quite
it's
quickly.
Interesting, that isn't it? They're very short and sharp, aren't they?
Yeah, really short and sharp.
That's good. It's so windy. I mean, look at it. It's just
yeah, it keeps their ground lush, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So.
Was this the ground you went to when you commentated out there, Annie?
Barbados.
That's defended by Crawley. Decent delivery, decent pace by Joseph into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, but then again, this pitch could break up. I mean, it does look tufty, but will it break up? Sometimes the crack's got a little bit bigger. Basically, England needs to bat, and then it suddenly needs to start deteriorating about the last 10 minutes of today and the first session tomorrow.
Someone needs to jump up and down on it, don't they? Really?
I think a bit more than that.
Nice drive, hit hard by Crawley, and reasonably straight. He didn't try to turn his wrist too much on that one, Annie. There you go, get that straight.
There you are.
But a good bit of fielding by Roach at mid-on, because it kind of went.
Yeah, they've been quite lively in the field, the West Indies, I think.
Yeah. But he timed it sweetly. I mean, it went fast and it jumped at Roach. It's a good bit of fielding. How old's Roach? 32, 30?
Isn't he a bit older than that?
Is he 34, 35?
But yeah, he is quite. He's a good fielder, isn't he?
Yeah.
You can still field at 35.
Yeah. Left alone outside Crawley's off stump, through to the keeper, no run. End of the 18th over. England are 42 for 1. Trail by 22. Root 8 off 24. Crawley's 27 off 57, and we're going to go to Messi.
He's 33.
33.
This Warren's saying, I made the mistake of linking my LifeLock account to my social media, and it dings every time there are messages of an inappropriate nature. My phone is going off like a smoke detector in hell. Well, I think your lifestyle may be incompatible with censorship of inappropriate messages. Right?
Yes,
definitely.
Jonathan Lowe agrees about the Simpsons episode. He said they also sing Three Little Maids from the Mikado in the same episode. And Brian Barry says, yes, the song that made Harold Abrahams fall in love with Sybil. So we're getting a bit niche there.
Jonathan is just trolling us, isn't he?
What Warren's saying, was it opera critic Gary Naylor in the dress circle with a bread knife?
Possibly. Left alone outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes, we're getting a bit. We are getting a bit. What's it called? The game?
Tangential.
Cluedo. No, I was thinking Cluedo, isn't it?
Oh, a bit Cluedo. Yeah, well, it's not like us on Guerrilla Cricket to get a bit niche, is it?
No.
So what do we definitely know about Wokesy, by the way? I mean, not Wokesy, Wood.
He's hurt his elbow, isn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, what is it? Is it, stress fracture? He's fucked, or
it's bowling too much, but.
Yeah.
Well, the message they were putting out yesterday, because I was listening.
Hold on. That one went. I seem to keep it a little low. So Rooty certainly got beaten. Let's have a look again. Pitch, that one. Yeah, there's one. Kept
Pitch
low.
is playing up.
Pitch is starting to play up. We're still 22 runs behind. It's a disaster.
Really doesn't look happy.
No, that didn't miss the off stump by much. That's the kind of thing you want to see start to happen, and then things get interesting.
Will that make you happy, Bear?
Yeah, it will do.
Oh, good.
I mean, Rudy could have got out to another one that kept slightly low and took his off stump out.
Yeah, well, That one's straight and reasonably full, and Root clips it. Not great timing up to mid-on, and there is no run. Or straight mid-wicket.
O'Neill
Yeah,
Harris says, I think
Sorry.
I think the walking across is about leaving stuff outside the off stump and scoring off everything on the stumps. There's a chance of nicking in corridor if you just concentrate on covering the stumps. Balance is in the execution.
Well, there's a certain degree of that, true. You know, I mean, that's what Smith does. He plays everything to the leg side. And,
Yeah, I do think it's just a fashionable thing as well. But there you are. I mean, you might well be right.
clip down to long leg by Rooty, gets himself another single. Moves into the
It
line.
doesn't help. It doesn't help their balance, I have to say.
No, well, this is the thing. Are you really? I mean, this is it. I mean, if you look at Smith bat, you know, virtually everything goes into the leg side, and he gets across and works it into the leg side. But you've got to be.
Yeah, but Smith's
well, this is my
unique.
point. Exactly. You've got to have really good hand-eye coordination to get away with it more often than not. And maybe that's it. You get found out at this level, and you can get away with it in county cricket, and then you go up a level, and it's tricky. Nice drive by Crawley. Beautiful shot, a little bit full, a little bit wide. It was a little aerial for a while, but it bounced well short of mid-off, who then it cruised past and down to the long off boundary. It'll be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a nice shot, very Crawley-like. See, if he does get runs, he gets in a groove. He scores quite quickly.
Oh yeah, no, he's great to watch. And you know, I'd like to see Lees. I hope they don't just drop him now suddenly. I'd like to see him.
Well, I think
Another chance.
I have to say that's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. Having gone down this road, they might as well just carry on, because until you find two, I mean, they might not. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it's that whole thing about Vaughan and some other players that occasionally they have it at the top level somehow. It brings it out. They might be quite reasonably good, but in the pack at the county level. But they have the mental facility to go up, and it actually improves their game. And I think to a certain degree that's how you find, especially for where we are, because we've picked all the guys who've got the most runs in the county championship, and they still haven't managed it either, have they? They haven't managed to step up.
Right.
So.
Well,
you have to
that demanding in county championship.
Well, exactly. So then
Jay
you've got to go outside
Grover
the box.
is with us. Hello, Jay.
Hey!
Hi,
It's his
Jay.
birthday recently.
It was indeed, and we told him to fuck off at his request. He says, wasn't Jonathan Gilbert and Sullivan qualifying his rock and roll credentials and not connected to the near-death experience? And Mayank points out that the human body can only hold 10.5 to 12 pints of blood.
Well, that's
so
what
if
I
someone
thought.
lost that much blood all in one go, they'd be long dead. You must have been losing blood while in the hospital getting blood transfusion.
Yes, that's exactly what I think happened. As that sort of worked into leg side.
My dad broke his cheekbone playing cricket, and he got sent home from hospital, and then he drank some hot Bovril, and it started his nose bleeding, and it was just chucking it out, and my mum had a hair-raising half-hour journey to hospital as it was just dripping blood into this bucket.
Oh my god.
He lost a few pints there.
Yeah. Well, I was saying 10 pints over, but still having an injury that causes you to have 10 pints put in to be replaced at 10 pints you've lost. You still lost 10 pints of blood somehow. Even though it's not quick enough to kill you.
You'd be pretty pale, wouldn't you?
Yeah. He said he would. Rebel Scum says, please tell me, Annie, that your top score of five included a ramped 4 over the keeper.
It did include a 4, but it was it was brilliant. It was an excellent shot, though. You know, it was a Dilshan. You know.
Yeah. You mean a top edge over the slips?
Yeah. It was definitely something like that. Yeah.
Doesn't matter how they come.
Not for me.
Joseph is into Root to defend stoutly out to cover. And there ain't no run.
Oh, you've been banged to rights, Annie.
Oh dear, have I?
Warren says it's not just my lifestyle. He sent a photo of the warning that he's received from whatever it is that the app has got. It says we've reviewed the recent history of social media accounts that found the following posts to be potentially dangerous, inappropriate, or malicious in nature. Activity type: profanity. Suspected account owner: username any chain.
Bollocks. I don't believe that for an instance.
I love it.
Oh, that's me commentating, isn't it? Sorry. That's
Yes, sorry.
a really weird non-pull by Root. Got himself in a bit of trouble there. Bottom hand came off the bat. Fortunately, he got himself in so much trouble, the ball went nowhere.
Yeah.
If he'd got hold of that, it would have gone straight down the man long leg's throat. But he got nothing on it really, and it dribbles down there. And they get a single.
Yeah, it's not very Root like that.
Wasn't, was it? He got himself. It felt like it didn't get up where he thought it was going to get up. That, however, is how you play that
beauty.
shot. That's the beauty by Crawley. Length ball. He just slaps it out to deep mid wicket. There is someone out there though. It'll only be one. This over's gone for 4 so far. England.
Do you think one of the things Crawley hates most is people saying to him, "Are you related to John Crawley?"
Yeah,
I doubt it.
I was stood next to someone who asked him, and then he went,
I assumed,
"No."
when I first heard his name all those years ago, I assumed that was the case.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know. Oh, that's a beautiful drive by Root, but hits it straight.
Lovely.
But mid-on straight is Kemar Roach, and he feels it. There'll be no run.
John Crawley was a beautiful player.
Yeah, but didn't he have a weird? He ended up with a weird stance, didn't he?
Yeah, but he also played some beautiful. I'm going to say stroke play again, just to annoy. I can't remember who it was.
He scored a couple of tons. I seem to have scored quite an important one. He was one of those players again who didn't quite make it.
He didn't. You thought when he first came to the scene, you thought, "Oh, right, here we are. Here's a player."
Well, again, yeah, exactly. Much like Rampakash or so many other players. I mean, it's tough trying to be a top-class international.
You've got to shut up between overs and let me do tweets.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry,
no.
go for it.
Actually, on YouTube, we've got a discussion going on between Richard Stevens, Colin Sutter, and Josh Cooper. But the question is asked: how do you guys rate Joe Root's captaincy abilities? England seem a long way from being Test number 1, 2, or 3 for a while. Agree? Oh, I certainly agree with that.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, especially with his bowling attack.
Yeah, right. I think
Over to
he
the
wouldn't
Somerset
be my
boy,
top.
isn't he? He shouldn't be in a fucking side, Annie. He really shouldn't. I'm sorry. He shouldn't be anywhere near a Test side. He's not.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah, he's not Test quality for me. He's workmanlike, but that's about it, you know.
Got good hands.
Yeah, good
And
catch. Good
Richard
catch
asked
in
the
the first
question,
innings.
says this West Indies team is a long way off their all-time best teams. Lloyd's West Indians versus Warren's Aussies. Which was your favourite?
It's still the West Indies, man.
Yeah, West Indies.
I'd have loved to see those boys bowl at some of those Australian batsmen. Actually, that would have been fun. The quartet. We have a change in bowling. He doesn't bowl the first ball. That would give me a chance to play a bit of his jingle. It's this man.
Does anybody here remember Vera Sammy?
That short and wide, and Crawley just bashes it out to the point boundary. Go with the Jazz. That'll be 2 runs. I don't know that song. I presume it's a piss take on Vera Lynn. I mean, I can hear the end of it, but is there a song that goes like that at the beginning that he's just changed the words to? Anybody?
Yes.
Right, okay. That's defended out to the offside, and there's no one. Because it just sounds like that's the kind of beginning to a song that might go into a house banger or something, you know. With some Vera Lynn bit going over the back, some deep bass. Short, wide, filth. And Vera Sammy gets smashed out to the cover boundary. And that, I'm afraid, my friends, will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, Brookie, if you're listening, and I know it's only his first over, but tell me that Leach was that bad.
Yeah, I mean...
money for old rope, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's sat up so nicely for him,
exactly.
isn't it? It's just like
Wide line. I mean, it's his first over. He's only bowled 3 balls. I'll give him that.
Mm.
But most people I know who spin the ball in first over, you just dart it in at leg stump, trying not to get hit. He runs, try and get your shoulder going over, and all that nonsense. Crawley ramps that one over short fine leg, and that will go down to the boundary for another 4. Oh, 2 4s in an over. It's like an ODI.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And now we're only -3 for 1. Now, even if England get away, they can put pressure right back on the Windies, can't they? If England get to, say, a lead of 70, or if these two can put on another 70 runs, say, so we're 130 for 1, so a lead of 70 with only 1 wicket down, it all swings back the other way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Someone can try and be a bit more aggressive, move the run rate along, try and advance the game.
Yeah, which Bairstow will probably do. He's in
probably
that
will.
sort of-
Crawley's very capable of doing it. Certainly, so
he
is
is.
Root. It's a question of not losing a wicket, isn't it? Defended
Not
back
whether
down the
they
track.
can, it's whether they will.
Yeah.
No. I think if England get to 70, if these guys put on another 70 runs, then they'll feel like they might have a conversation and go, okay, let's be a little. And it might just be, as Veerasamy again pulls out, it might just be right. Let's put pressure on and run the really fast singles, more in ODI mode for the quick singles and stuff, which then puts the pressure on the field. Then you get more bad balls, etc., etc. Might be something as simple as that to start with. That defended back to the bowler. 10 off the over. No.
Don't forget there's going to be a break in a minute.
Yeah, there is going to be a break.
A lunch break.
Lunch break. Well, they might. Yeah. Well, didn't the other day? Didn't they have 10 minutes on for the 10 minutes they had between innings before they went to lunch?
God.
Which was a bit weird.
Go on, Messi.
Madam Mohan Sharma says home teams prepare wickets what they like. I think the toss should be done only on neutral venues. In a bilateral series, the guest teams should be given the choice. What do you think? I reckon there is some merit in that suggestion, but again, I'm a bit of a traditionalist too, so I find it really hard to give away the concept of the toss.
Well, don't you remember? What's his name? Shit.
I don't know.
Mark Franklin, our resident mathematician stroke Goldman Sachs dude who used to come in. That's really not how. Yeah, it's not really helpful, is it? And he went off to study at Stanford or one of those Ivy League American universities to do a PhD or something. But he came up with a system where it's actually you bid runs on the wicket.
Yeah, that's been around for a while now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's got something going for it, except for the fact that it gets complicated.
Well, it is very complicated, but it sounds quite fun. That's defended.
I like complicated in cricket.
Joseph back down the track. So, it kind of suits cricket. So you basically, the principle is
so
you go out
at the moment.
You see that it's a green seamer, and you go, okay, we bid 60 runs, and we'll bowl first or whatever, because you and then you kind of outbid each other. So it's how much do you reckon your team is worth, less, whatever. And then you go, okay, we'll bat on the green seamer.
Yeah, it sounds a bit of a stupid idea.
Yeah, well, no, it sounds great. It sounds like fun. Adds a little bit of gambling into the game. Is that clip?
Yeah, well, you see, I don't do gambling, so.
Well, no, that's basically saying, okay, this is a green seamer. We're only going to get 220, but if we get 140 and we bid, and they bid us 90 runs, we'll let them bowl first, and we'll take the 90 plus the 140. We'll have 230. We thought we'd only get 200, so we'll be ahead of the game. It's a little bit of gambling. I like it.
It corrupts the fundamentals.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm with you, Messi.
That swings in quite late. Root gets right forward though, right on top of it, defends it. There's only 2 slips, and it goes between them and a gully, and all the way down to the boundary for another 4 runs.
We're in the lead.
Hey, yes. Aren't we 1 for 1? That's no big deal for England. 1 for 1.
No, we're used to that.
We're totally used to that. In fact, if we get to double figures for 1, we're ahead of where we normally are.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you get there. Yeah. 65 for 1 England. Root on 15 off 35. Crawley 43 off 67. Batted quite nicely.
Yep.
Got given out very early with the ball that was going miles down leg stump.
Yeah, not miles.
It was in about a second.
Yeah, all right, it was.
Yeah, clipped by Root out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Like I said, my computer was on an angle.
Yeah.
Katie said, "Good luck getting John to tell you what happened." He won't even tell me.
Oh, okay.
It was before I met
That's
him.
what I mean. He kept trolling us. We kept saying, but the problem is, John, we need to know what happened between there and there, and then he just sent another anecdote about the symptoms.
You can't tell a story without, the main fact.
I mean,
Exactly.
I'm just I'm refusing to believe it now.
I
think
don't
he uses
believe
a
it.
sympathy thing.
10 pints.
I think he just used it to win Katie in the hope that one day, sometime in their marriage.
Oh, that's a poor shot choice by Root. That's the one. You see, I was saying to Jack earlier, he tries to cut those balls. They're too close to cut. There's no need to play that shot at that ball. That's just a leave. Either leave or play straight at it. Don't try and cut it.
Yeah, but they don't play straight enough. Anyway, blah blah blah. Started off and then.
The thing is that you can't really criticise Root. He's got a test average of around about 50. So if he makes that choice and gets
Come
it
on,
wrong,
I got 5.
compared to it, he scored 1,700 runs last year.
Yeah,
It's
not bad as Roots.
It's just upsetting when he gives it away. He guys that one down to probably 4th slip. They got a first slip or wide first between first and second slip. They've basically got 2 slits spread between 1 and 4. Put it that way. And that's the end of that over. Looks like that should be like, no. See, they're going to do this 10-minute thing, aren't they? We're just going to hang around till the end of the session.
I've never known this. Aidan says, "Good point on guerrilla cricket about going across or batting on the off stump. Nothing wrong with it if it suits your style, but it seems an overriding fashion, not necessarily benefiting everyone. I'm not sure about it for youngsters in lower league cricket and low track.
No.
I agree entirely.
Yeah,
I think it's something you've got to be really conscious about why you're doing it.
You've got to be very good. You've got to be very good to be able to do it as well. I mean, the amount of club cricketers will just, unfortunately, you have a home umpire and you might not give them LBW, but I bet if you were playing with a top class umpire, half the time you'd be given out. In club cricket, no one to get anywhere. Everyone plays across the pads. All plays very straight, very slowly. On the back foot, punched out to cover, and there's no run. But pummeled into the second over. His first over got pummeled for 10. We think we're going to have the extra 10 minutes that they add on between innings, because weirdly that's what they did on day 2. That's defended back down the track to the bowler by Crawley, and there is no run.
Ravi had a theory before Katie told us that she didn't know either. He thought that Katie had stabbed him during a stage fencing test.
Yes. That's defended back down the track, and there is no run. I had another one of those CBD jellies today.
Oh, how did that go?
They're quite nice, man.
Feel better.
I'm sorry, what's this CBD jelly?
Well, CBD is the non-psychoactive part of weed. That is punched nicely off the back foot by Crawley out towards the deep cover bound. It's just about hauled in by...
Didn't see.
Joseph Seals.
Seals?
And it'll be 2 runs. No, so CBD, they sell it everywhere now. It's legal, so it's basically the calming part of cannabis rather than the bit that gets
and what is it in jelly flavours?
Yeah, you get a little like fruit pastels. But you
buy it and what happens? Does it calm you?
Yeah, basically it's naturally calming.
It's medicinal. Yeah.
So what would you be like if you didn't have them?
Oh, I'd be fine. I'd just smoke a spliff anyway. But it's not that. I just have the real thing.
You'd be the wild man.
That's defended back down the track and so on. No, if I didn't have them, I'd just do the real thing anyway. In fact, I am as well. So it
you'd have more space.
But I bought them for Hendo because Hendo got in touch with me before Christmas and he was going, they're giving me diazepam and I've been reading about CBD, so I bought them as a Christmas present. I bought them whole.
Oh, that's very sweet. I didn't get a Christmas present.
Well, no.
And he was scared.
That's clipped into mid-wicket and there's no run, and they're going to go off for lunch now.
Oh, that's weird.
That is really weird. It's 1:04 and the last over started after 1 o'clock. So they're going off. Okay, they're going to carry on. I don't think the umpire knows really what's going on.
Swinging Wave says Alzari Joseph's been living too long on his under-19 exploits. He's really not that good. Test average of nearly 40 is poor. Gary Naylor said, not from my old pal John Lowe. That's about doing the murder of his in the dress circle. Brian 001 says, many years ago I was at the Gabba sitting on the dog track and baking in the sun while watching the Windies bowl. Bloody fast. Yes.
Alzaro Joseph is in again, and Root does wave his bat at that and gets away with it this time as it goes all along the ground in a very Root-like way down to the fine third man boundary, and it's 4
Nice.
That's a very
2 plus
Root
2
shot.
is the man. 2 plus 2 is the man.
Delicate.
Yeah. I mean, it's really-
Yeah, no, the fastest bowler I have recently seen was Fidel Edwards at Somerset. I was watching him play there, and for the first over he was really fast, and then after that he wasn't so fast. So
I remember when Fidel Edwards broke onto the scene, and that was way back, must have been about 14, 15, 16 years ago. He came across as a young West Indian tearaway and had a really good first series. That's into the pads of Root, who clips that sweetly out towards deep mid wicket. There is a man out there, I'll just get the one. But with that action, I imagine he's had endless back trouble, hasn't he?
I should imagine so. And he certainly, I don't know how old he is now, but he must be 30 something.
Oh, we had 17 entries, by the way, on the GPL, ranging from 62 up to 462 from W. Davis.
Blimey.
Warren Davis has got he's added some extras.
What's the money? How much?
Well, with 17 plus that, it'll be about 58 quid. Clipped into the leg side by Crawley. Can't beat mid wicket. He wants to go for a run. It's sent back, and he was in, and he apologises to Root because there really wasn't a run there. And that's a dot ball. Now I'm assuming then there'll be 1 over after this. No one really knows what time lunch is.
They're probably just waiting for the food to be ready.
Oh, it's fun. Jeff Perkins tells us that jingle was the start of Pink Floyd's Vera from The Wall.
Ah, okay.
And Brian Barris says, I was reminded that it was just 2 years ago today the NBA suspended its season, causing a domino effect that led us to where we are today.
Left alone outside the off stump by Crawley, and there's no run.
It seems simultaneously like yesterday and a million years ago.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And he says, Guerrilla Cricket, come for the cricket commentary, stay for the English optimism. Mike says, cricket is always about gambling. In the early 18th century, the cricket wasn't as important as the gambling. That's certainly true.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And many cases were in the English courts regarding games being unfinished, causing clubs to be forced to play again in order to settle gambling wages.
Jesus. Defended up to mid-on, there's no run. Well, that's the other thing about... I guess the other...
most of the tours in those days.
I guess the other thing about bidding for runs to who bats and bowls first is widely open to a little bit of interference. I'll give you $5,000 if you bid 15 runs too many, you know.
Yeah, well, WG wasn't above that sort of shit, was he?
No. That's defended back down the track by Crawley. To the bowler, ends that over. 4 overs, none for 14 for Joseph. England,
and is it the last over?
England are effectively 8 for 1, which is pretty good for England.
Yeah, it's not bad. CT
that is
also
lunch.
says the intro is from The Wall. Root to get 100 before the end of play today. Loving the commentary from Bear and Co. Thank you, CT. And Swing It Both Ways says Root's addicted to that cheeky cut through the slips that either gives hope to or takes the piss out of the bowling team.
Yeah.
And Ravi Nair says, Bear, Root averages about 50. Annie, don't forget my 5. Does this make Annie a 10th Root of Joe?
Yeah.
Annie has gone from a top score of 5 to a test average of 5. By the end of the series, she's going to be England's most successful bat.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, exactly. She's going to go up through the ranks. Josh has briefly joined us. It's lunchtime. I'm just going to play... well, I'll give you the scorecard.
Rugby Gorillas?
was out for 6 LBW by Roach. Zach Crawley's 45 off 77 not out, and Joe Root's not out 20 off 40. 72 for 1 for England. After West Indies lasted 3 balls, and Seals missed a straight one from Jack Leach, who ended up with 2 wickets. The wicket to fall this morning was Kemar Roach, LBW, as we said, and that brings you up to date. So we're going to go to lunch, and we're going to play one of our podcasts. It's the Alternative GC podcast, episode 15. It's a grumpy old man. An old men vaguely remembering cricket matches. Seems about right.
Okay,
and
see you after lunch.
We'll see you after lunch.
See ya.
Annie.
Bye.
5 seconds of silence. Finish your drinks, lads, and
What do you mean finish your drinks? I'm drinking that through the way. I've got a fucking large glass of whiskey here, Jesus.
this is the 5 seconds of silence you're talking through.
Okay.
Just once in a decade, in a lifetime maybe, the world of entertainment is disrupted and utterly elated by something entirely new. Good Lord. And now for something completely different.
It's big, it's bold, it's arrogant, it's like a barrel load of ugly fruit. It's the Guerrilla Cricket Grumpy Old Men podcast. I saw Jancis Robinson recently on an article, and it just reminded me of that rather rubbish description. So I thought I'd use that as the intro. It's Grubby here. It's not Fred Titmus, and it's the Bear. How are you, chaps?
Very well.
We're all absolutely dead keen, aren't we?
Oh,
to
absolutely.
see this wonderful unbeaten England team who have not been beaten for weeks. Take on the West Indies in the West Indies. Always our favourite away tour in many respects, not least because of the time of the day the games are played. And it starts tomorrow, and you can hear every ball live on Guerrilla Cricket.
Absolutely.
Live and direct from somewhere.
From all over the place, in fact.
Well, yeah, all over the place. Although it is now no longer hashtag GC from home strictly, because people are wending their way into the studio. Not Fred's going to join me. Hendo's going to make an appearance on Wednesday, supposedly.
He's still alive.
He is still alive, and he's going to come back to the fold. And Tony's going to be joining me, and some other people. I think Jack Hope's coming in during the series, first test even. So, should be fun and games.
It's been a long while since you've had some company. Although I think I came in for something.
You did come. You came in for an afternoon, yeah, on the proviso. During was it a T20? I think.
Was it a lockdown breaker? Was it a Downing Street
Probably.
party of an event?
Yeah,
I don't think it was actually.
Lots of prosecco and cake.
Did you write it off against expensives though? Because that would then
absolutely.
That would
I
then
was trying to get it in before the end of the financial year.
I've done some. Not redecorate. I've put up some shelves and sort of organised the lounge. I actually mopped the floor, which is the first time I've been mopped for 2 years. Threw out a sofa.
Talking. I'm going to leave that one just there. I'm going to go back to Fred's point about the financial year. Have I ever told you that my mother-in-law got herself induced with what became my wife? So she was born on the 3rd of April. Because back then you could claim some tax relief if you had your child before the end of the financial year.
Really?
So, yeah,
my word!
Yeah, thrifty.
Do you gentlemen know why the tax date is April the 5th?
No.
Considering the quarter date, which is 10 days before, isn't it? It's March the 25th. But when they changed over from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, we lost 10 days. Because they had to make up a couple of thousand years of missed leap years. And people said, all right, okay, they grumbled a lot, said, all right, okay, we'll have it, but we're bloody well not paying our taxes early. So they moved the tax day back 10 days, and it's still at April the 5th.
Power to the people.
Yeah.
When did they switch over?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked me that. I can't be asked to Google it.
Is this the same? I mean, that is some severe laziness.
Well, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking of the amount of leap years that were lost. What? 25 days a century?
No, because the difference between the Gregorian and the Julian is that you only have a leap year in a century year when it's divisible by 400. So 1900, 1800 and 1700 wouldn't have been leap years. under the new system because they
I've
had
heard this. Yeah.
they
And
had to-
was this the same moment where they introduced July and August into the calendar?
No, that was in the Romans. But, no, they did introduce January and February because March the 1st it used to be New Year's Day. But August, I think, was Emperor Augustus. He had it named after him, but it previously didn't have 31 days. But he insisted he had to have 31 days. So they took another day off February.
Is that right?
And of course, it's my birthday next week on the Ides of March. Same day as Julius Caesar was.
Wow.
The Ides of March when Julius Caesar was murdered.
Beware the
Two
hot bear.
bear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Well, we ought to really talk some cricket whilst I'm googling Gregorian calendar. It was in 1750, by the way.
Okay.
As we all knew. Yeah, it is a tour tomorrow, and my initial I'm going to make a slightly odd point to start with, which is that in a lot of sports you'll find when players have got an inbuilt excuse before they start, they tend not to do their best. I'll give you an example of this, like from football yesterday. Man United got thumped by their close neighbours Manchester City, and it didn't take long before a completely specious excuse, in my view, which is that they've got some kind of a temporary manager who's there till the end of the season. And the word was coming out, well, whilst there's uncertainty about the management, the players, they're not sure what they're doing, which is why, they missed straight balls and easy headers and things because they were unsure about the management. And the same is true, it occurred to me, of course, of this England cricket
What, missing
tour.
straight balls? Maybe United should sign Johnny Bairstow.
Which is that they've got a temporary management in place. And in some respects, it gives an excuse to the players before they've started, which doesn't put them at their best.
Well, and if I know anything about Paul Collingwood, he won't have any of that nonsense.
Absolutely,
well, I was going to say he won't have that in advance, but that's going to be the excuse if they don't do well. Mark my words, it will appear from one of the players or their teams, stroke representatives.
I mean, it's a hellish difficult place to go and win. I hadn't quite realised. The only time we've beaten West Indies away in the last 50 years was 2004 when I was there for two of the tests and saw Hogarth's hat-trick, Thorpe's ton in Barbados, and saw Brian Lara score 400 in Antigua. We won that series 3-0 really comfortably. Steve Harmison was the best bowler in the world at the time. But that's the only time in 50 years we've won a series in West Indies.
Yeah, and considering West Indies have for a couple of decades been some way short of the great West Indies teams we remember from our youth. That is something of a surprise.
It is, isn't it, really? I mean, I thought we should have probably won the last two series there, especially when Andrew Strauss and we were the best team in the world. We should have probably won when we were there then as well. But they have made a habit of us being completely shit at the beginning of the series and then creating completely flat decks.
Which is fair.
It's fair enough. It's fair. Of course
we didn't deserve it last time, did we? I mean, Mark Wood came out with credit, but not too many others did.
Same as the Ashes, really.
I was there for one of those tests at Antigua in 2019, and England did lose. They were a little bit unlucky. I don't think I've ever seen Stuart Broad bowl better than he did in the West Indies first innings, and he didn't take a wicket. He must have gone past the bat 25 times. Yeah. And this was the start of this specious notion that if you drop Broad for the first test match, he's going to be pumped up for the second. I think if he knows that's going to happen, I don't think it quite has the same effect.
I disagree with that. I think it does. I think he's the kind of person who thinks I shouldn't be dropped, and it makes him really angry.
Yeah, but it's not really relevant because he's not on this tour.
Well, no, of course.
No, and now with Robinson pulling out due to a back spasm, maybe there are a few regrets, a good ruining going on in the...
Well, there probably are. I mean, I kind of think that the West Indies is the tour that everyone wants to go on in it just because it's the Caribbean and it's such a beautiful place to be and it's always warm and the sea's just there and you kind of earn your stripes. And if I was Anderson and Broad just as much as anything, I wouldn't mind if I was canning drinks if I was in the Caribbean probably.
Yeah, although it's probably a bubble. It's still a bubble tour, so in some respects, it's probably worse to be locked in hotels when you've got these beaches and rum bars available, and you've got to sit, playing Xbox in your
but they'll be at something like the Rex and Lucia, obviously not in St Lucia, but the same sort of thing. I mean, these big multi, exactly. It'll be on a beach. You'll have a private beach anyway. You can probably go to.
Yeah, they'll be fine. But see what you think of this potential attack here, chap. So it's likely, Wood will be leading the attack again. Wokes, Overton, and possibly Sakib. If they play a spinner, I was reading today, it's likely to be Leach and not Parkinson, which 100% baffles me. But that, obviously Wood's got that extra pace. The others, not so sure. It looks a bit samey outside of Wood, doesn't it?
Oddly enough, English bowlers could do well in the West Indies, the way the West Indies wickets have played over the last 10 years or so, because they're not pacey wickets of old, as we well know. And there is something in it for the bowlers. There's usually something in it for the bowlers. So, oddly enough, an English line and length can work wonders.
Maybe, although Wood, as I say, was one of the few to come out of the last tour with credit with his express pace. I mean, regardless of what the pitches
that
are
was
like.
one game, wasn't it? If I recall.
Was it?
Last test, I think it was, when he got 5 for.
Yeah, I thought he bowled well the whole tour, but anyway, who knows? Someone will know. But no,
people
who've
been bothered to look these things up would know. Yeah.
with our lovable refusal,
all about our thoughts.
Our lovable refusal to do research.
It's going to be interesting, but I think we would probably all agree that the series is going to depend on England's batting rather than their bowling. As we've said for probably the last 5 series, whoever they've been playing, wherever it is in the world.
I'm just taking it as a given that we'll continue to struggle in that area.
Well, if we struggle to get runs, then it pretty much is not going to matter who the bowlers are.
Well, I don't think the West Indies, I was doing another podcast, funnily enough, last week with Dave Brooke, and
Splitter,
and he's a big West Indian fan, and he worries about their batting as well. So I mean, it's not like it's basically 2 frail batting orders and a bowling tax.
You get the feeling that day 5 rotors might be a bit of a waste of time.
Yeah.
Unless there's some weather around, which there can be. I think we had some rain in Antigua when I was there. Most disappointed. But if I recall, the game only went 3 days anyway, even with the rain. So it's
I did back in 2004, an absolute featherbed on which Lara scored his boring 400.
Yeah.
Yes. Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
Were you bored?
There was a sense of okay, that was a bit of a stupid thing to say, boring, but there was a sense of inevitability about it. It was the one where they sort of rocked up in the morning of the first day, and strangely enough, Ashley Giles got a tummy bug. And so Gareth Batty played.
That's no big deal.
And they scored 751 or something like that with his 400. And so I've told you this many times, but some entrepreneurial chap in the crowd had knocked out a load of T-shirts, and so the following day he was knocking these things out. 751 for 5. We have them now. Bear in mind they were 3-0 down in the series at the time.
Yeah,
I've still got somewhere that T-shirt. Happy days.
Probably doesn't fit anymore.
I bought it big.
Yeah, good thinking.
Super size, yes.
Yeah.
That's a lesson to any of you youngsters out there. Always err on the side of caution when it comes to T-shirt sizes.
There was a magazine called Yes, No, Sorry, a bit of a fanzine that was produced by mate of one of our mates we were on the tour with, and they had a picture of him, a guy called Kev, on the front of this magazine. Next to one of the Carib girls. They used to have these Carib girls, like dancers, sponsored by the beer.
I
Carib.
do remember.
Yeah. And the headline read, "Inside, topless." So you turn the page, and of course, inside is Kev without his top on.
Good man. Of course, it's
humour.
It's a double coated York Duke ball, though, isn't it, in the West Indies these days?
Oh, he's gone technical early.
Well,
What's that double coating of lacquer going to do for the ball, Bear?
Is this the first outing for it?
No. They used it on the last 2 tours, I think. Or they switched to it certainly before the last tour. So it's basically a bit English Duke, but yeah, it's got an extra coat of lacquer on it. So
you wouldn't have thought you needed 2 coats in the Caribbean at this time of year. Boom.
But the wickets are quite abrasive, aren't they? So that's why they have the extra.
But do you think?
But last time, what I seem to remember, the last time we were there, the ball was swinging into the 60th over when the breeze was coming in. So
it's been a bit of reverse.
No, it wasn't necessarily reverse. It was standard up, probably, and reverse as well. But yeah, I seem to remember that. I've watched a lot of cricket. I watched virtually every day of England.
You don't need to underline your credentials with us
for the last 13 years, and I don't remember a lot, but some things I do remember, and that thing I do remember.
Don't remember any one-day games.
No, very rarely. World Cup final, I remember. Funny enough, Fred.
Yes, but This is a point. I don't know whether I made this in the last podcast, but I think I did. When you're at a game, you remember it much better than when you're watching it on the telly. And the question is why? I mean, I remember meeting up with Hendo and a couple of others. Possibly, were you there, Bear? Maybe not. At the Oval for a completely meaningless 50 over game about 4 years ago or 5 years ago. I remember Juliet Clancy was there, the late Juliet Clancy. And it was a nothingy game between Surrey and Hampshire, and I remember a couple of things that happened in that game because I was there. Whereas I've watched many games on the television since, probably hundreds of hours of thousands of hours of cricket, of which I have completely no recollection. But because you can put it in a time and a place, it sticks in the memory much more. And I'm wondering if that would be true also if you were, say, a roving reporter who was watching every game of Derbyshire throughout the seasons, whether you would remember it more because you were there, or whether it would still go in a blur because it's all just one.
Maybe you should ask your friend. Is it Kevin Hand, the guy who covers all the Middlesex games?
I should ask Griff, the Derbyshire person who hasn't missed a game since about 1979,
Griff,
or something ridiculous like that. You know,
we might hear more from Welsh cricket in Boring Cricket Tweet of the Week.
Griff is a remarkable person who I think watched 1,000 consecutive days of Derbyshire cricket.
Bloody hell!
Jesus,
what a masochist.
Punishment, yeah.
Well, yeah, and the one he missed was to go to a Bruce Springsteen concert. 1,001 days ago or whatever it was.
Yeah,
which is a complete waste of time in my opinion. But he seemed to enjoy it.
It is a whole day of commitment though if you're going to watch Bruce Springsteen, 4 hours on stage.
Yeah, would have thought so. With his faux working class credentials, but and during that time, I'm wondering how many games Derbyshire won. It's probably not been all that many, so it's a bit of a slog. It's these beat people. It's what they have to do.
Well, there you go. Ask someone like that who's qualified and see what answer you get back.
Well, you see, so I was at one of these Test matches in the West Indies 2 years ago, and I remember quite a lot about it because I was there. But the other two Test matches, I'm scratching my head thinking, what the hell happened? I think Wood took some hits in one of them. I think England lost the first one.
Didn't we lose the first one, won the second, and lost the third, or something? Didn't we?
No, I think Antigua was the second one, and we lost that.
This would have been some very straightforward research to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it just goes to show, we don't pretend. We don't pretend we're everything at our fingertips.
But
I'm sure we won one last time we were there, didn't we? I mean, we'd lose the series, but
is somebody going to look it up?
Yeah, go on then. I'm going to look it up. The thing is, when was it? 2019, you reckon?
It was 2019. This time of year.
It's going to take a little bit of time, so wrap on.
And what made you choose Antigua? I mean, many things would make you choose Antigua, but was there anything in particular that made you go there?
No, it was a good time, good timing, and it was a nice place to go. I've never been to any of the places where I've never been to the West Indies before, and I was there for a week, and 3 days of it were cricket, and I had to sort of kill 4 days in Antigua, which
sounds
for
awful.
people who enjoy beaches is absolutely fantastic because they apparently have 365 beaches in Antigua, one for every day of the year. But unless you're there on leap day, in which case you're struggling. Back to Gregorian calendar, folks. But I'm not a big beach person, I have to say. So
it's nice to look at, I find.
There are some touristy things to see, some very nice and beautiful views and some interesting history.
Did you go to Shirley Heights?
I went to Shirley Heights, yes.
Beautiful.
I went to the Antigua Museum, which has got some paleontological things from a very long time ago, and a statue of Viv Richards, which is basically all you need from the museum.
Yeah.
Really.
Did you go and visit the road where he grew up, which is called Viv Richards
No,
Way
I didn't,
now?
but I wanted to go to Curtly Ambrose's childhood home, where his mother used to ring a bell outside where every time he took a wicket. But
that'd be annoying, wouldn't it?
But nobody seemed to know where it was.
When he was taking 7 for 1.
It was Sweets in Antigua. Sweets was the name of the village.
Got there.
Oh, you found it, have you?
Yeah.
Can we stop rapting then?
Yeah, you can.
Baldy and the Slapheads, wasn't that his reggae band?
Yeah, you wouldn't argue with Curtly's, but
there you go.
You wouldn't tell him what a stupid haircut that he's wearing nowadays.
Yeah, although it is.
I was correct. Right, so in the first test, West Indies 289. We were 77 all out in our first innings. Quality. They got 415 for 6 declared, and we were all out for 246. They won by 381 runs.
Close.
Could
have gone either way.
The second test, England must have batted first, got 187. West Indies got 306. We then got all out for 132, and they won, got 17 for 9 and won by 10 wickets.
That was Bravo's innings where he must have played and missed 40 times before he got to 50.
So you said that we won the second test, so you weren't...
I said we won one test, and we did win one test. We won the last test of dead rubber. Of course, we're dead rubber specialists. Well, we got 277, bowled them out 154. We then got 361 for 5 declared.
Ooh,
bowled them out.
The runs?
I'll have a look. Scorecard.
Root, presumably.
Possibly not. Let's have a look. Scorecard. In the first innings, Roy Burns was playing. Jesus, 29 he got. Typical. Josh Butler got 67 for crying out loud.
Bloody hell.
Ben Stokes got 79 in the middle order because we were at one point we were 69 for 3, 107 for 4, and then we're 232 for 5. Yes. So 67 and 79 for Butler and Stokes, and no one else got any runs really. Yeah. Extra's got 38. That's pretty good going.
And that's the one where Wood took all the wickets, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. In the first inning, and they were bowled out. Campbell got 41, and Shane Dowrich got 38. And they were all bowled out for 154. Wood got 5 for 41 in the first innings. Mo and Ali got 4 for 36. Then in the second innings, 10-23. Keaton Jennings was opening. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Joe Denley got 69. Yeah, Joe Root did get a ton. He got 122. Josh Butler got 56. So he was in the prime of his Test career. And Ben Stokes was 48 not out in the second innings.
Every time I hear Shane Dowrich, it reminds me of listening to the radio. It was when the West Indies were over here and they won the first test, and we went on to win the series, didn't we? Yeah. So after that first test match victory for West Indies, they had Carlos Brathwaite in the BBC commentary box. And he just walked past Shane Dowrich, obviously quite a height differential. And he said, there's Dowrich now, hailing me, hail shorty. And it just really made me laugh. So there we go.
He's pretty good on mic for somebody who works for another channel. Yeah.
Roston Chase got a ton in that. I think that was his maiden Test century, wasn't it?
Well, one of those games he must have took the 8th for, wasn't it? Was that the first?
Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? And in the second innings, Jimmy got 3 wickets. Oh, let's see. Yeah, he did get his 8th for. I think this his first. Yeah, it must have been that first test, wasn't it?
Maybe. While you were reading out the scores there, Bear, I said I haven't looked at the markets yet, but I think a little shrewd bet might be to go under the lowest innings score, if such a bet is possible, because England can always throw in a 60 or 70 all out, and you're probably looking at 140, 150 or something for the lowest series score innings. So there's a little tip for you there, chaps.
Yeah, it was. Chase got
8 for 31. No, it can't be that.
8 for 60.
60. That's right.
21.4 overs. Yeah. Rory Burns got 84 in the second innings in that test.
Roston the Destroyer, Chase.
If any Patreon are listening, you can probably dig out the Hendo commentary from that. It would probably be worth listening to.
Super.
Roston Chase got 8 wickets in it.
Yeah, I think he was.
Roston fucking Chase, he probably called him.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another one.
I do seem to remember him having a meltdown about how someone of Roston Chase's standards could get an 8 for.
It's a good question.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah. Considering didn't he get 5 England bowlers who have got 8 wickets in one innings on the fingers of about 2 fingers. In my lifetime, we've had Bob Willis 8 for 43.
Bob Massey.
Well, England bowlers.
England bowlers.
And Stuart Broad's 8 for 15. I'm struggling to think of any others.
Yeah.
Jimmy's best figures are 7 for something, aren't they?
Yeah, 7 for 42 or something.
She's done a couple of times.
Since Jim Laker, it probably hasn't happened all that often.
No. Well, there was that.
Eric Underwood?
There was the Kiwi, wasn't there? Got 10 for an India last against India, wasn't it? In India.
They
did get about 600 runs.
And probably got dropped for the next test.
And they got dropped.
And rightly so, yes. Because it was in New Zealand rather than in...
Well, they've been up and down now, haven't they? I mean, they've had 2 test series, got battered by Bangladesh in one test, battered them in the other, then battered South Africa in the first test and lost the second.
Yeah. South Africa are...
suddenly looking a little bit better.
Back into test match relevance.
Well, funnily enough, there's no Kolpak players anymore, are there? They're all able. They're all. Some of them are available now.
Well, they do. They've picked out a couple of people who probably wouldn't have been Kolpakers and who are doing well for them. And it's their batting which is really. I mean, their bowling has been pretty good for a few years. They've had good quality bowling, But South Africa's batting has impressed me, what I've seen of it, and they really gave India a bit of a going over at some point, because India put them under pressure, and South Africa have not been renowned in their history for coping well with pressure, especially having to get fourth innings totals. But they did really well.
Yeah, that was a weird series in that respect. I don't know if we talked about this in the last pod, but
I think India won the first one, South Africa won the second one. I'm guessing now.
They did. No.
2-1, didn't they?
Yeah. South Africa won 2-1. They lost the first one. It was close, and they won the two. But in the second two,
they needed to get about 250 in the fourth innings, which is never a gimme.
Well, the weird thing of
the attack of India.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, that series, it was all low scoring total. So in the first test, India won by not many on sort of 250 sort of totals.
Yeah.
And then in the next two tests, India got sort of 220, 240 in the first innings, and South Africa managed to sort of get with it.
50 plus, yeah.
No, they didn't. In both tests they were behind on first innings, and then bowled India out for a similar
in the third innings,
similar sort of score
in the fourth or something.
Yeah, exactly. And then
You're
kind of
listening to old men vaguely remembering cricket matches. Which only happened about a month and a half ago.
Yeah, true, but I wasn't really watching them. I was just quite surprised that exactly that South Africa didn't choke. And of course, our brethren Guerrilla Cricket South Africa actually got given the fucking rights, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean,
good for them.
Good for them indeed. I thought they would be available for not very much, and I think I was vindicated on that score. But of course, in the world of COVID, it's not so easy to. And it's not as much fun, to be honest. If we talk about, we always like to be at grounds, and we'd like to, do more live commentary from grounds if possible. But it's really not much fun when you're in bubbles and testing and locked up in hotel rooms. It's not what it was.
No, totally. Well, it should all change this year. Anyway, World War III's coming along. We don't have to worry about it. So.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that to get to sort of the West Indies and South Africa and places like that.
Well, there'll be a nuclear winter. I won't worry about it. There'll be no cricket.
Cheery.
What's that going to do to pitches, Bear?
Well, they'll be wet and cold. I don't know if you've been getting out.
So bad news for spinners, you say?
Light issues, man, everywhere.
Well, they might have to start playing more with pink ball. So that should.
In snow.
Yeah. Well, on that cheery note, we ought to do one of our very many and highly prized segments. So I'm going to ask Grubby to give us his blank. Insert blank here where I can put in the jingle.
Grubby's been scouring Twitter while sitting on the shitter to find a fact about which he can speak. But interesting cannot be. It's the boring cricket tweet of the week.
Yeah, well, this week I've got a short list of 3 for you chaps. This, as you've just heard from the lovely jingle, is Boring Cricket Tweet of the Week. And what I do, I type cricket into Twitter and see what it throws back at me, and I hand-pick, for your aural pleasure, a short list, which the chaps then vote on to see which is the most boring. Huge.
We need. Is there a Welsh one?
Inevitably, because
Excellent.
I do skew it. Sometimes I put Wales cricket or Welsh cricket.
Oh,
God.
Yeah.
And that is indeed the first
You
one.
can't do that.
Fred hates it when I load the dice, but it makes me laugh. Stephen Hedges has tweeted the following: Museum of Welsh Cricket launches an enhanced website.
Ooh.
Well,
potential excitement in that boredom.
We've mentioned
enhanced how?
We've mentioned the Museum of Welsh Cricket in the past.
Oh, we have.
And actually, I think.
Do you think he works for them? Is he the curator or something?
I think there was a Tony. I think there was a Tony Cottee exhibition which I was quite keen to go and see the cricketer. That is. Okay, so that's from Stephen Hedges.
I'm wondering what's in a museum of Welsh cricket. I mean,
Or
some
indeed
momentous
enhancement.
events have happened in Welsh cricket, not least Gary Sobers hitting 660s in an over.
Exactly, yeah.
At Swansea. But I'm not sure you could make an entire museum out of that.
Oh, you could. They've probably got the ball from that.
I think there was more than one ball because he hit one out of the ground and halfway to the mumbles. And Will Fuller was commentating.
Went down the road after the 68 bus.
Well, I mean, presumably it's anything that happens in Glamorgan, or whatever, or Cardiff. So
the other parts of Wales.
There's probably an article, for Monty and Jimmy.
It's a museum, isn't it?
Yeah,
a museum.
You're not going to have an article in a museum.
Well, no, they'll have one of those poor poster boards. In the old days, you'd have black and white photos or something with a description next to it. I imagine it's one of those sorts.
I wonder if they've got a full area dedicated to England's murdering of Bangladesh in the 2019 World Cup, a game that my family and I were all at.
Cardiff match of Jimmy and Monty.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I just said.
Is that Welsh cricket? I mean, that's sort of England.
Cricket in Wales, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's cricket in Wales, exactly. That's what I mean.
A side point, I don't know if I've mentioned this before. I've mentioned most of my anecdotes before. There used to be somewhere on the internet, on YouTube, an interview with Gary Sobers and Malcolm Nash, who was the bowler who went for the 660s, being interviewed at the same time, sitting next to each other, by I think it was Will Fuller of BBC Wales at the end of that day. Which was quite interesting, not least because when Malcolm Nash was being talked to, Gary Sobers was smoking.
Yeah.
And you don't see many sportsmen smoking in post-match interviews anymore. And he would have a quick drag, and then he'd come back to him and he'd blow a smoke ring and give his answer. But Malcolm Nash was a medium fast left arm bowler, and that over was what was always described as an experimental over of
I was going to say, I thought he bowled slow that over. Yeah.
Well, he only bowled that over slow. He didn't normally bowl slow. He was a persevering seamer who must have bowled many thousands of overs for Glamorgan in his life.
Do you think
people only remember him for that one over of...
do you think he was tempted to shelve that experiment after the
Well, you think after 4 balls, you think maybe I'll go back. And no,
he's not expecting it this one.
It's not going so well, this.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, so that's your first Boring Cricket Tweet of the Week. Museum of Welsh Cricket launches an enhanced website from Stephen Hedges. Now, this next tweeter has appeared in Boring Cricket Tweet of the Week before.
Boring person.
None other than Sachin Tendulkar. Now, there's a rather heartwarming image that's been doing the rounds on Twitter and other platforms where the Pakistan cricket captain, women's cricket captain, Bisma Maroof, brought her 6-month-old baby into the Indian women's team sort of huddle and dressing room. And there's some very cute images, it's heartwarming stuff. But made utterly sick-making by this from Sachin, who tweets that image and says, "What a lovely moment. Cricket has boundaries on the field, but it breaks them all off the field."
Oh, fuck off. I'm going to throw up.
Shut up, Sachin.
Exactly. He wins. He wins. Don't he want to hear the third?
Well, boring or is that the word? Emetic sick-making. What do you think?
Yeah, puke-inducing.
I'll leave that.
Yeah.
I've got one more for you. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. This is from somebody called Dan Jads. You ever come across him on Twitter? Dan Jads.
I don't look at Twitter.
J-A-D-Z.
Everybody on Twitter. So.
No, but a good portion of them you have. And he I think it's a he. He writes, "Oi, what cricket bat should I get this year?" Now, firstly, I just thought a bit rude to start a tweet with the word "oi."
Frankly, I'd be prepared to answer him if he hadn't taken that tone.
I don't mind that, shouting into the void.
Yeah, it says it all.
Well, you got people replying to him. I think he didn't deserve any replies. He didn't deserve any replies for that rudeness. But again, is it boring or is it just rude?
It's not really boring, no.
So we've got one that is sick-making, one that's a bit rude, and one that's a bit
really boring,
administrative. So there you go. Stephen Hedges, Sachin Tendulkar, or Dan Jads. Who gets it, chaps?
Theoretically, Stephen Hedges is the most boring tweet, but I'm still going for Sachin because it's just puke inducing.
I'm as usual. I'm going to go for the Welsh.
Yeah. So I think that's largely unanimous, apart from the bear.
Well, no, I said it should be, but
he did say he should get it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not even 70%. I did tweet something
it's
about
an
Welsh the
administrative
other day
team
as well, so I may be getting a bit of a reputation about being anti-Welsh, but it's not really true. I quite like Wales when I've been there. I tweeted this.
I do like
This
a
was-
Welsh accent.
This was a quote from a history book I was reading, of course, about the era, Grubby, of
what
the Plantagenets, who often crop up on this show. In early 1141, with Lincoln threatened by the king, Robert of Gloucester came to the rescue from the west with an army of what one chronicler called a dreadful and unendurable number of Welsh.
Chronicler, what a great job title.
Well,
crazy
Celts diaries at the time, but I thought that was worth tweeting out. So people have been considering them boring or worse for a very long time. So definitely got to vote for the Welsh Museum.
Our love affair with Wales continues.
Absolutely.
Well done,
I like
Stephen
Welsh.
Hedges.
I do like the Welsh.
I've had some great times in Wales, including with a bear.
Indeed. When we
Who
couldn't
was
see
stoned on air.
Stoned on air, couldn't see bugger all, and really quite tired. With two teams that we couldn't see the numbers on the back of their chest, and we didn't have the bloody video feed, did we?
And this was not cricket. This was broadcasting to the
world. Genius.
The official ICC
official
radio channel.
ICC feed, yes, of Afghanistan versus Sri Lanka at the 2019 Cricket World Cup. And I didn't recognise any of the players.
No, exactly.
Other than Lassie Malinga.
It was really quite tricky.
Was bowling.
It was really quite tricky. I mean, I got some stories for the day, didn't I?
Well, you should have done.
You did it on the Mail Online again.
No. This is on the Mail Online. But I, of course, have to mention Hank the Tank. Have you heard of Hank the Tank?
No.
Hank the Tank, man. Hank the Tank is a bear.
Don't be a nurse.
Where are my stories of the day? Have they disappeared, or did I put it on this one? Hank the Tank. Hank the Tank. I'll tell you what. You look at a picture of Hank the Tank. Hank the Tank is a fucking enormous
You keep saying
bear.
Hank the Tank. I mean, tell
Hank
us
the
what's
Tank,
going on.
Hank the Tank is a bear. He was a burglar bear in California. But the picture of him, I mean, he is absolutely enormous. He looks totally obese. Apparently, he likes human food, and the story says basically he might not have hibernated because he's probably hiked up on sugar. And food is so readily available that he doesn't actually need to hibernate. 227 kilo black bear, but he's been rampaging through people's houses, and they were going to put him down.
What part of the world?
California, Dakota, California, Dakota border. I think it's Lake Tahoe area.
That's Nevada. No,
Nevada, yeah, the California-Nevada border. But they were going to shoot him and put him down. But thankfully, Hank the Tank is actually not just a singular Hank the Tank, and apparently a bunch of bears around there have.
Turns out there's a whole family of.
Yeah, well, they DNA tested
who
them.
like their food.
Exactly.
Where are we going with this?
Well, they've been breaking into people's houses literally while they're in there, but not threatening the people and just going for the fridge and shit. I quite like the idea.
This
of
is
that.
something new. I mean, we know bears are always going after campers and stealing their food. It's only when they don't find food that they sort of go after people, isn't it?
Well, we're back. I don't know where our people are. They should be here.
We're here.
Oh, you are there. Who's there?
Yep. And Hattie's there as well. Although she's on mute.
Hello, Hattie. Let me go and open the window. Hold on. And there's a third man.
Hello.
I thought he was supposed to be.
Hello.
Hey, how we doing?
Yeah,
good.
We're good.
It's alright, I'm
You're still up, Messi.
Sorry,
You're still up. What time is it in Perth?
it is. It's only 1:45.
Only
So I don't usually
wow.
go to bed before
It's not
2.
too bad, is it? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's acceptable.
I don't have to get up until I feel like getting up. So what the hell? So where are we going this afternoon? Do you reckon, Jack?
Well, I think it's probably was quite an interesting morning, wasn't it, for the prognosis of the cricket match. I think England probably just edging ahead, bearing in mind the batting fourth penalty that you'd normally factor in here. Although it does still look like a pretty comfortable wicket for batting as Joe Root faces up to the first ball of the afternoon session and defends it towards point. Jason Holder, the bowler. Should we have some jingles, Bear?
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he
Love it, David. Hello. Joe's jingle.
Here he is, and the England captain. There's a slip and a gully in as Holder delivers and Root defends again. And there's a leg side catcher in the vicinity as well.
Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for an over or two.
I can't believe how much I've missed those jingles, honestly. I've missed them almost as much as I've missed you guys, honestly.
Oh dear, isn't that sweet?
It's being genuine messes.
Well, of course, you can always delve into the archive and just constantly replay jingles.
No thanks,
Out
I
of
haven't got
context then.
No thanks.
Yeah, we could do that, couldn't we? We could do anything, really. There are no rules in these parts.
That's very true.
I think we missed a ball in there. There's another dot ball. There's 3 bowled so far. But we've got a little pause. There's also a point, a cover, mid on and mid off in, and a couple of leg side sweepers in the field. As Holder sends one down wide of off stump and Root lets it pass through. The sun is shining. There's a little bit of a breeze. It looks like the wind might have died down from earlier on when all of the food stands were being buffeted and blustered
and barbecued.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty decent for starting your barbecue, actually, isn't it? The sea breeze.
I was just thinking another thing verb to go with be, actually. Buffeted, barbecued.
England are off the mark after lunch. Root turning a short delivery from Holder into the leg side. Runs out to the fielder in the deep on the square boundary. And they walk through for a leisurely single, taking the lead to 9.
Yeah, it's a long way to go to start the game all over again, isn't it? 3.5 days in, we're just getting off the ground.
Yeah, it is a bit like that. I'd say it's well set up, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Well, if the women's Ashes Test match is anything to go by, then we're in for a thriller.
Yeah, well.
Changing the field for the last delivery of the over. The West Indies have brought another player in square of the wicket on the leg side in the ring, which means there's no point at the moment. As Crawley faces up, it's wide off stump and he leaves alone. Crawley batting, well, with an exaggerated off stump guard at the moment. Messi Jez, you're Mr. Tweets.
I am indeed. We haven't got a lot. People are still at lunch. Although not Fred Titmus tweeted in to say that was that was the best lunchtime segment ever, which is a surprise. And Neil Harris says, was the Bear high on that podcast, talking about being high in Wales? I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. And the thing about that podcast is that the Bear can do it from home rather than from the studio, so he can be, shall we say, considerably more relaxed when he does it. If that's a fair description, Bear. Yeah, he's nodding to that. So he's not denying it anyhow. And Leah says, England 72 for 1. What is this shit? It's like commanding an American Civil War battle that starts at 7 a.m. and makes it to noon, with only one brigade commander blackout drunk.
Alzari Joseph is the man who will take the ball at the other end for the West Indies.
That was a very tortured analogy, Leah.
Something weird has happened there. Joseph has bowled a ball and Root's backed away, but right at the last minute, and Joseph has sort of followed him. So Root kind of lucky to not be hit. We'll go again. That was a bit of a false start there. Fall from Joseph and whipped nicely off his toes by Root towards the deep square boundary. Will just be a single. There's a sweeper out there. Another run for the England captain. Those moved to 22. Starting to look a little bit more fluent.
doesn't have that sense of grind that yesterday did, does it?
No.
It seems to be less. I don't know if the bowling's looser or the pitch has just got a little bit more in it for the batsman in terms of pace.
I'm not sure entertainment is exactly what Nkrumah Bonner brings to the table as well, is it?
That's true, yeah.
I think it's a good innings, but it wasn't a classic. As Joseph sends one wide of off stump to Crawley, who leaves alone again.
Indeed, more function than form.
Yeah, exactly. Crawley's looked pretty good for the runs he's accumulated.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he's changed his guard, hasn't he? Much like Bairstow did, so more on the off stump line, so that he knows what to leave easier, I think.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. As Root faces up, short on his pads. Not Root, I'm sorry, it was Crawley. Who flicks out towards deep backwards square leg for 1. 75 up. Mini landmark for England.
Yeah, they raised their 50 partnership up in a couple of balls ago as well, didn't they?
Zach Crawley averaging 40 in 2022. Maybe this is the beginning of a new dawn for the England opener. As Root plays a little drop and run behind square on the offside, well placed. And they come through for that single with a fair degree of comfort. And Nkrumah Bonner doing the backing up with sharp hands. The lead stretching into double digits, up to 12 now.
Warren's just retweeted a tweet from the BBC News saying India accidentally fires a missile into Pakistan and says, how close are we to 12 on the doomsday clock? Yeah, it's pretty scary, isn't it?
Zach Crawley knocks that one into the leg side. Fielded by mid-wicket, no run. How do you accidentally fire a missile? I mean, presumably
Really
someone has to press a button at some point.
If you're in America, it happens.
You could accidentally lose control of your dog, couldn't you?
Just let go of the reins, yeah.
Yeah. Accidentally fire.
There's quite a distance between the two different things, though, isn't there? You know, there's lose your dog here and there's fire a missile there. It's a long way.
Joseph's lost his line a little bit with the last delivery of the over onto Crawley's hip, and he takes a very comfortable single down to fine leg. 4 from the over. England's lead up to 13. Any other missile-based news on Twitter?
Not missile-based, but on Twitter, Farong says, interesting session this one. If England can get to, say, 3 for 100 or 120 in terms of the lead, not actual runs, then can possibly aim to set 230 to 260 for the Windies to chase down in, say, 65 to 70 overs tomorrow. Yeah, it's well set up for something along those lines. And Neil Harris says, Hattie may not want to mention the Ashes too much. I think it's traumatising to the Bear. I think it's traumatising to a lot of the English. Although, to be fair, I think thick skins have been grown over a long period of time for that sort of activity. In response to the question of whether the bear was high, Warren says there's a Pope shit in the woods. Brian says, gorillas in my ears and gorillas in my face. Friday afternoon beer time in Northampton, and he sends us a picture of his beer, which is it's got a very ugly looking gorilla on the glass.
Older.
Oh,
there's sent down a ball while you've been talking about beer.
Sorry.
Came off the inside edge of Crawley's bat and bounced to the man at square leg. There was no run. There's a little bit more of a leg side feel to Crawley. I was talking an over ago about how he's set up well across his stumps, covering all three with his pads. I think clearly the West Indies have decided that his weakness may be the strength, if that makes sense, as they're going very straight to him and hoping for a catch, I think. with a heavy leg side field. He defends that one up to mid on with a very straight bat. Not that time.
I should say to Brian, thank you, Brian. I actually helped one of the cans of beer that you very kindly sent me during the Ashes yesterday. Not a fast drinker sometimes, but it's very nice, that Tasmanian IPA.
Yeah, is it hoppy? Is it fruity? Has it got a good scent on the nose? Holder goes very full, bit of a half volley, and Crawley hits it back to him. Good fielding from the bowler as he reaches down using those long limbs to cut off what would probably have been runs.
So I'm an old-fashioned sort of guy when it comes to beer. I'm not too big on the nose for beer. I'm more on the taste. It actually tastes really nice. It's not too heavy. It's got a freshness to it.
Okay.
I like a good IPA.
Well, that's quite a modern man, I think, even liking IPA. I think, personally, it's lager for me all the way.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
quite an 80s sort of drink.
Possibly. Crawley pulls one with a lot of control there, gets well on top of it, rolls his wrists, it goes through the leg side, out to the man on the boundary. They come through for another single.
Brian Barry says, Hattie, my day has been instantly bright.
What have I done?
There you go. Because you've arrived.
I'm pleased to hear it. Thank you.
Yeah. And Root will face the last delivery of the over. It's not the last, the penultimate delivery of the over. And picks up a single into the leg side. Holder getting a little too straight there. Quite easy for the batter to rotate the strike and score to bowling like that.
Leah says it's about 3.5 seconds to midnight at this point. And she's also said she's been to the Vatican and there are no woods in the vicinity. If he does, he has to set off for shit for about 30 minutes in advance by helicopter.
Last delivery of the over is again whipped into the leg side. The leg trap failing to trap anyone or prevent any runs. The last 3 deliveries of that over. Crawley moves to 49, so he'll be looking for a landmark on strike next over. England are 80 for 1, leading by 16.
Oh dear, this is a bit scary. Brian says, accidentally fire a missile. As an ex-explosives person from a defence force, I can say this happens all too easily. My workplace had a t-shirt with a picture and a caption saying, click whoosh bang, and a second shirt said, click bang fuck. That's a bit fucking scary, Brian. It's just as well you got out before one ended up hitting you.
There's been a no ball, so we're going to have a replay of the final delivery of Holder's over.
The time was spotting it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Moves England up to 81. Joe Root's getting the sight screen rearranged before the final delivery is bowled. And we get going for this mini event. This Holder delivers a short ball that actually does get out the surface a little bit, and Root doesn't fully control it. Pops up slightly, but there's no short fielder in the leg side, so it falls safely, trickles towards the man at short mid-wicket, and they do not run.
So Josie Oak tweets the tweet of a man who has suffered badly, I think, and been mistreated while he was in Australia. It says lager is not beer, it's piss.
That's what some people call cider.
It's funny, all these things vary so much. I mean, you can't just call cider cider. There are so many different ciders these days.
That's right.
Got a lovely little craft cider place up the road from me where they make some amazing cider. Incredibly alcoholic too. So we're up to date on tweets.
Oh wow. God, that's very good work after you shamed yourself earlier in the day.
Although I've just discovered a whole string of stuff on YouTube.
Oh, we will get to that shortly. As Alzari Joseph is in wide off stump, left alone, taken knee high by De Silva behind the stumps. Do you want to squeeze a couple in?
Yeah, Dan DeCastro says, why does it seem batting is easier each day? Within that, Holder has been the pick of the bowlers for both teams. I'd agree with that. And he said the Women's World Cup yesterday was thrilling. There's been some good games in the Women's World Cup, actually. I like Rutan at 3. He protects the break-up of openers normally weak. Didn't work well first innings this time, but it's working this time. And surely England winning easily now. Pitch will surely deteriorate tomorrow. I think England winning easily is something that should never be spoken of in advance.
Crawley goes for a little drive there. Picks out mid-on though. And so they don't pick up any runs. A little bit more intent after they've taken their time to settle back in after lunch. I think the draw's the favourite, to be honest. We're all saying this pitch is going to do something. The something looks like it's going to get slower, if that's even possible. As Crawley has a huge waft outside off stump. Doesn't connect with the ball. It passes through to De Silva. I think he might have just got bored there. It's a terrible, terrible shot.
Terrible ball, really. It was there to be hit. It's a little whoosh.
Yeah, the bookies are with you. West Indies are now at 5-1. England about 9-2, and the draw is what is that? $1.32. So that's heavy odds on, isn't it?
Is that 3-1 on? I don't know how the
somewhere around there.
Yeah. Another ball from Joseph, passes by outside off stump. Crawley leaves it alone.
It's interesting you say about Holder being the best of the bowlers on both sides. Obviously his economy rate has been absolutely outstanding. He just doesn't give. I just don't think. Yes, he doesn't give the batsman anything to hit, which is the idea, isn't it? I suppose you just don't want to do that. However, it's I just don't think he's challenged the batsman enough. Yes, you're just not giving them anything to hit, but he's not beaten the bat. It's just they just leave the balls alone, which is why 5 overs for 8. Well, how many times has he gone outside? Beating the outside edge as a edge drop short or stuff like that. Not many times, I would suggest.
Joseph bowls another delivery which Root defends. I think that's probably a fair point. Although the flip side of that is to sort of ask, has any bowler regularly beaten the bat in this game?
Quite exactly. Which is why the scores were pretty much even up until.
We've got a rain break, unfortunately. We saw the groundsmen running for their canvas while you were making that point, Hattie. And when the rain has arrived, it's clouded over. It looks a little bit gloomy there. Hopefully it won't be for too long. We've seen that a lot of these showers really do pass quite quickly. It's just important to keep the pitch dry. So it's it doesn't even look to me here anyway that they've gone for the big sheet. It looks like just the strip. Nope, here comes the big sheet.
The big one's coming.
Just a little later.
The wind's strong.
Yeah, the players have left the field. Sometimes that's a good indication of what's going to happen next. The players will just stand there and wait for it to pass, but it does look like they're going to head back to the dressing room, so we might have a short break here.
Yeah. So here's, I'd respond to your comment about Holder like this. In the first innings, Holder and Roach both bowled 21 overs, right? And they both got 2 wickets. But Holder's cost 24 runs, Roach's cost 86 runs. And in a game like this, where it's hard work making runs, 62 runs is a lot of difference. So, it's not a match where you're going to beat the bat a lot, but that persistence is, I think, something that earns wickets. And if you had two people at both ends that economical, I think you'd lose more wickets simply because of the pressure that it brings.
Yeah, and you can kind of compare those two. Bless you. You can kind of.
Bless you.
That was my daughter. You can kind of. She sneezes a lot louder than me. You can, in a way, compare Holder and Roach in that instance with Walsh and Ambrose. Walsh would be less economical than Ambrose, and and Ambrose would give them absolutely nothing to hit, and then Roach would pick up the wickets at the other end.
It's really blowing. I said it might be a short break, but I think we might be off a slightly longer than I originally teased. We've had some good camera footage where you've been talking away there of England cricket fans holding on to pub umbrellas and trying not to get blown away. People hiding under blankets quite poorly, and the ground staff having a real battle with the big sheet, trying to keep it on the square. And the score is 81-1. Zach Crawley scored 49 of those runs for England. On the verge of a 50, he hopes.
It's alright. Sorry to interrupt you, Jack. I've just spotted Roach and Holder's bowling figures, which are absolutely identical, bar the fact that Roach has picked up the solitary wicket that's fallen so far.
There you go.
Yes, Jazz, have we got anything on Twitter before I go through
say, I was just looking on, on Cricket Info. Walsh and Ambrose, you're right, Walsh's economy rate was 2.53 per over and Ambrose 2.3. Their bowling averages. Ambrose took 405 wickets at 20.99. Walsh 519 wickets at 24.44. That's pretty fucking amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty good
again,
going.
over 1,000 wickets between them. I mean, okay, so my point about Ambrose getting more wickets and Walsh set them up for him was kind of like flipped, hasn't it? Really, that defeats my point. Walsh got more, but in all the matches that I saw, like in the 90s and until they retired in 2000, that's basically what I saw. Yeah.
Really getting a hosing, I think. So I suspect we might actually be in for a 20-30 minute break.
Well, yeah. I was just wondering.
I might. I'll bring us up to date on tweets, and then we can maybe have a break. Warren says have to be grateful that Brian Barish didn't fire a missile into Canada, allegedly. Farong says if the oil prices are making you angry, just remember that I can do you a good deal on electrical pedal-powered rickshaws. You or yours. Make me an offer. Can even give it a test run if you come to watch England play Bangladesh this time next year.
Well, they're bringing out more. Yeah, it looks like it's raining quite.
Yeah, they're going to cover the bowlers' run-ups here, so I think we probably are done with the cricket for a little while. The weather forecast is decent for the rest of the day, so I think it will be back, but we might not be. As in the Trinity.
The Trinity of you three. Yeah. Well. We are supposed to have a change, but as it is due for a change, maybe we'll just go back to the podcast whilst
that's good. You hear the rest of it.
Apart from
so are we signing off then? Or?
Yeah, for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, I'm back on again in 3 hours or so.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
No, you won't, my darling, but I will see you when I see you.
Yes.
Okay. Take care.
Toodles.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. I actually shut down the page it was on, so I'm gonna have to open it up again.
Bloody.
Sorry about this, people.
I forgot you was.
Sorry?
I forgot you were still there, man.
Yeah, I'm trying. He's logging me in. I don't want to be logged in. I want the screen set that I had before. Right, I'm just going to wind it through that podcast. Let's get started.
5 seconds of silence. Finish.
Fred will be happy you've got it back on anyhow.
Yeah, there we go.
It was a way of, showing
back.
their military superiority.
Yeah,
by
having the skull of your enemy. That's
as tableware. Yeah,
quite symbolic, isn't it?
Yeah. Ooh,
And
it's not like your usual stories about a bloke getting his penis caught in a blender or something like that.
Well, no.
Yeah, it says it all.
Well, you got people replying to him. I think he didn't deserve any replies. He didn't deserve any replies for that rudeness. But again, is it boring or is it just rude?
It's not really boring, no.
So we've got one that is sick making, one that's a bit rude, and one that's a bit
really
of
boring.
Administrative. So it's there you go. Stephen Hedges, Sachin Tendulkar, or Dan Jads. Who gets it, chaps?
Theoretically, Stephen Hedges is the most boring tweet, but I'm still going for Sachin because it's just pure conviction.
I'm, as usual, I'm going to go for the Welsh.
Yeah. So I think that's largely unanimous, apart from the bear.
Well, no, I said it should be, but
who did say he should get it?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not even 70%. I did tweet something
it's
about
an administrative
the Welsh the other day
tweet.
as well, so I may be getting a bit of a reputation about being anti-Welsh, but it's not really true. I quite like Wales when I've been there. I tweeted this.
I do like a Welsh accent.
This was a quote from a history book I was reading, of course, about the era, Grubby, of
what?
The Plantagenets, who often crop up on this show. In early 1141, with Lincoln threatened by the king, Robert of Gloucester came to the rescue from the west with an army of what one chronicler called a dreadful and unendurable number of Welsh.
Chronicler, what a great job title.
Well,
crazy Celts.
diaries at the time, but I thought that was worth tweeting out. So they, people have been considering them boring or worse for a very long time. So definitely going to vote for the Welsh Museum.
Our love affair with Wales continues.
Absolutely.
Well done,
like
Stephen Hedges.
I do like the Welsh.
I've had some great times in Wales, including with the bear.
Indeed. When we couldn't see
stoned on air.
Stoned on air, couldn't see bugger all, and really quite tired. With two teams that we couldn't see the numbers on the back of their chest, and we didn't have the bloody video feed, did we?
And this was not really cricket, this was broadcasting to the
world. Genius.
The official ICC radio channel.
ICC feed, yes, of Afghanistan versus Sri Lanka at the 2019 Cricket World Cup. And I didn't recognise any of the players.
No, exactly.
Other than Lasith Malinga.
It was really quite tricky.
Was bowling.
It was really quite tricky. I mean, I got some stories for the day, didn't I?
Well, you should have done.
You did it on the Mail Online again?
No. This is on the Mail Online. But I, of course, have to mention Hank the Tank. Have you heard of Hank the Tank?
No.
Hank the Tank, man. Hank the Tank is a bear.
Don't be a nurse.
Where are my stories of the day? Have they disappeared, or did I put it on this one? Hank the Tank. Hank the Tank. I'll tell you what. You look at a picture of Hank the Tank. Hank the Tank is fucking enormous.
You keep saying
bear.
Hank the Tank. I mean,
Hank the Tank. What's going on? Hank the Tank is a bear. He was a burglar bear in California. But the picture of him, I mean, he is absolutely enormous. He looks totally obese. Apparently, he likes human food, and the story says basically he might not have hibernated because he's probably hiked up on sugar. And food is so readily available that he doesn't actually need to hibernate. 227 kilo black bear, but he's been rampaging through people's houses, and they were going to put him down.
What part of the world?
California, Dakota. California, Dakota border. I think it's Lake Tahoe area.
That's Nevada.
Nevada, yeah, the California-Nevada border. But they were going to shoot him and put him down. But thankfully, Hank the Tank is actually not just a singular Hank the Tank, and apparently a bunch of bears around there have.
Turns out there's a whole family of bears.
Yeah, well, they DNA tested
who
them.
like their food.
Exactly.
Where are we going with this?
Well, they've been breaking into people's houses literally while they're in there, but not threatening the people and just going for the fridge and shit. Quite like the idea.
This isn't something new. I mean, we know bears are always going after campers and stealing their food. It's only when they don't find food that they sort of go after people, isn't it?
Well, exactly. And so these bears are, usually they shoot them as well if they're dangerous, but this one they're not going to. They're just going to take them away.
Well, let me tell you, if a bear walks into my house, I wouldn't be in the house very long.
No, exactly. He just ran away.
For one reason or another.
But he rips through garage doors and shit, but it's not surprising when you see him. He is like a tank. That's why he's called Hank the Tank.
Yeah, you mentioned.
What's the name of the bear, though?
Hank, the Tank.
Oh, right, yeah. Sorry.
Has he got a name, this bear?
Yeah, it'd be Hank.
Is he likened to a certain piece of military equipment?
Well, he is.
Good thinking.
A tank.
Ah, clever.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
My next story.
We've milked this for as long as we can.
Yeah.
I'm not milking a bear.
Well, you never know. It might taste good. Box of human heads stolen from Denver truck. I was like, what?
Denver truck sounds like an American footballer.
A thief broke into a freight truck in Denver this week and made out with some macabre cargo. A box of human heads. According to a release from the Denver Police Department, the truck was parked, and this box was marked exempt human specimen. And there was just basically a bunch of heads going off for human research. And someone nicked them.
What did they do with them?
Oh, fuck knows. The police have asked if anyone finds a bag of discarded heads, please get in touch with us.
I wonder if they were indigenous Americans or possibly Vikings who used to scalp people and cover these skulls in gold and use them as bowls. Did you know that? That was a bit of a Viking thing. It was a way of, showing their military superiority.
Having the skull of your enemy, that's
as tableware. Yeah,
quite symbolic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
it's not like your usual stories about a bloke getting his penis caught in a blender or something like that.
Well, no, also...
Hang on a minute, he's not finished yet, though.
Yeah, well, no. We've got 2 world records. 2 world records.
Yeah.
The world record for walking underwater in one breath.
Voluntarily?
Yeah. Croatian free diver, walked on the bottom of a pool for 350 feet.
That's not easy.
No, it's not. He did it. He was under there for 3 minutes and 6 seconds. 351 feet and 5 inches, and on the bottom of a pool. Said it was really easy. Didn't have to train because he's so used to free driving and apneic breathing, which means whilst moving underwater he can hold his breath. But he's in the previous record, which is 314 feet and 11.5 inches.
So see, the amount of time he held his breath for, just over 3 minutes, is nothing if you're a free diver. They hold their breath for like 7 or 8 minutes sometimes.
Precisely, and whilst moving as well, you're using up the oxygen in your bloodstream. So but it's still obviously it's.
Is this an official Guinness Book of World Record? Because there was a time. I mean, we used to. I don't know about the two of you. Probably used to sort of get this as a present or something once a year.
I get it for my daughter every year. Well, she used to like it.
You'd think, which one should we try? And it's probably not best to get sort of 11-year-olds thinking, let's try and do the holding your breath underwater for as long as possible thing to break the record, because it could have slightly difficult consequences.
There was one I heard the other day. They were going to break the world record for reading a children's story to the most number of people, and it was only about 1,000 people. I thought we could do it. You could just hire Plough Lane and just about break that record.
800 people. Not on a Tuesday night, you probably get 470.
The tiger who came to tea, something like that.
Exactly. Could do that.
It's a bit of a stupid record, isn't it?
Well, a lot of these records are really stupid, and this one is particularly stupid. Polish guy, second world record of the week, done on March the 4th. Spends 3 hours in ice for Guinness World Record. Basically, a Polish endurance enthusiast broke the world record in Lithuania by spending 3 hours and 28 minutes with his body submerged in ice. And they've got a picture of it. He's basically in a big glass cube with his head sticking out at the top of a pile of ice cubes. Now, surely it beat the previous record, 2 hours and 35. Well, exactly. I mean, that is actually really quite painful.
No, thank you.
And surely you end up with hypothermia and your blood frozen.
Honestly, the Guinness Book of Records hasn't been the same since Ross McWhirter got murdered by the IRA.
Wow.
He wouldn't have encouraged these things.
No, I don't know. So that's that's my stories of the week. 2 world records and Hank the Tank and a box of human heads.
Well, if any of our listeners come across the box of human heads, please do contact the Denver police. Was it Denver? And let them know where you found them, because if you want to get a hat, find some heads.
I mean, do you think they notify the people whose bodies, relatives of heads?
No, they're going to keep quiet about it.
Yeah. Well, they haven't kept really quiet about it because it's in the news.
Well, they've kept quiet about who the heads belong to.
But everyone will be going, was that my dad died last week? He had cancer of the brain. And you're going, that's precisely. Was that my dad's head?
And I'm going to sue you for $40 million.
Oh, well, exactly, yeah.
that's probably why they won't. We did ask, or the Bear put out a couple of tweets. Some might say in a desperate grab for ratings from what would be called pod bosses by a British tabloid newspaper. Pod bosses in desperate grab for ratings. He put out a tweet saying it's time for the grumpy old gits, that's us, to get on the mics and do another random podcast. As such, we thought it might be nice to ask you, our adoring public, citation required, whether you have any questions or indeed advice for us. Just reply to this tweet. And we did have a couple of replies. A chap called, I'm assuming it's a chap called Ronnie Omelette, which was a great name. He says, do you feel compelled to reward the listeners by sending a commentary team to the West Indies and broadcasting live from a hot tub?
So we're off, first class, no expenses.
Absolutely, I'd love to be doing it from a hot tub in the West Indies.
I'm wondering how that would reward the listeners.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I suppose if we had the camera on, I don't know if that'd be a reward, actually. Yeah, exactly.
No.
A couple of beached whales in a pool in a hot tub.
I'm obviously getting old because I'm thinking, ooh, electrical equipment in the hot tub.
Well, yeah, there will be that too.
Yeah.
I've never actually had an ambition to watch a cricket game from a hot tub.
Don't they have a swimming pool at one of the grounds in the West Indies?
Yeah, they used to. Sandals, who were their sponsors. Well, I'm not sure if that's continuing because the owner of Sandals died last year. He was a great supporter of West Indies cricket. I wonder if they're going to carry on supporting them.
Sandals
now
in
that
the
he's
bin.
gone. But we've had this argument before. You know, I don't think grass banks are great for watching cricket from. But hot tubs, really?
Grass banks have got a sort of romantic notion attached to them, haven't they? And
well,
it looks
they're better
quite
to look
pretty
at than to sit on.
Yeah, it looks pretty on. But if it's a hot country, then you're sitting on sort of lumpy, hard ground. That's not going to be particularly.
Ansness. Well, you take one of those hemorrhoid cushions and you'll be fine.
Well, yeah, but
we've all got one of them,
aren't you? You know, you end up rolling down the hill like that scene in The Princess Bride. You didn't think I was going to say that, did you? When they sort of roll down the hill for about yes, for about 5 minutes. It's a great film.
It's a lovely film.
Great film.
My name is Inigo Montoya.
Bride. Please
you
do
kill
see
my
it.
father.
I did hear they're making a remake of it, which is
Prepare
a
to die.
disastrous thought. Why would you do that?
It's Mandy Patinkin, is that his name?
Mandy Patinkin.
Mandy Patinkin, yeah.
Who played Saul in Homeland, is Inigo Montoya.
His background is, of all things, Yiddish theatre. Did you know that?
Well, I mean, he's a man you can never forget, though, isn't he? With a name like Mandy Patinkin. I mean, it's just like...
So he's got a certain, you know, if you're a casting agent, you say, we'll get that guy. That's his name, Mandy Patinkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Ironically, Bear, given what you just said, ironically, I had forgotten that name because it was only when, I don't know what it's like for you, but like whenever I'm watching something, I spend half the time Googling the people in it.
Yes.
Or wikiing them. And I wanted to know what he'd been in, and lo and behold, God, that's that fella from The Princess Bride. Stone me, I thought.
Now, here's a
paranoid... He didn't say his
paranoid...
catchphrase, did he?
Well, here's a paranoid thought. You say that, Grubby. Do you find, though, that weirdly your computer knows that do you think your computer listens for TV whilst you're watching it?
I think my computer does listen to some conversations that my wife and I have, or my mobile does, because I'll give you an example of this. Talking of Wales again.
It sent you an advert for divorce lawyers, didn't it?
We're going to an adventure place in Wales. We're going to go and do the longest and highest.
You're not safe there
in the country. I know bad shit happens in Wales, right? Anyway, so we're talking about this place. It's called Zips or something, and Emma's doing all the booking on the adjacent sofa. And about half an hour later, I was doom scrolling on Facebook as usual, and lo and behold, big old ad for Zips. And I had not done anything on my phone. So
what is doom
scrolling? Doom scrolling. It's continuing to scroll where you're basically getting loads and loads of bad news on whatever platform you're on. Doom scrolling.
Well, you need to get better friends.
No, it's just the world's falling to pieces.
So,
yeah, you said
exactly that. I'll be watching something, and it'll be even a historical context thing, and I'll start typing in something, and it'll bring up exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
After the first word, and I'm like,
because you're so obvious.
I must have something turned off on my settings because
it doesn't do that.
It doesn't do that to me, no. No. But I do, like Grubby, I do look for actors in films that I'm currently watching.
But that's what I mean. It kind of, you can put cast of, and it'll actually, one of the choices it'll bring up weirdly is the choice of the film you're actually watching on the TV at that time. That's what it always freaks me out a bit. Yeah, it's a bit creepy.
But we used to argue about these things like for hours after watching films. You know, that was the guy who was in.
Totally.
No, it wasn't. You're thinking of that other bloke.
Yeah.
And now we've got nothing to talk about because you just go, oh yeah.
Google it.
IMDb, yeah.
Google Zymers.
Shall we?
Well, so I'm not sure we've answered the wonderful question of
Ronnie Omelette.
do we feel compelled to reward the listener? Well, you know, I'm sure we'd all love to be there. The last tour, Guerrilla Cricket was represented in some way in the West Indies by David Brooke and by Annie Chave.
And by you.
Very popular with a lot of retired West Indies cricketers. And,
in fact, by you going out there was how we got the World Cup gig, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And I was there for one test match. So Guerrilla has, I wouldn't say it's sent people there, but it has been represented as...
by people who paid their own way.
By people who paid their own way, yes, and got gigs whilst they were there, if only short ones. So, Ronnie Omelette, that's the answer to your question. Nestlers, one of our own Nestlers, gets in touch to say, before the Big Bang, what was there? So I'm going to leave that one to the Bear, who the Bear does science.
Nothing.
So where did it come from?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? Just blinked into existence. Bing! That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
it came through a wormhole and a black hole and a white dwarf.
It is possible that there were other
dimension.
attempts at formalising matter, which weren't successful.
Well, yeah, it depends which theory of whatever it is that you can subscribe to. The many universe theory, or I don't know. I probably would have known more about it when I was younger.
Science is undecided on that particular question.
As science is undecided about many and most things. That's the best answer you can give as a scientist. Is
you're going to put us
know.
down as COVID deniers on the international podcast registry now. We're going to have an explicit tag, which we well and truly deserve. Messi Jez gets in touch, one of our regular listeners, it's fair to say, along with Grubby's mum Barbara. He says, would the world have appreciated Shane Warne's genius so much if it hadn't had Richie Benno there to educate us all in the art of leg spin? My immediate answer would be yes, of course, because it was pretty damn obvious how brilliant Shane Warne is, because you could see it there in front of you.
Absolutely.
I think Benno may have helped a touch with some of the, at least explaining how difficult some of it was, but no, we would have appreciated Warne's genius. And to be fair, we haven't talked about Warne, which is the big cricketing story that's unfortunately broken in the last few days. Two Australian giants, in a number of ways, left us in the last few days. First, Rod Marsh, a little less surprisingly, perhaps he was not a young man, and he was not a well man. And Warne out of the blue on Friday afternoon. In the
That was such a shock.
I think I had the same reaction of what?
I guess I'm still kind of like, even now, when I actually think that he's gone, I kind of feel really, really sad. But I just keep thinking, oh, he's dead. He'll be back next summer. It's just kind of in my head. I just
Bear does science.
Well, you know, I just can't. It's just really hard to get your head around.
I mean, I never particularly liked him as a person. It did come off, more than a touch boorish, I think it's fair to say. But you couldn't deny his surpassing genius. As a cricketer. I mean, it's literally unprecedented. What he did as a leg spinner has never been done in cricket before, and may never be done again.
Indeed.
A transcending character, a man who was
just a freak, a cricketing freak that we'll never see the likes of again. And what's funny is, well, it's not funny at all, actually. Messi Jez did some interviews with all of us, which he's releasing slowly one by one out as Patreon content. And in the course of that interview, I may have slagged off Warne quite excessively at certain points. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I'm wondering whether we need to put a little warning when that finally does go out to say this was recorded before Shane Warne sadly passed away at the age of 52.
Well, listen, it's disingenuous, isn't it, to
Well, we're back after a rain delay.
We are.
Here we are, indeed.
Hi there, Annie.
Hello, Steve.
Fingers
You're
crossed.
in the studio.
I certainly am.
He's appeared in the studio. Yes, it gets very confusing, this hybrid operational model
Oh no, I just can't.
that we've now adopted. But it should be you, Annie, on social, and Steve in the studio, which it appears to be. So somehow revised rotors have worked. Not
And I
quite sure how.
have the jingles ready, Tony, as well.
Are you jingling as well?
I'm
Lord
jingling
help
as
us.
well, yes.
Oh my god.
I remember your very first day in the studio, Annie. The very first time you
Do you?
joined us. Yeah, I do remember that very well.
Why?
Well, I didn't know because I remember
Because I
you
was
were,
terrible at the.
No. You no. Well, I think for me, you did well considering. But you did operate the jingle machine, and I do remember. I suggested to you the art of fading a jingle.
Oh right.
And I remember the words I chose at the time as more Annie Nightingale than Annie Chave. I remember. And for some bizarre reason, that's stuck in my head ever since. Don't ask
Well,
me
it
why.
didn't stick in my head. Tony,
Well, evidently,
sorry.
evidently not. There you are. Jason Holder looks as though he is going to continue. He's bowling to Joe Root, who's been relatively calm, I think.
Do you want to jingle after the break or not?
We definitely do. Well, maybe after this
the ball,
delivery,
yeah.
because Holder is barreling in from the Ambrose end, and he's bowling to Root, who is forward and just guides it down towards Gully.
Here we go.
There's no run. Let's jingle him up.
Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for an over or two.
Well, he's been on for more than an over or two because this is his eighth that he's bowling, none for 15 so far. Nicely driven with a big high elbow from Joe Root, but straight to cover, and there is no run. 82 for 1. The lead has stretched to 18. It was a no ball, that first ball.
Was it?
It was,
I've only just realised.
yeah.
Yes. And he's a big fella, of course. And actually, it was quite marked and noticeable.
He's got big feet as well. How many?
He's
What
got-
size do you reckon?
13?
Oh, his feet?
13. Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
his feet, Tony.
Okay. Holder again forward nicely comes Root. He's not thinking of Jason Holder's feet. He's thinking about getting his own feet tucked in line and playing that away.
But
into
you
the
think
offside.
if you had such big feet that you wouldn't
You're going to
no
need big
ball,
shoes.
would you?
Yep.
Well, yeah.
But yes, indeed. Again, it's a quite English-looking crowd, predominantly in Antigua. We've had a
What
few.
makes you say that, Tony?
Well, yes, we know. It's sadly.
Mm.
Although I have noticed in the last couple of days, then the local crowd does tend to come in towards the end of the day, and we are sort of potentially heading in that direction now, as this one is carved away nicely through the covers by Root. Won't go all the way. He should get 2 for his trouble though. He does indeed. He'll move on to 26.
Looks like he's come out with a bit of intent, doesn't he? He's 2 really nice off drives.
Yep, there's a little bit edgy perhaps that one, but it was safe and secure enough.
I think you've been a bit harsh, Tony.
Yeah, no, I think I am now. Having seen the
Yeah.
replay, I'll go along
Yeah.
with you, Annie.
The edge that's in the middle of the bat, that one.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a Woodstock bat, you see, so its edges are probably not quite as superior as you would find on the Woodstock variety. 2 slips for Holder, and this one bounces and is wide of the off stump, and Root is quite happy to watch that through to Silver. So I've been following up on our interviews.
There's some
Annie.
interesting stuff.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. We'll have a look at this stat.
4th innings from the West Indies, last 5.
Have all
Biggest
been
score 219.
One of them they won, so they couldn't have got more. It was 160. Oh yeah, the highest in their last. Is that their last 5?
Yeah,
last 5.
219.
Highest 219. Holder full, whipped off his toes nicely by Root away through mid wicket. That is speeding across the Sir Vivian Richards turf.
Obviously didn't get that wet in that rain then.
Decent throw comes flying in. Root will
Yeah.
get 2 more.
Brathwaite was saying in the break that 200 they wouldn't want to chase much more than 200. So.
Well, 22 is the lead at the moment. Just the 1 wicket down for England. Again, Alex Lees.
Yeah, sadly.
I heard you discussing it.
Yeah.
He'd made a very creditable and well played 4 first time, and he managed to increase that by 50% to a decent looking 6, didn't he? So
he did.
Not great start for him. Forward, a little bit late. Joe Root has to chop down on that, push it into the onside. Hurried a wee bit up by Jason Holder there. 5 runs off the over. And Annie, you can fire away on your social media.
Yeah, I mean, there's bits before the rain break, but I'm not sure what was read. So I'm going to go for messages says, why would anyone want to remake The Princess Bride? Sure way to ruin it. I mean, I completely agree with him. What a film that is. But I've no idea what he's talking in what context, but there you go. And Warren says, Annie on social, I'll shut down my profanity tracker. Thank you, Warren. Absolutely. And Mayank says, well, you know what they say about big feet, Annie.
Well, it's Alzari Joseph. Not sure about the size of his feet. That one, though, is wide of Crawley's off stump. Skips across from Josh De Silva.
Big bloody socks and boots. That was the answer to it.
Big bloody socks and boots.
Right. That's what they say about big feet.
7th over for Alzari Joseph. None for 18 so far. The 1 wicket to fall was Lee's. LBW 2. Kemar Roach taking him to within 1 wicket of Sir Garfield Sobers. This one a little bit lower. Still wide of that off stump. Crawley happy to leave. He's going to stay on 49. Englander will stay on 86 for 1, and the lead will still be just 22.
Do we know what the difference in games they've had? Garfield and
Garfield. You don't call
Garfield.
Him Garfield.
My mate
Garfield. I was looking that up earlier, but I didn't look at the number of games. I will do, or someone can tell us. Oh, and that was a brave leave by Crawley. The old cliche applies, of course.
He applied a couple of those in the last
wee bit
over,
by
didn't
Joseph.
He knows where his off stump is.
Well, so does Joe Root normally, but in the first innings, he didn't.
That was embarrassing looking, wasn't it?
Well, it was by the merest,
Yeah.
coat of paint, wasn't it? On the top of that off
Coat
stump
of varnish
rail, but
involved,
it was
yeah.
enough. If you're out, you're out. 4th ball of this Joseph over. Crawley forward, pushes back to Joseph, who drops a big right paw onto it, and there is no run. 86 for 1. Well, yes, I can tell you, top wicket takers. I have that list. Walsh 509, Ambrose 405, Malcolm Marshall 376, Lance Gibbs 309. So there is a spinner in there. Garner 259, Holding 249, and Sobers 235, and obviously now 234 for Kemar Roach.
That still doesn't tell me
Crawley.
How many games?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Was
if
the
I
question.
could possibly quickly look that up.
While you'll commentate. 93 matches, 235 sobers.
So hang on. So Gary, so Garfield or Gary, your mate Gary,
my mate Gaz,
your mate Gaz. How many matches did he get his 235 in?
93.
Okay, because forward comes Crawley, just pushes this towards mid-on. There's no run. And how many is Kemar Roach currently on? Which match is he currently playing?
That's a good question.
Well, yes, and the answer,
I don't know.
and a particularly good answer to my good question would be what?
Not 93, I wouldn't have thought.
60. 60. 60. We have it.
But
I won't call him
Sir
a new
Gary,
knuckle, but somebody was quick to answer.
Was, of course, a bowler and a batsman, and I don't think you'd call Kumar a batsman.
But a list of wicket takers is a list of wicket takers. Whatever other disciplines they may have done, that's still a pretty impressive effort over time from Kemar Roach.
And there you go, he's an opener as well, so opening bowler.
And he is. I mean, let's just say, to be kind, he's the first modern era player to break into some pretty previous era august company. And indeed, he is going to be taking up the attack to bowl to England's captain, Joe Root. Looking forward to seeing Kemar Roach at Surrey next season. That will be
that's great.
in fact, well, I'll talk to you about that in a second. I think 2 slips go down, cut to backward point by Root, and he won't run on this occasion. Lovely shot, well placed field, and England a little bit becalmed since the coming back from that rain break. We're looking at the earlier dismissal of Alex Lees, who was quick to review, but
was plumb.
to all of us, I think it looked pretty obvious pretty quick that it was not going to be a successful review. He looks cheerful enough despite as we see a film. Roach again, this one is cut beautifully once more by Root. Backward a point, but he will only get 2 more. He's dealing in 2s.
Of course Lees looks happy, he's in the Caribbean, Tony.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the degrees of things. If I was in the Caribbean to do a job which was making heaps of runs as an opening batsman and I'd only made 10 across 2 innings, my happiness might have been somewhat tempered.
You reckon?
By the yes. However, it's there are many.
It's a team game, Tony.
Many who have not succeeded immediately. Roach again, right arm over, and Root once more. He's consistently working that channel backward a point, and again, rinse and repeat. He will get 2 for it. So almost 2 identical deliveries. As Roach has bowled to England's captain, he's moved on to 32. He's bowled 2,078 overs and averages 27.3 has Kemar Roach.
You just plucked that out of the air, didn't you, Tony?
Just call me the new knackle. Numbers just swirl around in my brain. But I wonder if that same part of my brain could tell me how many balls, overs and average Sir Garfield.
Yes, hurry up.
He asked out loud to his own brain, and we'll see what the answer says. In comes, and there it is again by
in front of
onto the back foot. This time, just a single, and it was a little bit more in front of point that time. Sobers bowled 3,599 overs and averaged 34.03. So batting,
he could bat a bit though.
Well, he could bat a bit, and I believe if you're an all-round, a batting all-rounder, then you want your batting average to be above your bowling average, and I think his comfortably was.
It's a bit shit when it isn't it?
91 for 1 now. England. Crawley is still somewhat becalmed on 99. He is the man facing
49.
49, I beg your pardon, not 99.
99 balls.
And there it is.
Yes, it is 99 balls, and there it is. He has his 50. Zach
and 100
balls.
50.
Turned around off 100 balls. Turned backward a square. He raises his bat. England fans and players' balcony, they have their hands above their heads in applause. And well done. 50 runs, 50 runs. Bones, how's your jingling? Can you find those?
Runs,
oh, we can. Look at that.
50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs. 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Indeed,
well,
it
well
is
played.
just begun.
Yeah, well played, Zach Crawley. 28 for 1 England are effectively, 92 for 1 in reality. This one is wide of off stump, left by Root, and that will complete that Roach over.
I've got socials.
Well, I was going to.
It can be treated. It can be treated.
Right. Warren says Annie on social. Oh no, we've already said that one.
Yes.
That's no good.
Finger
Jay
on the
Graver
pulse.
says Annie on social. I'll shut down any hope of getting outread then. Thank you very much, especially if I go for the old tweet. MX Grand Theft Auto says I have slated and written Crawley off so many times I almost begrudge him these runs. And Leah says get with the times. Annie Chave, us juvenile millennials who will start turning 40 this year are hip and rebellious and like that fucking profanity. Do something to bring us young uns on board. Oh, what do you want me to do? I can't think. And Leah says, and now all I want is Annie Chave's mate, Sir Garfield, reading out a Gary Naylor rant, if only so I can clip it.
Well, yeah, that would be a joy to hear, I suspect. Crawley will be facing Alzari. Joseph will continue, and that one was again left by Crawley. I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That was fine and well judged. Taken quite low down on that occasion by Josh De Silva. Tell us about your conversation with Sir Garfield then, Annie, because I know he still speaks about it, but tell us about it from your perspective.
Well, the poor bloke was dragged out of a bar by a friend of mine to meet me, and I think he came out looking a little bit sort of, what the hell am I doing out here? And then I just started rabbling
In comes Joseph. Just
rabbling or babbling?
Well, yeah, no, babbling, isn't it? Not rabbling. It's a sort of
Babbling is our friend David.
Babbling
Brooks.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure who
I
his
wanted to
guests
make
are
sure
today.
Mr. Brooks hasn't sort of bagged that word and we're not allowed to use it under any other context.
Well, allegedly it was his Latin teacher who first used it, and I rediscovered it. Obviously, I had no idea about his Latin teacher.
All the poems.
yeah, anyway, and I was babbling on rather than rabbling on, and now Joseph's
in again. Past the outside edge once more it goes, although it was left, the bat withdrawn by Crawley through to De Silva. So, when you met him,
yeah,
how did you introduce yourself, and how did the conversation go?
I did. I can't remember how I introduced myself, but we started talking. Hetmeyer was playing one of his early games, and we were talking about how good Hetmeyer was, because he really rated Hetmeyer at the time. And we talked about him coming over to England lots, that sort of thing, and nothing wild.
Joseph in again, 2 slips go down, left once more by Crawley, who's now took a while to get from 49 to 50, and he's probably taking a while now to get himself from 50 and onwards. Oh, so you talked about
and the poor bastard had to go through his 6 sixes with me. He probably has to do that every bloody time he meets somebody. So I do wish I hadn't sort of started on that.
We're watching Crawley's dismissal again from the first innings.
That was a
great catch, wasn't it?
Great catch.
As his bat was in the Windward Isles and his feet were in the Leeward Isles. That is nicely played though by Crawley. That's a way through cover. 2 fielders will chase, and it will get him 2. So he has moved on from 50, moved on to 52. England have moved on to 94. The lead is now 30. Joseph has just the 1 ball left to bowl of his 8th over. Only gone for 20, so he's been economical enough. But he hasn't got, for a big tall fella, he's not got a huge amount of lift, Steve, has he?
No, not really. But I think I don't think this pitch is particularly conducive to. We've seen 1 or 2 balls do it, and Holder hasn't done an awful lot either. So
this again is that. Having said that, he got a bit more lift there, but it was taken shoulder height by Josh De Silva. It's the end of the over. It's 94 for 1.
Are you asking Steve because he's tall?
Yeah.
Well, he is tall.
Well,
You're
he
absolutely
is,
right.
But he doesn't bowl.
He's summarising.
He's summarising, yeah. Okay. Jeff Perkins says, is rabbling what Annie does when she deigns to stoop to associate with gorillas? Well, yes, that's a very good point. You rabble.
And deigning, there's a great word, I
Yes.
must admit. It's nice of you to deign.
I have to.
So Annie,
mix.
when you asked him about his 6 sixes, what did he explain about it? Did he get quite sort of fulsome about it, or was it a bit of a roll of the eyes, or?
No.
Continue. Root will push away towards mid wicket.
He went on. I mean, he obviously has a set way of answering it, but he was quite animated about the fact that it would never have been caught if the cameraman hadn't been delayed and happened to be there and he wasn't supposed to be. So he was quite animated about that.
But please,
I would have thought.
I think so, yeah. And I think the
Bring a 4
cameraman
on the
might have
offside. Just the 1 slip for Kemar Roach, who has this really sort of arcing in at Joe Root's front foot. his bat and powder tidily together to defend. And again, there is no run.
How much longer do you think Roach will play?
Well, hopefully at least until close of play tonight.
How old is he now then?
33. We know that from earlier.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why
he's got a couple more years in him.
Yeah, at least 3 or 4 more years, I would hope. As this one is flicked nicely off his toes by Joe Root to mid wicket. There's a man there, and there will be just a single taken.
And do you think he'll do well at Surrey?
I don't see why he shouldn't. What about you, Steve?
Yeah, I mean the Oval's a good track, isn't it? It's a good track for bowling on. It's he likes a little bit of pace in it, so yeah, he should do well.
I mean, I'm genuinely, for county cricket next season, I'm excited by some of the bowlers. Leicestershire have got Buren Hendricks. Middlesex, of course, have got Shaheen Shah Afridi.
You've got Siddle.
You've got Peter Siddle. Yeah. I hope they're stocking up on bananas down there in the West Country.
Yeah, it's well known for its banana growing.
The famous Taunton banana plantation will be in overdrive.
Yeah. He doesn't drink either, so he won't be having the cider.
Oh, well, that's a shame. 95 for 1. Left again by Crawley. Wide of his off stump. A good leave, an intelligent leave. Doesn't want to get suckered into chasing balls outside of off
that
stump.
ball he chased on 49 was a horror, wasn't it? So,
yeah, well, exactly. And
just before the rain break, that would have been real.
If there's to be a result in this game, then somebody has to really
get out.
Create a I was about to say create a platform
for a collapse.
Yeah.
From England.
And prevent that collapse. 31 currently the lead.
Ooh,
in comes Roach. Oh, that was a funny old ball because again it was wide of the off stump, and it surprised Josh De Silva by decapitating 3 or 4 worms on its way through to him.
It was about 4th.
Yeah, it actually caught a little crack there, jagged off the crack.
Yes, that's quite interesting. Stayed low, didn't it?
Let's hope Jack Leach
away from the outside of the off stump, but in the process, it really was a bit of a daisy cutter.
Ooh, perhaps things are turning.
The worm turns.
The worm has turned, yes. It's again left by Crawley, who noticeably that time leant further forward and held the bat rather lower. So I think that was, Steve, applying the lesson learned of the previous ball because his bat was noticeably held at a lower angle for that ball from Roach.
But I have to say Crawley's looking a lot better than he was at the beginning. So that's nice.
That's the benefit of 52 runs, isn't it, really? So
yeah, I think he is a bit.
Confidence increases.
Anyway, Annie, who's with us and what are they saying on all our platforms?
Jay Grover said, I made a nice word mistake the other day when I described me Sen as having a sedimentary lifestyle, which is quite fitting. Not quite.
Sedimentary.
Chris the Choir says, Annie's delightful show of innocence. What would you like me to do? Tell us tales of her mate Sir Gary, of course. Not 1 bowler, but 3.
Alzari Joseph, he's going to continue. He's going to continue to England's captain Joe Root, who's looking steady enough on 34. Drops the bat on this, away to point it goes. There's no run.
Is Mr. Root?
Yeah, I mean the thing about Joe Root, particularly when he gets to his 40s and 50s, is they always say you kind of look up and suddenly he's got to 40, and you kind of wonder how he got there. This time has been a lot more studied, a lot more measured, and we have seen the variable bounce that has been causing them to be so watchful. That one is on leg though. It's not a great ball by Joseph. It is turned away backward a square. However, it will be fielded down there. And
they were just showing the difference between his Zach Crawley and his dismissal there. Look how crooked that bat is on that dismissal compared to his second innings where it's got really firm straight bat. Makes a lot of difference, doesn't it?
I think he listened to my rant about them not playing straight, basically.
I think he does give you the benefit for his improvement. So.
Yeah.
He treated it.
Forward comes Crawley to Alzari Joseph. Went to the offside. No run.
Look, it's Marcus.
One of my
Well,
favourite English
he's-
batsmen, Marcus Trescothick.
Yeah. Well, he's got the pedigree to put some correct technical defence into the England's batsmen. One would hope.
Teach people a good leave as well.
Whether it'll also teach them how to kneel down at short leg, I don't know.
Yes.
This one was a little swish from Crawley, past him down marginally down the leg side. That was an extraordinary shot. And there's in the manner of swatting a fly. We'll have another look at it.
Ooh,
No, it doesn't.
yeah.
No, it goes wide of his off stump.
No.
I don't get that wrong, but it was at hip height and hurried through. And Crawley was trying to pull it too close to his body, really, to play that shot. Steve, you know, as a classical
Cramped up a
batsman.
bit, didn't he?
I don't know. Actually, it looked to me like a perfectly good shot. I think he'd be
No.
bit disappointed he's missed out on that one. It was a long hop.
A little bit.
Needed a bit of treatment, I think.
Well, it didn't get
And
it.
It didn't get it.
In comes Joseph again. This is wider, and Crawley again has gone back into.
He's up to his
I'm going to
pace,
leave that
Joseph,
well alone
isn't
mode.
he?
Number 21 for Joseph, 32 the lead. This partnership 72 off 144 balls. So it's been good test match stuff, I think I would say. There are those who might criticise the speed. I think this is not the easiest of pitches to bat on, and you've got transitional teams with players who need to show they can play the long game, and there's a combination of factors. I mean, it's been has its attritional moments, this game. Very full Yorker from Joseph, and Crawley gets that bat down in time, and very well indeed. Just one run from that Alzari, Joseph, over. It's 96 for 1, the lead 32. Annie.
Yes. Warren says, how much does Annie Chave know about Peter Siddle's banana? Well, I don't know. I didn't mention the banana. It was actually Tony that mentioned the banana.
Oh, that's it. Blame me.
Yeah. Well, you know what Tony's like. And Leah says, effing hell, this will end in a draw, won't it? Good thing I have to go. Good thing I have to go get some more basil soda tomorrow afternoon. Then.
Basil soda.
Basil soda.
As you do, yeah, basil soda.
He sounds like sort of a
I've heard of Basil
1930s
Fawlty, but not
matinee
Basil
film
soda.
star.
With a banana.
The Lady Vanishes, starring Basil Soda. Roach will continue. That's a little bit of swing played in front of his off stump by Joe Root. Back to Kemar Roach. There is no run. Let me see. A West Indies win is at 17%, an England win at 12%, and as you have been rightly saying, it's 71%. The draw, that is at least on WinViz. The Bear will, when he comes on, I'm sure, give us the betting odds.
Seal's
But I
warming up.
suspect, yes, he is. So Jaden Nigel Tristan Seals. Forward comes Root. Pushed towards short extra. Again, there is no run.
Fed Up on YouTube says this pitch is becoming variable bounce. Could get gnarly later on.
Gnarly.
Gnarly.
There's the
That's a
word,
good
gnarly.
word. Yeah.
Piratical word. Fed Up. I want to say hello to Fed Up. I don't know if anyone has, but they kindly
Hello, Fed Up.
said they just discovered us and seem to be enjoying us, and we're delighted they are. Away into the offside this goes. Once again, no run.
I don't understand how people can just discover us after all these years. No?
Well, one day I'll introduce you to the basics of search engine marketing.
Will you now?
Some sort of internet miracle means that we appear before them.
Stop digging.
Even we have no idea, but there we go. 96 for 1. 3 dot balls so far in this tight over from Roach. Root drops the bat, goes away to point. He won't risk a run there, I'm sure.
Saying
Crawley's
just
head.
cutting away from him.
No skip. Yeah, that's right, it did. Just a little bit of cutting away to Brathwaite, who is the man there at shortish but backward point.
That ball was 134 kph, so I saw.
Yes, I'm afraid I still think in miles an hour. So
I do too. So
can you give me that in pounds, shillings, and pence, Annie?
I think it's about
Roach.
75.
It's going to be over the wicket. he's in to Root, who again is tucked in behind it. Replays the shot 2 or 3 times to himself. Either, I suspect, because he thinks he didn't quite play it to his satisfaction, or because he played it so well he wants to sort of relive the experience. I think he played it pretty well, so probably the latter. Jason Holder is encouraging Roach. Sorry, Steve.
I was going to say, they're all doing their exercises. Is there going to be a complete change of bowling here? Or?
Well, they definitely will be looking for a breakthrough now. This is frustrating for the West Indies. If they want to get a result, they need those wickets.
And there's that grubber
there again is one that's gone through Josh De Silva.
That's hurt his hand as well, poor lad.
And he's hurt his hand as well. Again, it was one that dropped. They've managed to take 2. It will be byes, which are never pretty. And De Silva has his glove off. He's shaking that hand. And both Brathwaite and Kemar Roach are in deep conversation. Whether that's as to how many more do you fancy Kemar, I don't know. We did see Seals warming up. There is a chance he may be brought back. In the meantime, Annie.
In the meantime, Annie. Yes, okay. Chris Acquire says, I have a burning question. Do Essex know what fruit Mr. Stikiti favours, and did they not re-sign Siddle due to banana demands?
Well, does Steketee, who I think, I'm not sure, does he?
Can't I say Stikiti?
Well, I know. Your guess is as good as mine.
No, it isn't. I'm notoriously bad at pronouncing it, and you're not too good, but you're better than me.
Did you not hear me reading?
I did.
Yes, it is, Annie. Well done.
Alzari Joseph is continuing for now, and it is left outside of his off stump by Crawley through to the thankfully fine and well Josh De Silva. Imagine if poor old Jono goes out there and De Silva was injured, that ends up not playing. That would be a nightmare.
Has Jono gone out there, has he?
He will be on his way out there for the second test. Yeah, he has.
Yeah, that would be awful if De Silva wasn't playing.
Business with his charge.
So, I don't think that Siddle's not playing for Essex because of a lack of bananas.
Joseph, in again. Tidily, squarely, solidly.
We don't think Siddle has bananas on his rider then for playing for counties.
No, I don't think it's due to that.
98 for 1, 34 the lead. Have you ever seen Bill Bailey do the thing where he does
piano? Sort
of the insertion of Cockney themes into great classical music songs?
No.
This one is pushed back by Crawley to Joseph. I can't actually remember which piece it is. It's something by Grieg or something. But he manages to get halfway through it, and then it goes into "Have a banana."
It's the sort of thing that Grubby would be very good at.
You have to see it to appreciate it. I don't do it justice anything like, but it is extraordinarily funny. Not quite as good as his Doctor Who theme, played in the style of Belgian jazz, sort of a la Jacques Brel, which is
he's so talented.
Which is absolute genius.
Did you see Mark Wood warming
Joseph
up
will
then?
continue again,
and looking in pain actually.
Yeah.
Left again, yeah, that's troublesome for England as that's left again once outside of off stump by Crawley. Through to De Silva it goes. 2 balls left of this over when we should have a change. The bear, I hope, Bones should be looming. If he's not, can you do an
there is no shadow
off-stage scream, off-stage shout? Because he's going to take over. You're taking over.
I can hear a shouting.
5 past. Oh, there we go.
There is movement.
There's hopefully,
just making sure I know where I'm.
He goes to the woods for. As this one is left again, quite low. It's that variable bounce. You keep seeing it. One jumps up, one stays low, and it is meaning that it's keeping these England batsmen on their toe. We are seeing Andrew Strauss, who's got more of a smile on his face now. Looking ever more like Telly Savalas every time.
I know.
All he needs is a lollipop in the corner of his mouth.
And a cop car.
1 ball left of this over. Number 21 for Joseph. 98 for 1 England. In he comes. It's pulled this time by Crawley. He does get hold of that. Well, not really. Not as much as he would have wanted. because in front of those 4 fluttering flags,
Fluttering
flags, fluttering flugs, in front of
Flattering
the fluttering flugs, away on the
It's easy for
onside.
you to say.
It's not so easy to me to say, but obviously he will just get himself a single. At the end of that over, it's 99 for 1. Steve Jones is going to move into the commentary chair. Colin should be
Literally,
joining
by
us
the
on
look of it.
social. And the bear will be arriving to summarise in his inimitable
And I'm
style.
done for the day now, Tony, okay?
Well, as indeed am I, but I'm about to
Okay.
set up some final
See you
records.
tomorrow.
Joined by Colin. All right, Colin, how are you, mate?
Good evening. How are we?
Hello there, Colin. Shall I move into the... Oh, I'm off screen.
You're... yeah, no, you're on... Oh, that's right. Hold on a minute.
Oh, how exciting. Hi there, Colin. How are you?
You just carry on whilst I figure this out, yeah?
So it is Roach to continue, bowling to Crawley. Crawley's currently 53. Unbeaten. England 99 for 1, edging ever closer to 3 figures yet again, Bear.
Well, yeah.
Getting a bit used to this, isn't it?
100 with only losing 1 wicket would be quite astonishing for England. A lead of 30, effectively 35 for 1 is, you know, by English standards, pretty damn good.
Someone will tell us it was the last time we managed that. Only 1 wicket
Considering
down.
you managed to get your bet as well.
I got 13 to 2 yesterday for an England win.
Oh yeah, I remember that bit.
It's coming to 5 to 1 now.
Roach in again. This is again outside off stump, and Crawley just holds his bat up and watches the ball go into the wicketkeeper's gloves.
Has to be said that the draw is massive favourite now.
71% apparently.
Yeah, the
West
West Indies are 9 to 1. England are 11 to 2 now. The draw is 4 to 1 on.
I oddly think England winning is the least likely, and it's not due to their incapabilities. It's just the fact if they're doing any well, they're going to bat far too long.
More than likely would be my surmise for that.
Roach in again. Just one on off stump, and Crawley is forced to defend it away. Just pushes it down the track. No run.
I think England may give themselves 50 overs tomorrow. Give themselves 50 overs tomorrow. They can get enough runs by then. It's a no ball.
And it's another no ball. So England's 100 comes up for just the loss of the debutant Lees.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Roach begins his run up past the umpire, getting outside off stump. This time Crawley just jabs it away into the offside. Doesn't go very far, but far enough for them to take a fairly quick single.
I think he sent him back, didn't he? Or did he get through? No, that's a dot ball. They got sent back.
That didn't look like Root.
I think they do need to. They need to push the singles to sort of up the run rate a little bit if they're going to go for the win. I think if they want to go for the win, they probably want to give themselves 2 sessions tomorrow. Well, to be fair, this all depends on whether the wicket does anything. If the wicket does nothing, they won't bother declaring. What's the point?
Roach in again outside off stump, and again Crawley just watches it go through to the wicketkeeper.
The press will get on their backs, but look, if the wicket's as dead as a doornail by lunch tomorrow, what's the point?
And I don't think we've got the bowling attack with Woods out to run through them. I don't think, unless those cracks have really opened up overnight. Which
Well, exactly. Then you rely on Leach to take the wickets in the second innings. You know, explosive turn and ones that scoot on for LBWs.
Maybe even Joe Root.
And maybe even Joe Root. Yeah.
Roach in again. Again, this is just outside off stump. Crawley comes forward firmly, defends it away into the offside. Another dot ball.
But hardly anything's going off the straight, is it?
No.
And there isn't. There's the odd one that's keeping
We've seen
low.
1 or 2 do something funny, but in general, they're going through very easily.
On the basis of Collingwood's earlier comments, you'd probably pick up the paper and say, "Oh, it says that you're all future candidates for the Wisden Trophy this year."
Yeah. What he said yesterday was
mind-boggling.
It was quite mind-boggling, and the way he said it as well really reminded you of sort of David Lloyd going on about sort of indignant almost.
Roach to finish
Good
his
shot.
11th over.
Nice.
This has actually beaten the ringer fielders and has gone through to the boundary for a 4.
That's a good shot.
It's Nissan Shi.
touched me, said she.
Can't believe it. My whole session on jingles and I didn't get to do a 4.
Well, you know,
in a whole 35 minutes.
That's why doing test matches and doing jingles at the same time as doing anything else is genuinely not that hard. You might have to play 3 jingles in half an hour.
It's much more fun in the T20.
Yeah, well, it's constant then, isn't it? Then it's too much, I think.
There's got to be a happy medium somewhere.
On Twitter, it's not too much going on. Leah's put a link to a YouTube video for the best covering of a James Bond theme. Over on YouTube, you've got the postman going, "Bear, cash out, cash out!"
And we have a change of bowling coming up. Jason Holder coming back into the attack.
Okay.
According to the screen, I haven't seen him yet, but
let's play his jingle. This is what Annie was calling for.
It was.
Jason Holder, he is a tall bowler. He's on for an over or 2.
Well, a rather loopy first ball down leg side, which Root has just it's come off his pads and
4 leg by.
Away for 4.
Doesn't matter how they come.
It's 4 runs on the board. Did he get a bat? I thought he got a bat.
I thought he got a bat on it.
I thought he did.
It went quick enough for it to look like it came off the bat.
Yeah, it did. And it's 4 runs to him. But a very loose opening ball from Jason Holder there, so we want to tighten that up. His 8 overs, 0 for 19, already 4 more added to that part. And sets off the game. This one's outside off stump, and Root is forward, defending that away into the offside. Dot ball.
He's a class act to watch those.
Yeah, it's great to watch him batting. Isn't it? Makes it all look very easy.
Yeah, he does. Well, he never overextends. He doesn't have those big strides that everyone else does. He plays it so close under his eyes.
Yeah.
Really lets the ball come to him.
It's that guide to third man. It's just lovely to watch.
Seems to have so much time to do it.
The only thing I've noticed about, he seems to have lost that ability to sort of tick the ball around, because he always used to look at his score and he'd be 39 off 54 balls.
Well,
it's off 74 in this one. And I noticed that in the Ashes as well. He wasn't quite as fluent as he often is.
The more you do things like that,
The
little
more chance.
guide to third man, the more they watch out for it and set fields to it.
Yeah, very true. And I think he, stopped playing certain shots and changed his setup slightly.
Yeah.
Because he kept getting out, falling over, trying to flick those ones in the leg side, kept getting LBW, the straight ones, didn't he? He had a habit of that for a while.
An annoying way to get out.
Yeah, really annoying way. And that's it, trying to push balls that maybe you shouldn't take that chance on.
Holder in again. This is a bit more leg side, clipped away behind square on the leg side. Sort of a finish leg mat comes into field and restricts the English to just a 1 run, 109 for 1.
Going along nicely here.
Lead extending to 45, becoming a bit more reasonable, really.
Yep.
Partnership 85 runs off 160 balls, so they haven't galloped, but
no, but they're close to 3 and over, which is what. In fact, they're just marginally over 3 and over.
Yeah, slightly over. Holder in again, and again Crawley just forward defends this, skips it into the leg side, no run.
Which is, Jack was saying earlier today that he thought the upside of England's top level of scoring rate would be 3 runs and over for this innings, which would get us to about 270 by around about lunch tomorrow, which would be a 200 run lead.
Yeah, 210.
Currently that's on target for that. But I'm sure if they get another 50 runs without losing a wicket and they're closer to 100, it's essentially 100 for 1. I think one of them might, and they're both free scoring if they want to be.
A loopy, slower ball from Holder. A little bit of swing, way swing there to Crawl. Anyway, he just dabs it out into the offside. Again, no run. End of that over, 109 for 1. The lead is 45. Any socials, anybody?
Not many. Warren's just put a government plan. Here it is a plan. Let every Ukrainian into the UK who has a 5th cousin living in the country.
Yeah.
YouTube's nothing much going on, so I'll just say hello to Emily, Elizabeth, Josh Cooper, Fed Up, Yahweh, and the Postman. Oh, and never forget Poke Bumfinger as well.
Yes, of course. It's that odd time of day, isn't it? Everyone's got things to do. It's Friday night. People are out.
Yeah, feeding time.
Feeding time as well.
Feeding time at the zoo.
Absolutely. Fortunately, I'm not doing any of that when I'm here. The wife was moaning at me about it this morning.
Mine's in Turkey, so I got away with it.
Oh, wow. You don't have kids to feed anymore either, do you?
No, well, no, she's still at home, so yeah, I've got to feed her. Anyway, Roach continuing. Bowled the first ball, and Roach rather sort of inside edge this to defend it onto his pads. It's ended up by his feet.
How old?
21.
No, you don't have to feed her. She can damn well cook for herself, God damn it. What are you on about? Buy her own
the cook. I'm the cook in the house.
Well, that's true, but you don't have to at her age, crikey. I'm sure she knows how to use Uber Eats at 21.
No, she's actually a good cook herself, actually. I'll give her that. Roach in again on off stump, and Root very carefully watches that. De Silva standing up to Roach in this over.
Yeah.
Just wait to say that, not to be outdone by folks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just keeping Root back in his crease.
Sometimes I don't understand it as much. It's not like I've seen Root coming down the wicket to Roach.
He was earlier in the innings. He was good foot.
Was he? Oh,
yeah,
okay,
he was good foot outside the crease, and obviously on a slow wicket, it actually get to the ball and actually drive something.
Roach in bowls a attempted Yorkshire, which Root is more than up to, and keeps out. Looking at his bottom of his bat, just make sure he hasn't damaged it, but it looks all okay. Dancers in the crowd.
They look pretty pissed now. that man holding that trumpet looks like he might fall over any minute.
Just got a feeling they're going to try playing it with his arse at some point now.
Roach bowls again. Outside off stump, jabbed away just behind square on the offside by Root. No chance of a run. The fielder is lurking there to prevent any chance of a run. Dot ball, 4 dot balls so far in this Roach over. Is 12th so far.
Has Rampal been on much?
Don't think
no,
so. Not in the second innings. No.
Bowled a couple of overs, got a bit of tap, didn't he? Went for 10 in his first over.
In the second innings, yes, yeah. Is it right? Yeah, they are dancing, the Barmy Army. Roach again outside off stump, again just jabbed into the offside to the same West Indian fielder. Same result, no run. Steve Harmison looking a big unit still, isn't he?
He's had a lot of stints, isn't he? Every time they seem to go to commentary box, it's always Harmison in one seat.
I like him though. He's
well, he's got too much of a tan, that's why. Browner than Butcher, for God's sake.
Nearly. Fun gig to go to though, the West Indies.
Must be. Roach in to complete his 12th over. This is jabbed into the offside, this time in front of that same West Indian fielder. And Root has decided he can take a single, so that's just the 1 run off that over. England up to 110 for 1.
And it's time for drinks. Now, I don't even know how long. Does anyone know exactly? Is this extended, this session?
We haven't seen anything come up on screen, have we?
No, we haven't had anything. This is it. This is where our rotor goes all askew. We don't really know what goes on because ostensibly we're in the last session of this stint, but
I'm sure
we've
we'll
lost
find
half
out.
an hour.
Sometimes crick info can do a bit of a.
I mean, tea is actually supposed to be in 20 minutes, isn't it?
I believe so. Yep.
But is it going to be put back half an hour?
We will no doubt find out in the true course of time.
Absolutely. If it is, then we're good. We can just carry on the rotor as is. If
as
not,
Tony has put together. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, Tony's now gone.
Aha.
Which means that the bear does rotors. It's basically, who's available? Who wants to get on?
Saying T's 14:40 local time, but I don't know what local time is.
Well, it's Yeah, it'll be
40
20 minutes.
40
yeah.
in 20 minutes.
15
Yeah, so
minutes
they're
from
4
there.
hours ahead, so that's normal time then. So
Taking drinks at a funny time then, if they're going to be off in.
Yeah, that could just be the original time. They've not updated it.
It could be.
Yeah.
In fact, they've only been out there for
half an hour, haven't they?
About that.
Since the
40
rain break.
minutes?
Yeah, since the rain breaks. Yeah.
So maybe they're adding half an hour and they're going to go on that extra half an hour.
Delay tea.
I don't know what's going on with babbling with Brooke today.
You might be delayed.
I don't even know if we're doing it today. I think we are.
He said he was doing every single
well, he
tea
did
time,
say he
didn't
was
he?
doing every single tea. Of course he did.
He's not logged in, so.
No, he's not. So, they're just having drinks, so we're not missing anything on the pitch at the moment.
No.
Other than replays of Crawley's dismissal in the first innings.
If you want, I can do a couple of Twitters quickly.
Yeah,
just
go
to keep
on.
us on it. Chris Quireboy, pasta sauce made. I have exchanged the Gorilla Cricket mug for a glass of chilled white wine. Cheers.
Fine move, sir. Fine move.
It's 6:30 on Friday. Why not?
Nestlers, Sky News understands Chelsea FC bank accounts has been temporarily suspended by Barclays.
Woohoo!
Sorry.
Man.
Couldn't happen to a nicer club.
And over on YouTube, Daraziz Crawley's class. Fed up. Dinner time, guys. I'm cooking hasta mañana. I think I'm saying. I'm not very good at Spanish, but. And, about time a player from Kent scores a few.
Well, he has done it before. He showed potential. It's just, I don't know. I mean, we kind of all wish he'd do well. He has some big faults, though.
Crawley's another one like Moeen Ali. It's a way he gets out. He gets out with some ridiculous ways.
But precisely, so when he gets in, he's quite free-flowing and it's very pleasant to watch, you know. But you've got to be consistent to remain a test player. I mean, he did get dropped. He got back in.
Yeah.
And they still keep sticking with him, so they obviously like something. But his first-class average is nothing to write home about, is it?
The confidence he did in Australia when he went, I'm going to score 100 next test.
Yeah. I nearly got 50.
This is the kind of pissed up I can go for.
Yeah.
He's enjoying himself, that boy, isn't he?
He is
dancing
indeed.
with the girls. He's got the moves, I have to say.
I'm just waiting for some burly lad to come over and just pick him up by his scruff of his
I'm
neck.
expecting Superman or Batman to zoom in.
Sorry, we're watching some pissed up Englishman. He may have taken something other than booze by the looks of him to me, you know. I think he sounds something a bit more uppity going on. He's well into his dancing.
Oh, he's had enough.
No, the girls have
He's
finished.
knackered.
The dancing girls have finished, and we're back to cricket.
We're back to cricket. We've got a picture of Zach Crawley smiling broadly, as he should do, with 57 to his name. Root will be facing the next over from Holder. Holder's 10th of this innings, 0 for 24 so far. Big man smiling and laughing with his colleagues. Quite a standard field, a slip, a gully. Cover point, a sort of a close-in cover fielder. First ball quite gently bowled, and Root has just forward defended this back down the track, and Jason Holder's picked it up and got all very excited and fast and looked like he was going to throw down the stumps, and everyone smiled and laughed, and Jason Holder returns to his mark.
Yeah, Holder's gone for 24. I think that's more than he went for in the first innings.
He was 10 overs, 0 for 11, 1 for 11 or so. Wasn't he?
Yeah,
Just,
after 17 overs he'd gone for 17, I think.
Harmy. Holder in again. Again, slightly short of a length outside off stump, flicked into that backwards of cover point area, and same West Indian fielder zooms around and cuts it off, getting no run. Oh, this is the fourth test in 2004. Brian Lara 400 not out in a West Indies total of 751 for 5.
Yeah.
Match drawn at the end, with England 422 for 5 in their second inning as well. We dream of those sort of scorelines, don't we?
Yeah.
Varney 140. Flintoff got 102 in the first innings, not out.
There was a funny story about Ashley Giles predicting that this was a way to happen and suddenly pulling up injured.
Yeah.
Holder in again, outside off stump, just slightly back of the length. Root rocks onto the back foot, just plays it away in the offside, no run, no chance of a run.
And Batty, 2 for 185. Oof. 52 overs
50
he rolled.
overs. He whirled away that much, didn't he?
1 for 92 off 37. Christ.
Quite a lot of bowling for a big boy like him.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
For that reward as well. Actually, it's quite economic, really.
That's not bad for a fast bowler. 37 overs, 1 for 92. In a total of 751 for 5. Christ.
Someone of Brian Lara's talent as well.
Ridley Jacobs got a ton. Oh well, I don't know what's going on out there. They're taking for an age between balls. Johnny B.
That's big. He's very studious on his laptop.
Tresco.
There's a lot of Holder's obviously going round the wicket, decided to change, and they've obviously implemented a few field changes, but it's taken an age to do it. Anyway, finally gets to bowl it. It's a really rather rank ball wide outside off stump, and Root decides to leave it well alone, and it barely gets through to the wicketkeeper. It was a dreadful ball.
Yeah, it wasn't
hardly worth waiting for that one.
No, it wasn't.
After all,
certainly wasn't worth waiting for that one. It's all gone a bit slow and dead, hasn't it?
And maybe they think tees at 20 to the air. Holder. Eyes looking forward. This is a much better ball, slanting across Root. Same sort of position, just outside off stump. Goes to the same fielder at cover point. Again, no run.
It seems to me as soon as the ball goes soft, it's difficult to actually score runs, isn't it? I mean, they're actually going on a reasonable clip to start with. But over the last, since they come back from that rain break, they've been pretty slow. Not really accumulating runs particularly quickly.
We had 2 boundaries and
they've been
they were consecutive balls, are they?
And I guess the wind is trying to just get back some control.
Holder in again. This is a march full of ball, and Holder is actually semi-fielded. It's rocked onto the stumps in front of the umpire, and Roots then rather cheekily suggested they go for a run. There's a lot of chat going out in the middle between Jason Holder and Joe Root. All smiles and quite chummy, I think. But
they seem to get on all right, don't they?
And the old obligatory fist pump between Zach Crawley and Joe Root to finish it all off. So at the end of all that, 40th over of England's second innings, 110 for 1. The lead stagnating at 46. And we are going to get to change a bowler. Seals is going to be coming on for his 7th over, 0 for 22 off his first 6.
And it sounds a bit like this.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
It's a good jingle, isn't it?
Was someone saying that's Iron Maiden?
Yeah.
With the song Iron Maiden, I think.
Right, we're actually going to get some cricket. Seals is ready. He's in past the umpire. Tries off with a Yorker ball first off, which Crawley is able to clip round behind square on the leg side, and has added 1 run to the score. England move on to 1-1-1 for 1. Ominous times.
Got to get your feet off the floor. Properly.
Stand on 1 foot.
That is actually a proper Nelson.
It is.
Rarely are they a proper one, especially with bloody England. Christ. The figure is hardly ever
Knackle
one.
will be able to tell us when the last one was. But, I'm sure Tony can find out if he was there.
That's a luxury, 111 for 1.
Seal starts again in past the umpire. This one's a little bit more outside off stump, and again Root just jabs down on the ball and jabs it into the offside. No chance of a run. Cover point comes into field. Just going to keep re-showing this. Stokes' was a bit of a beaut actually.
Yeah. He got himself in a tangle as well though. He got well in the first innings.
4 for 79 off 22 in the first.
Going to need 4 and over though. I mean, he's someone you can score runs off. He bowls more loose deliveries than Roach and Holder. Him and Joseph, I think you've got to try and score slightly quicker off maybe.
He's in again outside off stump. Root plays this defensively, jerks his head back. Obviously felt that had bounced a little bit. Didn't seem to get that high, but so another dot ball.
You feel that they've gone into sort of like a one-day international style of bowling? They're not doing like a great setup.
No. I think they just want a bit of control. They don't want England. That's what I mean. England was reasonably free flow scoring earlier. I think they just want to get some control on it. But it's not sort of producing anything that looks like a wicket. They're just making it all turgid again.
Yeah, again, outside off stump, and Root comes forward defensively, and no run. Even
Probably
Mark
a good
Butcher
idea
looks
for
like he's falling
Crawley.
asleep.
Say again, Colin?
Sorry, Colin.
Probably a good idea for Crawley, because he's the type of player that does want to have the big cover drive or so.
Well, that's it. But I think us watching as well, especially when you've got money riding on a win, I want that too. I want to see some big cover drives too.
Ulterior motives there. Again, outside off stump, again, Root forward defensive, and again another dot ball. The England win is disappearing fast. Unless Stokes comes in and does some belligerent batting, I think, in the morning to set a target.
Yeah, it's difficult to set a target though. And if you were to set them 250, how many? You wouldn't want them having more than 50 overs at that, would you?
No.
When that's easily gettable in 50 overs, whether they go for it or not, it's a different matter.
Seals, this is a fuller ball more on the middle stump, and that's a beautiful straight drive by Root, which doesn't make the boundaries, pulled up by the fielder, and also restricts them just to the 2, I think.
Yeah.
So 2 off the last ball, 3 runs off that first over from Seals on his new spell, and England up to 1-1-3 for 1.
Right, on Twitter, we've got Warren saying, is the rumour true that Chelsea FC is now funded by Patreon donors and people that buy shower curtains from their websites? On that note, you can go to patreon.com/guerrilla cricket.
Yeah. Get all those extras.
We'll send
including
Chelsea,
shower curtains.
We'll send Chelsea details of Patreon, shall we?
Messages, all-purpose tweet from sometime Guerrilla at League Cricket. Different match, exactly the same issue, and he's put on about Pakistan, Australia.
The pitch.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd rather a pitch have something in it for the bowlers, man. I don't like pitches that have
So we
nothing.
have a change of bowling. The captain is going to bring himself on, Mr. Braithwaite, for a,
this could be interesting,
first
couldn't
turn
it?
of the arm.
This is one of those things where shit could get wickets or get clouted. You can talk over the top of this, it goes on forever.
Oh, right, okay.
My spelling ain't strong.
Well, they're going to take time working out what their field's going to be here, aren't they? So at the moment, we've got a slip, we've got a silly short leg, sort of a mid-on in close as well, and a sort of a wider mid-on as well. Braithwaite, looping ball, right arm around the wicket, which Cooley's just jabbed into the offside, and they've come through for a single.
Yeah.
Certainly knows how to flight it.
And the lead has reached 50. Is that a landmark jingle?
Well, no, it's not a landmark jingle. It's a bloody landmark for England, but it's not. It doesn't have a jingle for England lead by 50 runs.
That'd be sad.
Well, you know, I can pick one out. Actually, I'm sure.
A 50. Do we have the jingle machine's been so quiet?
Well, I think there is one for maybe if I can find it.
Like 50 runs, man.
Nah, not playing at 50. There's something there more.
Root takes his guard, and Braithwaite again, a looping, wandering ball right on the leg stump, jabbed out into the leg side, and Braithwaite fields off his own bowler, throws it back to the wicketkeeper in an attempt to try and keep Joe Root back in his crease. Braithwaite in again. This one's a bit more on off stump and has jabbed it way into the offside. The slippers actually had to go dashing off to field it, and after a bit of arm waving from Joe Root, they decided to take a single.
I'd hate to face this. I would have so big eyes. I guarantee I would either be bowled or be caught easily down at
quite a
long
lot
on.
of dip on this actually, doesn't he? Braithwaite. I think it's because it's going so slow through the air. Gravity's taking over. This one's a bit flatter, and Crawley is rocked back and smacked it past the mid-off fielder who's after it and has stopped it, and then hits his foot, and the second fielder jabs it back and hits his foot. I think it hasn't actually touched the boundary sponges, but it was a hard, good effort by the West Indian fielders to try and actually give that as a four. There's the first one, and so yeah, no, it hasn't touched the sponge. So just the two. Actually, I think they're looking at this just to make absolutely sure that's not touched. We'll have to see that from a better angle than that one, but I think he's got his fingers behind that. And then it hits his big toe, his big Jason Holder feet.
Just give it fielding benefit of the doubt and move on.
Yeah, they're looking at the
exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a ball fielded where they've needed to stop it from hitting the boundary 3 times.
3 times.
It's quite an achievement.
Yeah. Come on, rock on. It didn't hit the sponge, so let's get on with the game.
It's a waste of time.
Yes.
All for what? 1 run?
All for that.
Right, 2 runs.
3 runs.
3
no,
runs.
They took 3.
So that was all over 1 run. And all they spent in there about 4 minutes. I've been trying to look for the Hallelujah Courses since then, but I can't find it.
Anyway, the England leaders galloped to 54 as a result of this over. Braithwaite in again. Root sort of tries to jab it away. This time the slip fielder is cute to that one and moves across quickly to field the ball, and there's no chance of a run. Braithwaite bowling at 91 kilometres per hour. Another loop on this one is very leg side, and Root has just stuck a boot down there, got the bat there, pushed it on the leg side, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. Braithwaite 1 over 0 for 5.
Got a question from Simon Dara over on YouTube. Do you think these young players, in brackets Crawley, Pope, etc., could be the core of a great England team in 4 to 5 years from now? Or are they doomed to relative mediocrity?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, you got to have some consistency to be able to do that. Don't see it quite yet, but
I think they also need to get some good county cricket under their belts as well. And at the moment, I don't think English cricket is structured for them to get the time to do that.
I think Crawley's going to be there. He has actually looked all right.
Seals in again. That one so he got a bit of swing after it had gone past the batsman on its way to the wicketkeeper, but was well wide anyway, and Crawley just let it go past.
Yeah.
Just on Jay Grover, I'm guessing after that pissed up Englishman dancing, I now really want some uppity drugs.
Uppity drugs, yeah, uppity drugs. Oh, here, I think I found it.
Meanwhile, Seals is in again to Crawley, a fast ball this time, and Crawley is slightly hurried into his defensive shot.
Tea will be 3 local time,
which is in half an hour.
Right.
Right. Vernon is here. But Vernon, I'm going to let you in, but we're not having tea for half an hour.
Is he on the babbling?
Well, I presume so.
Where's David though?
Seals in again wide of off stump, and Crawley not interested in trying to do anything with that. Lets it go through to De Silva behind the stumps. Another dot ball. There's a bit of a lethargy set about everything about this game at the moment. It's, everyone ambling around, Barmy Army even looking a bit lethargic on our screens.
Yeah, well, it's probably because they're all drunk way too much.
Seals in again, Crawley defends again, and again, no run.
Tell you the one thing I'm disappointed about the West Indies team. There's a distinct lack of incredibly colourful sunglasses and incredible colourful watches, like of previous teams.
Yeah.
Well, there's a colourful hat for you, Colin.
I'd wear that.
And that's in the crowd, that hat. That's where the colour is, Colin, these days, not on the pitch, not in the middle. Seals in again, and Crawley actually attacks this, clips it through mid-wicket area, and that's going to go to the boundary for a 4.
Nice, no one out there.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a nice shot, actually,
yeah,
wasn't it?
Rather confirms your point that if they're going to score runs, they're going to get them off someone like Seals.
Yeah. Well, I think
slightly overpitched and in the slot. Boom.
Maybe they don't show him as much respect as well. Holder and
Roach.
Yeah.
Seals into computer. This is a little faster ball, and Crawley sort of tries to repeat the previous shot, doesn't really hit it properly, and mid-on is able to just jog around and field the ball. So at the end of Seals' 8th over, I would tell you the scores, but we've gone to an advertising break.
118 for 1. I mean,
no, 122 for 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's 4. Yeah, 122 for 1. You know, that's potential another 100 partnership.
Yeah, how many more runs? 2. 2 more.
I think we only had 100 partnership in the entirety of the Ashes, didn't we? And that was
Are we going to have the Alleluia again? Or have we got
Milan and Root managed to get 100 partnership.
Is that not
go on, Colin.
like the first game as well?
Yeah, it was in the first game, I think, or the second game, one or the other.
Over on Twitter, Mayank, bet you a £5 that dancing Englishman is 100% sober. Jay Grover, I bought a shower curtain from Chelsea. I could build a field of the cloth of gold style tent.
Braithwaite to continue again, loops it up. He gets a little bit of sort of swing on his bowling, and Root tries to punch it away straight down the ground, but Braithwaite's able to field it. Comes in again. This is slow looping ball. I think Joe Root sort of
changed his mind there.
Yeah,
he was going to get down and sweep.
He was going to go and give that one quite a lot of the sink there, but decided in the end, changed his mind halfway through the shot and jabbed the bat down on it, and it was back to Braithwaite. This one's clipped away into the leg side. Easy single for Crawley and Root to take. And then move this on to 123. The partnership to 99 off 203 balls.
These balls are giving me the fear.
Colin's seeing every single one of these going for 6, aren't you, Colin?
6 and then no, actually I'm out.
It's a good game, 6 and out. Again, Luta. This one is actually full toss, which Crawley has got past the diving leg side fielder, and it's ended up deep mid on. Has come jogging round and fielded it. But round of applause from the
100 partnership.
England boys in the pavilion for the 100 partnership. Are we going to do Alleluia, or we got another jingle for that?
What's that?
For the 100 partnership.
I don't think there is a jingle for 100 partnership. 100 partnership. Here it is.
The bowling attack has been survived and sometimes even plundered. The partnership has persisted and now has reached 100.
I like that.
In the meantime, Braithwaite has bowled the 5th ball of his over, which Root has defended. And this is this one has pushed Root back a little bit into his crease and played it off the back foot. Again, it's well fielded, no chance for a run. So at the end of the 44th over, England 124 for 1. The lead is up to 60.
Right.
What are we doing on the?
Should I make way?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've just looked, finally found a revised schedule, and we're halfway through a stint I should be commentating on. Annie Chave should be here, but I'm not sure if she's even in the. No. And you're supposed to be
Summarising. Okay.
Do you just want to stay on, Cole?
Okay.
And,
no problem.
And
and
we'll just swap. Yeah. Because well, I mean, tea's in 15 minutes, so might as well. Just because
it's about 25 minutes, isn't it?
It says 5 past.
Is it 5 past or 10 past?
I think it said 5 past.
It says 5 past on this rotor that Tony's revised and sent me.
Fine. Quarter of an hour it is then.
And it looks like David is going to be here for tea.
Yeah.
Seals is in, and it's clipped off the hip by Crawley out to deep mid wicket. It's another single. Leads up to 60 for 1. Essentially 61 for 1, 125 for 1. This is really good for England for a change.
Yeah, they're not going fast enough though, I don't think, for your bet to come in.
No, but I think they'll pick up speed if they carry on in this vein till a little bit after tea. It's a 2.5 hour session. They're going to go. They get the extra half hour. They might even have time added on. So it's going to be a long evening session. West Indies have been out there for all bar 3 balls of the day, so they'll be getting tired as well.
Plus you've got Stokes and Bairstow.
Then you've got Stokes and Bairstow in the hutch. Yeah, exactly. So that's clipped into the leg side by Root, and he comes back for an easy 2. Plus Dan Lawrence isn't the slow coach.
Yeah.
And he's in next as well, isn't he? Leg side Larry.
Yeah, be down before.
He's certainly batted 4 in the first innings, so he'll be looking to put some runs on. So England can pick up the pace if they need to, and I think if they get to a lead of 100, 110, 15, one of these two might decide to go. Certainly if Crawley gets to his 100, I'd have thought, if that's defended back down the track, there's no run. He'll try to put his foot down.
So Root cautiously approaching his own 50.
Yep.
47 at the moment. We're just watching Braithwaite looping over.
Yeah, speeds, look at that. 70 kilometres an hour, that's about the speed I bowl.
You get more revs on the ball though, Ben?
No, not really.
Right. An honest assessment, what?
Sealed is over the wicket to Root. That's left lane through the keeper is now on. No, I was alright getting over spin. I was never a massive spinner, naturally. It was more flight and dip with me, but I didn't bowl really quick enough to get further on. And I think when you look back later in your life, you go, yeah, that's the truth. But at the time, you think, good enough. But I wasn't.
Yeah, we all thought that. Yeah.
Seals has gone for 32 in his 8.4 season. Another 84 and over.
I like the way the scoreboard calls them England men.
Yeah. That's short and wide. Root likes it there. Punches it, but straight at the man at point.
I would reckon 2/3 of his shots are going there at the moment, don't they?
Yeah, well, he does like to play there, but they set the field for it. People have been over the years. He's on 47. If you look at Viv Richards' Test career.
That sign rating
61 average, that's amazing, isn't it?
Average of 61.38. Oh, that's his bowling. That's his bowling. I was going to say. His average was slightly over 50. His batting average was slightly over 50. I was like, what? That's defended by Root from the crease by Seals.
They must be bored in the commentary box as they're bringing up Viv Richards' bowling stats.
Viv Richards' bowling stats. That's a shame now because I can't see. I didn't see how many wickets he got. If I'd have realised what it actually was, I'd have. It'd be interesting to know how many wickets he got. If someone was watching that can remember. And that's the end of.
We could be daring and press the rewind button.
Nah, we can't. The box is next door.
Oh, right. Okay.
You got to do it for next door. So the end of Seals over. And Brathwaite will come on.
We've got nothing on socials.
Nothing.
No,
not really.
They are all down the bar, down the pub.
Yeah, it's Friday
Very
night,
sensible.
man. It's 7 o'clock on Friday evening. There might be some people in the other parts of the world. They'll either be asleep if they're ahead of us, or it's still Friday afternoon in America. Come on. Maybe they go to the bar early in New York as well. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Long boozy Friday afternoon lunch. Crawley is going to face up to Brathwaite, who's around the wicket, and just basically rolls his arm. 75 kilometres an hour. What did John say? Jack say 8 miles an hour was 8 kilometres an hour was 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So that's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. So it's about 40 kilometres an hour. 40 miles an hour. Yeah. Pretty slow.
Yes.
And you can see the difference it makes. But it's not easy to get away on a very slow pitch. It's tossed up, and he's bowling around the wicket as well.
He definitely gets drift across the batsman though, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, it just hangs in the wind and gets blown across. But batsman on this side can adjust.
He looks like he could be handy to a left-hander, but...
Well, there's a bit of rough out there. I mean, it's not really turning anything, is it?
Just the way his drift comes in, it's a bit harder on a right-hander to...
Yeah, I just don't think it's quick enough.
No.
I think they're just adjusting on the back
A test-level batsman of either right or left-handed.
Yeah, they'll just go back and play it off. If it turns, they'll play it off the pitch. Clipped nicely by Crawley, but straight to mid-wicket. There isn't a run, there's a sort of silly mid-on and pretty straight mid-wicket. See, bowling it outside leg stump though, swept. Not, I feel like he missed out on it. There isn't anyone that far round. If he'd have caught that sweetly, he'd have got a 4 out of it from that sweep by Crawley, but it was well outside the leg stump. He didn't quite catch it.
He had to go a long way to fetch you though, didn't he?
Yeah, he had to go a long way
it was
to fetch
that wide.
but it's that slow as well. You can catch up with it, can't you? You know, but
that was his change-up.
Yeah, it was only 2 runs anyway.
On Twitter, we've got a couple just came in. Vic Richards had 32 tests and 118 ODI wickets. That's Mayank.
Okay.
Warren's social media is mirroring the excitement of the last 2 test matches.
Well, yeah. Well, we're going to see Veeraswamy Pamal. He's coming back into the attack.
I'm going to have upset Jay Grover. Fuck you, Colin. I've been spitting comedy gold.
Of course you have, Jay, of course.
Does anybody here remember Veeraswamy? He'll play again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
Well, he's going to bowl to Root. He's going to come round the wicket. Orthodox. In 129 for 1 Root. Still on 47. He bowls from very wide of the crease. And the first ball is...
jingle time.
It is a jingle time. There's lots of jingles there. He's gone back beautifully. Played a late cut past backward point.
Dear.
There's no one down there. And it's going to be this. Followed by...
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
You're not on yet, Dave. Turn your camera off. You're on in a minute. I'll pull you in when you're ready. Thank you.
54th Test 50.
Yeah, and that'll set him down on this tour. And he got what, 13 and left. Was it 13 in the first innings he got? And
really 3, wasn't it?
Oh, was it 3? I thought it was 13. I thought he got
it was very low.
Turned into the leg side.
They had that ascending scorecard.
Okay.
Descending, wasn't it?
Well, that was a very nice shot.
It was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Yeah, just rocked back.
Knew where the gap was.
Hit the 45 and there it was.
Yeah. And England lead stretches out to 70 with only 1 wicket down.
This is luxury, isn't it? Luxury.
It is a luxury.
The Barmy Army are happy.
Pamal again is bunted back down past him. Long off is out. There's 1. I don't like the way he jumps out really wide on the crease in his delivery.
He almost bounces off the umpire if you watch
it looks like that, doesn't it? and jumps out. So you try to put it back across your body. You must lose quite a lot of momentum, I thought, doing that.
In fact, the umpire's stood right back now. I think quite deliberately, because he does almost brush the umpire.
Yeah.
Especially all the things about body mechanics. Surely that must really hurt your ankles after a while.
Well, no, because you're not bowling that quick. I mean, a lot of your pace and flight is developed from your pivot on your front foot. You really want to be driving through that front foot when you deliver the ball. It's punched out to the offside and there's no run.
But the drive part is that you're going central, whereas his is aimed away
It's
to a
going
45
to
degree
square point, isn't it?
True, but certainly not a fast bowler's pace. You don't put that. Oh, now.
That's
Pill for court.
Yeah.
Was he given out?
I think he hit that into his shoe, did he?
Well, they're saying he did. Did he just miss
going
it?
to
I
talk
thought
it.
he missed it and they were going up for LBW as a possibility.
I think they're going to have a conflab, and they're probably going to give us a soft signal on what they think it is. But
I don't think he hit it. I thought it
These-
dipped
these
underneath
are the
his
ones
bat.
These are the ones you struggle without sound to actually tell. But
Yeah.
question then is it LBW?
Well, they'll look at it. They'll look because it's an appeal, so they look at everything, don't they? And there've been a couple of times where people have gone up for catches and it ended up being LBW when they're ostensibly going up for a catch, but because they look at everything.
Although my first inclusion, I thought that was drifting down leg. So.
Well, I thought it was drifting down leg, and I thought it dipped underneath his bat. I have to say. And I'm not sure. I think it came up. I think it came up and came up off the shoe and was caught, genuinely caught on the full. But I just don't think he got anything on it. Right, they're going to go for a replay. Soft signal is not out. Okay, so there's going to have to be some evidence.
Which is the Bears' view, I have to say. So.
Yeah.
That's the right thing to do, I guess.
Well, if he did get an
all.
inside edge, it's a question of whether it bounced before it came off the toe. I don't think he actually got anything on it, but I think it bounced and then came up off the toe.
Yeah.
So either way, if he's got bat on it, it shouldn't be then caught. However, if he's missed it, it's gone straight onto the toe. They could look at LBW, but as you said, I think it's going down leg, and I don't think there's enough turn to straighten it out from that where it was. And now we're going to take an age. I mean, there's hardly anything's happened in the last half an hour, has it? I mean, they've just. Here we go. Well, that doesn't tell us anything because actually whether it hits the bat and whether it hits the floor and bounces up is out of frame. It's underneath the bottom of the frame.
I think you're right. I think it's missed.
I think it's missed. I think it's certainly coming up, isn't it, off the floor?
You're right. It's bounced and then hit the pad.
So he can't be caught.
And it's going down leg as well.
It's going miles down leg.
Maybe if he's tickled it after it's bounced, but it'll be
Snicko
kind of unlikely.
Oh, this is closer than we thought, actually. Oh, he has hit it.
He has hit it, but it's going down as he hits it. So, in that instance, he's hit it. It's gone down into the ground. He's hit it there.
He's hit it exactly as it's bounced. It looks.
So what does that mean?
I think that's not out.
Bump
I think
ball.
that's not out.
Yeah, bump ball.
Bump ball. Not out.
Yeah, not out.
Okay.
Well, they got. Well, that's good. They got actually.
Well, we got that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. But at least when they got there, they got to the decision reasonably quickly. Sometimes they can wind it backwards and forwards. You spend 5 minutes looking at the same picture when it seems to be quite obvious what the result is.
It's only one frame away, so it's.
The West Indies aren't happy with that.
No, West Indies aren't happy with that.
And the umpires just tell him to get on with it. So
Yeah.
Well done. Correct decision.
Yeah, so it's a bump ball essentially.
The ball's clearly on the ground at the same time as it's hit the bat. So.
Shall we change now, or?
Well, it's T, isn't it?
They've got another over here.
Well, they've got another over. But we'll do that then. We'll introduce Dave and his babbling brook for T.
Oh,
babbling with Brook.
Whereas Ramon is in the waiting room. I'm just letting him in. Vernon's here again. And Dave is already there. They're all waiting, champing at the bit to get on at T. Which will be... Well, if it is at 5 past, it'll be in a couple of minutes. This may well be the last over for T. If not, there'll be one or two more.
And Jason is still disputing it with the umpire. So.
The umpire said it's not out. They've given it not out. Get on with the game. You have to accept the decision. and that was the last ball in the previous over as well. So Brathwaite is going to continue at this end. An awful lot of time wasting there for that. That's been what, about 4 minutes?
Probably longer.
Bibbling about. Root plays that into the leg side to straight middle. I think Holder's fielding, and there's no run. Brathwaite still around the wicket. It's gone for 3.9 in his 3.1 so far. It's tossed that up. Reverse swept by Root.
Really picked.
Slipped. Saw it going and tried to chase it across, but there is someone out in the deep. In a test match, that's a lot of risk for a reward of a 1, I'd say. But
with a third man posted down.
Yeah, with a third man posted there, exactly. Root is good at the shot, and I suppose he's bowling around the wicket. He's not getting enough turn, probably, certainly not off the straight to be able to get you LBW, so it's quite safe, but you don't want to dink it up in the air to someone pointlessly. And defended back down the track by Crawley, and there is no run. 137 for 1 England as Crawley waits for Brathwaite as there's a slight change in the field. Long on is brought up halfway, maybe trying to tempt Crawley to go over the top. Well, he's gone for the reverse sweep. It's a appeal for him. It's close out. That's it's pitched outside leg.
Outside leg, I think. Yep.
They're not really interested in
that. They just shout for the sake of shouting.
Want the tea now.
They could burgle one here where shit takes wickets, you know. If they're not careful. That's a filthy delivery by Brathwaite. Just sat up and said, hit me outside the off stump. Oh, there is no one out there.
And there is no cover fielder.
And there is no cover fielder. That's interesting. It's gone out to the boundary for 4 runs. I mean, that really did just sit up.
That was just
a
gift of
so
4 runs.
So much time to hit that picking spot. I am quite shocked there's no one out there for the loose ball, especially bowling around the wicket. Moves England score to 141 for 1. Crawley onto 75. Tossed up, driven back to the bowler, and there's no run. He's got about 3 or 4 scores in the 70s, hasn't he, Crawley? And then that big double ton, nothing in between. He gets into his 80s.
That's the end of the over, isn't it? Everyone's looking at each other.
Yeah.
Was there a no ball?
It's crazy out there. It's crazy out there. No one knows what's going on.
Sure.
Yes.
It is tea. They're all.
Are they wandering off at tea? No, they're not wandering off at tea. They're just going to have another over. So they must be going off at 10 past NT.
I'll quickly do some tweets to catch back up. Ravinier, is this one of those non-arm pitches that stays flat throughout? Looks it so far.
It certainly looks like it, yeah.
Mayank, I'm mesmerised by the Braithwaite's bowling. He comes in at 41, 42 mile an hour, no real spin. His action looks like he can't be bothered halfway through his stride, and then just throws it down the pitch. Legend.
That's a brilliant description, I have to say.
Greg John, I'm driving around Tel Aviv, but I've just pulled over to shout out, keep it up, fellas!
No, thank you very much. Pamal is going to continue. He's gone for 19 in his 3 overs. He's coming around the wicket to Joe Root, who just knocks that square on the leg side past short leg, get himself a single. Got to bowl reasonably straight as a left arm spinner. There's not a lot of turn, but if you can get it on straight and get him to miss it, hopefully you can bring LBW into the equation.
There's certainly no turn from the spinners, is there?
No. I mean, that's why I thought Leach was bowling at about the right pace yesterday. Everyone was saying he's bowling too fast, but the wicket's so slow. Might as well just try and bowl slow. Variation on a small amount of spin, you might be able to get the odd LBW. They were close a couple of times. Nice cut by Crawley out towards backward point boundary.
Another jingle.
Another jingle, crikey. Late flurry of 4s just before tea. And they're going to go into tea with a lead in the 80s. I think they really want to kind of push on in this last session and put some pressure on the Windies. They shouldn't be rash.
A 100-run session from England.
Yeah.
To 180 by the close of play.
Well, if they can get, they've got 2.5 hours in the next session. If they can get a lead up to about 2:30, 2:40 by the end of play today, that'd be very good. Inside edge onto pad, half a peel, but no dice and no run. 3 balls to go, we think, before tee. Again, it's quite full cut again by Crawley. Nicely placed, can't beat the man at backward point. Gets across. It's Jermaine Blackwood, I think. And there is no run. Good bit of fielding. Moved across the ground quite quickly.
He was?
The umpire, I don't think Crawley was ready, was he, when Paul started running in. The umpire called dead ball. The wind has picked up again. Bowling is going from right, left to right as we look at this.
He's in the batsman.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Everyone keeps pulling out, not bowling. Umpire's dead balls. That's decent line and length from Paul. Defended by Crawley up to mid-on.
There's too much time to watch it onto the bat.
Yeah. At least he's not bowling, low in the 70s. He's got reasonable pace, Paul. Tossed up, defended. That's a decent line and length. Defended by Crawley, and that is tee. Crikey, we got there eventually.
We got eventually, yes.
At tee, England going 146 for 1. Root 55, not out of 114 deliveries. Crawley 79, not out of 156. England's lead is 82, I think. 74 runs in this session from 25 overs. 25 overs is pretty poor. Mind you, they did go off a little bit of rain, didn't they? And it's been an extended session. Run rate 2.96, which is up where Jack wanted it for a possible result for tomorrow, although it doesn't look likely on this pitch. And that is tee. Now, Dave seems to have a number of guests for his tea time slot, so I'm going to immediately let the babbling Brook in on the show. He will talk you through tee with his various stars, and we'll be back after tea. Until then, see you later.
Thank you very much indeed, Bear. And there's a bit of background noise there. I think it might be coming from North Sound, where joining us in the middle of the action there from is I think I can see Vernon Springer coming into view. Vernon, what have you made of the day so far?
Well, it's certainly England's day, and England captain Joe Root scoring his 54th Test half century along with Zach Crawley. It looks like easy calling right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But this game is not over by a long shot yet, so anything can happen. England can still be able to pile the pressure on. There's still some 30 overs to go in the day's play, and if one of these get to 100, they can be able to just put some pressure back on the West Indies team, and we can have an exciting 4th day's play. You just never know.
But Vernon, everyone is saying, let me put this to you as the local man in situ, formerly of course Leeward Islands coach and the head star of Point FM Antigua. The pitch is flat. People are criticising it. They're saying it's a disgrace. So Curtly Ambrose has criticised it. Why was he not involved in preparing this pitch? Why is he criticising it now after the event, Sir Curtly Ambrose?
Yeah, but like I said to you, my brother, anybody who knows North Sound over the years, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium have always produced batting tracks. So it's really nothing similar in terms of what's happening. And sometimes I hear people complaining, but not. If it is a batting track, then at least one of the teams is supposed to make 500 runs, right? Would you agree with me, David?
Yes, I know. I think. Let me put my point of view. It's Babbling with Brooke. That's the name of the show. So if you can't have a good old babble. By the way, I looked up babbling, Vernon. You were saying, why babbling? Babbling because babbling is not just talking. It's talking in very rapid, sometimes incomprehensible style, in the hope that you're going to say something original from time to time. Sorry, I've just been distracted by the sight of another man on the other side of the ground, formerly commercial director of the English and Wales Cricket Board and cricket broadcaster, the voice of cricket at the Kensington Oval. It's Terry who you will hear announcing all the Surrey matches. I'm delighted to welcome Terry Blake. Hello, Terry.
Hi, David. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you, Terry. What's it like being in Antigua watching this match right now?
It is beautiful as always to be here. However, the difference between the party atmosphere of 1981 to this match is palpable, and probably the same with the standard of Test cricket as well. But it's always great to be here. It's been very competitive for 2 days. It fell asleep a little bit yesterday because of the pitch. But once you get Joe Root batting like he is, anything's possible.
What do you think is possible, Terry? You're the eternal optimist. Not so much the Barmy army, I see you more as a more conventional army figure.
Yes, I think behind the lines anyway.
Obviously in catering, that would go without saying.
I think earlier on today, I always do a sweep with a couple of mates, and I had England 257 for 5 at the close. I'm not sure they'll do quite that well because the pitch is still pitch low. But if the bowlers tire, maybe we'll have a little spurt later on before the close.
Terry, let's set the scene. You come over at short notice. It was a women of prayer. You're with your very good friend Jerry Gawain, the famous media and entertainment lawyer. I understand you were meeting the Sierra Leone Cricket Association. Tell us about that meeting.
It never happened, David.
Oh, what? It never happened? Sierra Leone has missed its opportunity. The meeting never happened.
An email was put out, but the invitation...
Yeah, Terry, we've lost you slightly there. So I'll bring you back in a moment. Also joining us this time from Barbados, where she's going to be hosting us in the second test as well, Ayana Holder. Ayana, what's your perspective from Barbados on what you've seen so far?
Hi, David. I'm a bit disappointed, to be honest. Some might wonder why, but I just thought that West Indies batting 157 overs, they might have gotten a lead of at least 100. So I think that England now have really batted themselves into a position of safety in this test.
So what should West Indies have done differently?
Well, I thought that Nkrumah Bonner could have been a little more aggressive towards the end of his innings. Being in the middle for so long, he wasn't bothered, but I don't think that his game is the type of game to adapt and really bring out the shots at that point in time.
David,
Terry, I've just got to ask Terry to mute. There's a lot of background noise, Terry, behind you. So I've got to, yeah.
This is Test cricket. This is not 50 over cricket. This is not T20 cricket. We're talking about a Test game. Had Bonner gotten out yesterday, it would have let England in earlier to be able to have more advantage in the game. You have to understand that we're playing a 5-day Test match. So it's not a matter of just coming in and just deciding that we're going to do X, Y, Z. Nobody's giving credit for the way Bonner held the lower part of the order to be able to make sure that you can get West Indies over the hump and get a lead. It's not just a matter of just coming and saying, oh well, we could have done this and we could have done that. The top order for the West Indies team failed, and Bonner came and took the lower half of the order to be able to make sure we can come up with a respectable total. And I don't hear anybody giving Bonner credit for that.
Hold on a second, Vernon.
2021.
Vernon, hear me now, because I'm about to give him credit. I was going to say, I totally agree with you. I thought the criticism was unjustified. I thought that the Bonner and partnership with Kamal, and before that the Bonner partnership with
it started from with Jason Holder.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was a defensive batting masterclass. Come on, get us out. Go on, England.
Not only that, David. You got to understand that we're playing against somebody else. England bowl well, whether we like it or not. England bowl well. It's a Test game. We're not competing against ourselves, and that's the issue that I'm having with some of our media colleagues around the place. I hear people talking about the pitch. If the pitch was so bad, then England would have made 500, 600 runs. West Indies rolled out England under 350.
But Vernon, you're friends with Sir Curtly Ambrose. You used to coach him in the Leeward Islands
It doesn't have
team.
anything to do with. It doesn't have anything. If I ask Curtly Ambrose one question, has he every wicket that he bowled on? He's never bowled on anything of this, because I'm sure he went to India and they were flatter than this.
Well said indeed. I think the pitch is complete red herring. I agree with you. Nothing wrong with the cricket. It's good test match cricket. And if it's not wham bam, thank you ma'am, for some people, that's fine. But what I like about the West Indies bowling this afternoon has been their dot ball strategy. A technique borrowed from T20 and borrowed from 50 over game. And I think it's really improved test match play, because in the past, people have said, oh yeah, the good thing about white ball cricket is it makes test cricket less boring. Yes, but the other thing that test cricket has gotten from white ball game is not just fast scoring, not just increased, it's actually the art of dot ball bowling. And what I heard Jimmy Adams talking about, West Indies planning to bowl this afternoon a dot ball strategy, and it's really working, and it's keeping England constrained and within victory range. There is no one who will back England to win this game, because from the bowling that we saw in the first innings, there's no way they're going to bowl West Indies out in the second innings. Do you agree with that, Ayana?
Yes, and I just want to clarify my statement about Bonner. I'm not saying that Bonner did it back well, but we all have realized that the pitch is a very good one, and I expect this match to draw, because England's bowling has not been fantastic, to be quite honest. Most of the wickets that fell were due to mistakes by the batsmen, and I think that this game is going to go into a team draw tomorrow.
Well, I agree. There's a lot of big background noise there, Vernon, behind you. So
I've got some of my friends here from the United States of America, so I just wanted them to talk to you for a little while.
Oh, greetings. Well, let's speak to you now, sir. You're one of the USA cricket fraternity. How wonderful. Tell us about yourself.
Well, my name is Brian Walters. I am a former member of the USA Cricket Association's Board of Directors. I'm a current member of the Development Committee of USA Cricket. Here to enjoy some cricket based on an invitation from my friend Vernon Springer, and we're having a really good time.
It's that man again, Vernon Springer, the man with his finger
That's
on the
same
pulse.
name.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What has Vernon done to help you with, your cricketing association in the United States?
Vernon is a voice, and what we need more than anything else now is a voice. We have a certain vibrance to our cricket that has carried us a long way, but the more people beyond our immediate sphere who know of the goodness of USA Cricket and the things we're trying to accomplish, and the more people we can have to attempt to sort of help us elevate that message, then the better it is. So from that standpoint, Vernon himself, and then to a larger extent, just the different journalists and cricket personalities throughout the Caribbean have gone a long way toward being able to assist us in elevating our cricket.
Well, it's great to see the leg spinner Hayden Walsh Jr. making his way from the USA. There's that great story of him heading to play for USA in the World Cup and getting a phone call, and he had to choose: do I reroute myself? I've got a West Indies call up, or do I continue and honour the team that I'm part of, United States? He chose to turn and play for West Indies. He must be happy with that decision, and you must be thrilled that he made that decision.
Well, I'm thrilled primarily because each cricketer has to do what's best for them, and so Walsh had that opportunity. But it goes even further than that, because it's exemplary of the amount or the level of cricket that we have in our country, that somebody who is representing the USA cricket at the highest level can then qualify to play for West Indies, or for a couple of our people who have South African roots, a couple of our people have Australian roots, and they're able to sort of have a choice between the two. Again, that I think underscores the fact that we have a pretty high level of cricket in the US, and we're doing everything that we can to be able to not only develop the cricketers themselves, but provide the environment in which they can be seen and then have the choices that Hayden did.
Well, that's wonderful to hear about the cricket in the United States. That's a real bonus there. But, it's great. And how are you enjoying the match, and how do you see it from here, from your neutral perspective as a USA fan?
Well, I'm a USA cricket fan, but I'm West Indian by birth. I was born in Jamaica, so I'm here rooting as hard as possible as I can for the West Indies cricket team.
No, not
If
your
you ask
heart.
me-
I didn't say your heart. I said your head, man.
All right. If you ask me if I take off my West Indies cricket cap and put on my cricket analyst hat, I think the better bet right now would be on a draw. I think England will probably likely bat through lunch tomorrow at least, at which point they'll probably have something in the lead of maybe 280 to 300 runs. Then they'll ask us to bat. I think, that puts us under a little bit of pressure because scoring that many runs in 2 sessions is going to be very difficult. So we may go into a shell relatively early. And it just feels, obviously, since you lost Mark Wood, with he, in my mind, is a premier strike bowler for England. You don't have the bite that the English attack usually has. And so from that standpoint, I think it's eventually going to peter out into a draw. Could be wrong, I've been wrong before, but I just don't think that England right now has the bowling firepower to knock us over inside a couple of sessions, which is what I believe we'll be batting for at the
Well, I
end of
think that's a really interesting view, and I'm only going to pick up on one thing I disagree with you on, and that is the betting opportunities open on West Indies winning. I think they're sensational value at 8-1. If they do get a breakthrough, England are only 64 in front. West Indies man for man, much better team than England, that's the fact. The England batting lineup is shaky once Root is out. Stokes is like a cat on a hot tin roof. You've got Bairstow playing fantastically well. The rookie Dan Lawrence, who is available, to back at quite a long price to get any run. So no one believes he's going to really come good. Alex Lees has already failed at the top of the order. So if West Indies can turn the screw, the best value of all is with Bet365 and the other one was 888, who are offering 5-4 West Indies to win, draw no bet. That would be my recommendation today. And thank you to Bet365 and also to 888 for providing the prices that enable us to pass that information on. But can I also thank our sponsor, Windrush Bay, who specialise in the purveyors of the finest Caribbean food and beverages. Yes, we are talking rum, and I'm seeing a future of any amount of rum for Guerrilla Cricket listeners, and I know that's one thing we have in common. There are all types of rum from Grenada, from Antigua, St. Lucia, and of course Jamaica, not forgetting the rum from Barbados. Ayana, what is the rum they drink in Barbados?
They drink Mount Gay rum in Barbados.
Mount Gay, how could I forget Mount Gay in Barbados? That's one of the rums that's featured in the windrushbay.com cricket hamper, and we're going to be making them available to Guerrilla Cricket listeners for the Barbados Test match with a special discount code. They're virtually giving the rum away as part of the deal. You get the ting, you get your mixers, and it looks like we're going to be announcing, in fact I am going to announce it now, a deal with Chris Blackwell's rum, which is the Chris Blackwell of the Ian Fleming dynasty, owner of Golden Eye, and the founder of Island Records, now runs a place called the Golden Eye. He's taken over Ian Fleming, and he's got a cocktail called the Golden Eye, and that's made with his Blackwell's rum and pineapple juice, and that's going to be our featured Guerrilla Cricket cocktail. Bear, I see you as the prime target market for this product.
I don't drink rum. I know that's sacrilegious, isn't it? That's really sacrilegious. I'm really sorry, my West Indian
You drink
friend.
everything else?
No, I don't actually. I'm purely a beer and whiskey man, Dave.
Well, look, thank you very much to all my guests on the Babbling Brook. And Bear, are you ready to take over? The players are coming out on the field.
David, may I say something
Terry,
briefly?
yes, please. Bringing Terry back in, who's our man at the ground, Terry Blake.
Please put money on for me for West Indies 8-1. Add 3 wickets, and we're about 80 for 4. England collapses have been common, especially in this part of the world. Game on, either way.
I've got England at 13-2, Tony, that I got yesterday.
I couldn't agree with you more. There, Terry.
A lot depends on Joe Root, but if he goes and we collapse, then all bets are off or on again.
Well, absolutely right. And I've just been asked by one of our colleagues. I mentioned Blackwell's rum, and is that the same Blackwell who founded Island Records? And yes, it is the same Chris Blackwell, and his family have a heritage in the rum industry through his work at Ray and Nephews, where and the Blackwell's rum is the finest light dark rum, and that's got his imprimatur. And Chris said he'd come on Guerrilla Cricket to promote it, and I just said, look, he said, what do you want from us? I said, a discount code. We have a discerning listenership who want this fine rum at a very low price. And the great thing is, if you become a patron, if you subscribe to Guerrilla Cricket, you don't just get to enjoy the coverage and the additional benefits like the Bear and the Bishop podcast, but you're also going to get this extra special promo code for subscribers. Bear, back to you in the studio.
Why, thank you. I guess that's the end of tea. Actually, you're staying on, Dave. But I
am. Well, in that case, can I just say thank you to Ayana and to, of course, to Vernon Springer and to Terry Blake. Vernon didn't get to say too much, but I'm sure he will be. There's
another day tomorrow. This game is definitely going. This game is definitely going to tea tomorrow, so I won't worry about that.
Exactly, and Vernon's also kindly agreed to do a special podcast, end of play podcast with Ayana Holder from Barbados, and that'll be available exclusively in a window for subscribers.
Okay.
Patron subscribers.
Right. We ought to get back to the cricket. It is supposed to be. I'm not supposed to be on actually. It's supposed to be Andy Ward, but I don't think he's here. So
I'm here.
Oh, are you there? Oh, okay, right. Off you go then, boys.
So how are we doing this? Are we working from?
Can't hear you, Andy.
You sound like you're in a fishbowl.
We can't hear you, Andy. We can't hear you, Andy.
Can't hear me at all. Just a minute. Can't hear me at all. I'm just quiet.
I'll just fill in while Andy's getting his connection issues, and I'll leave you to speak directly to Bear on that one. I'll just describe the action, and then you take over for me when you come back in. It's Alzari Joseph who is bowling the first ball, and that's wide outside the off stump. Right, England are 146 for 1 with the skipper Joe Root on 55 and Zach Crawley's on 79. So that means the England lead is only is as much as 82. And so, Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, he won't want it to go, over, say, 200. Here's Joseph. He's bowling to Root, and that's tight right on his stumps. And that's been the strategy from West Indies. What's made it a really absorbing day today is the fact that the West Indies have adopted a dot ball strategy. Really bowling really good defensive bowling, and it's quite difficult to get away. And that's one of the things that, Andy, I bet you'll be interested in, the picking up on these things from the limited, the white ball game, influencing Test cricket, not just with more attacking batting, but better defensive bowling.
Isn't Test cricket all about defensive bowling? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now
yes, we can, loud and clear.
Now you're very loud. Turn yourself down a bit, and we'll.
Okay.
Root plays that one way down to Steve Square.
Just everything's with you people.
We've lost the sound again. You've got him back into the future, and you sound like you've just come off the set of Back to the Future.
How about now?
That sounded really good.
Did you hear that?
Very much so. Loud
Brilliant.
and clear.
Okay.
So I just finished.
Very good. Right. Who's doing what?
I'll finish this over, and then I'll hand over to you. So 3 balls left.
Okay.
147 for 1. Crawley on 79. Root 56. England leading by 83. Jason Hiscox. Welcome, Jason. You look like you're at Lord's at the nursery end.
I am. Well, my background is.
Yeah, but your arse is. Outside the off stump, and there's no run. Can I just give a quick shout out to James Knights, who's listening in Valencia in Spain, to Rob Holt, Palmer's Cricket Club, and can also make a special thank you to West Ilsley Cricket Club, who very kindly allowed me to host this podcast from here. We've got the rugby coming on at 8 o'clock. Big night. West Ilsley Cricket Club. You're listening to us in Oxfordshire or Berkshire or Wiltshire. 3 counties, Jason, I know you regard with disdain, being a Middlesex fan, but if you are in those 3 counties, come on down to West Ilsley Cricket Club. Got the rugby on, and Joseph is bowling now, and that's played away down the leg side by by Crawley. There's no run. So Crawley remains on 79. Yeah, Josh De Silva, nice bit of work behind the stunts there. And the England lead, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know whether you caught what Vernon Springer was saying.
I did. I thought that was very interesting.
A very good.
I thought.
Original view.
I didn't agree with necessarily the issue about take 3 wickets and they're still in the game. The point I was going to make was Crawley's not often got to this stage of being at 70, 80 odd in an innings, and when he's got to this stage, he's generally gone on to get a big score.
Yes, indeed. I missed that bit of action there, and so I'm trying to send to a message at the same time. What happened there, Jason?
That was knocked into the leg side. I think that was 2.
I think it was 2.
Okay,
Yes.
14941. I'm going to pass it off to Jason's on tweets. If you can tweet us at Gorilla Cricket. Don't forget, if you want to be a Patreon subscriber, you just have to go to Patreon /Gorilla Cricket, and that will take you to the subscriber page. There's a whole range of benefits from subscribing. Extra content, including the Bear and the Bishop, the Friday lunchtime show, which I managed to babble my way onto. Andy, back over to after Jason, will be passing to you for the ball by ball.
Leah is saying, yeah, F you, I'm a housewife without a credit card. Don't know what the context was. And Warren says, can someone get Bear a rum and Coke? I think you have. I think that's a pun there on Coke for the Bear.
Run with a chaser then.
Grover says, tar day for another educative broadcast. You talk less shite than when surrounded by West Indians. I have to agree, that was very interesting. Just one question from me before we start. Was Ayana Holder related to Jason Holder in any way, shape or form?
She's not related. It's like a Smith over here, I think.
Okay, Viraswamy is back in. He's bowling very full again onto the legs, and that's an easy clipped up to mid-on for a single to Crawley. England reach 150 for 1 in the 51st over, just a smidge under 3 and over, and they've turned this game around, and at least into a position where it should be very hard for them to lose.
So where's your money, Andy? I know you like you're a very shrewd punter, and some would say professional. So shrewd, you turn pro. Where's your money in this game now? Any betting opportunities?
First thing I'm going to ask is what odds you're giving me.
Right.
What odds I can get? It's hard to see anything.
Okay, I'll give you some odds. Okay, and let me know if you're interested in these odds. They've been supplied by Bet365 and 888.com. So thank you very much for supporting our coverage here. The unofficial coverage, of course. I'm only commenting just off the screen, not pretending to be there, are we, Jace? Otherwise, you'd have palm trees behind you rather than the pavilion at Lord's. Here's Pamal into the attacks down the leg side. Oh, I meant to be passing back to you, Andy. I just felt myself going there. Let's just say it was a great way to end. It's 4 runs. Now we're back over to Andy for the ball by ball.
Did that go for 4?
Did.
Okay, all I saw was it being pitched outside leg stump, and it was certainly a terrible ball. It deserved to go for 4. Let's just see what Joe Root did with it. Swept it. Yeah, swept it fine. Honestly, having seen about 15 minutes before tea and just the start of this, I've been super unimpressed with the West Indies bowling. These spinners are pie throwers.
Can I just give a shout out, Andy, to Bradley, Brad Henderson, who's the man behind, the couple behind windrushbay.com, who really kindly supported our coverage by providing sustenance to Gorilla Cricket contributors in the form of our Cricket Watchers hamper. You'll find it's available. It's an incentive to make your way into Sydenham Towers. It's a way of encouraging the school children to go back into the classroom.
With chocolate.
Yes, exactly. In this case, it's rum and ting.
Pamal's got do you mind, David? Pamal's got a slip and a short leg. And that's
Can I just say, sorry, last thing I'll say is that thanks to Brad for supporting the Tea Time show, and also a big shout out to Terry Blake there, who came on, who's the voice of the public address system at the Oval now.
Okay, and Crawley tips that into the leg side. He's gone for a quick single, but he's fairly comfortably home, even though the wicketkeeper throws the stumps out of the ground. It's 155 for 1. England lead by 91, and fairly comfortable there. That wasn't the greatest throw. In fact, keeper didn't even pick up the ball, he just knocked the stumps over. Still made Crawley scuttle a little bit. He's on 86, Root 57. Welcome runs for both of them. Anything else on Twitter, Jason?
Yes, we've got Grand Theft Auto saying this lovely partnership in the order has made me all nostalgic for when England were good at Test cricket.
Pummel's wide of off stump again, he's short again, he's 4 again. You don't bowl there to Joe Root, he'll just tap the ball on the head and run it down to third man for 4. Pummel bowls from extremely wide on the crease. In fact, his left foot is probably outside the crease, which is of course allowed. It's his front foot. But if he gets it too wide outside off stump, it's just a free shot all day. So Root's on to 61, leaves 95, and that one's too far down leg. I just don't like this angle from Pummel. I don't see how he can really threaten at all. That one's digged down to fine leg for a single. The over's gone for 11. Goodness me. Riches in a test match, and Pummel's 5 overs none for 35. I'm not really surprised.
No, I think that Pummel, he hasn't got into his stride yet, but don't write him off. And he's the leading wicket taker in first class cricket in West Indies for the last 6 years. He's a regular, like 50-60 wickets a season guy, which is quite remarkable given how few games they play. And he'll be but once he gets
he's bowling a line that needs a lot of tweak to make it effective.
No, but I think he'll adjust his line and he'll be in the wickets. Don't worry about that.
Well, anyone can always feel it. Everyone's going to feel they're in the wickets against this England team. There's always a collapse in the offing. But as we see a picture of the calm blue sea, it's calm blue sailing for England at the moment, 160 for 1. Root's going to be on strike to Joseph, who, as David said before, is going to try to dry this up a bit with some dot balls. Jason Holder marshalling the action from slip. Crick toes on his shirt. I don't know if that's some kind of snack. And again, top of off stump, but Root's got an inside edge on it down to square leg, and that's an easy single. 161 for 1. With Root on 63 and Crawley 86. Now I must freely admit I haven't seen any of this test match. I don't actually have any of the sports channels. So what's been your impression of the game so far, perhaps for anyone else who's just joining it a bit late?
My impression...
Yeah,
go
after
on,
you,
Dave.
Jace. No, after you, Jace.
My impression is that it's they're trying to play cricket despite the pitch rather than... No, the pitch is not enhancing the game in that sense. It's making it hard to get a result out of it, but a result is possible because of the decent attitude from both sides in trying to force the game.
Cool, yeah, that one was short from Joseph, and Crawley went and pulled it, but straight to the fielder. He possibly feel he missed out on that one.
I mean, Terry Blake made the point during the Babbling Brook tea time babble that 2 wickets on this would make it look really different. I know that's sort of thing Jeffrey Boycott would say, but it's true.
Little bit fuller from Joseph. Crawley lets it go through. There's no run.
There's plenty of chinks in this English batting lineup.
Joseph.
So many chinks in this.
Chinks everywhere you look.
Everywhere you look, and not only that, the bowlers have not looked capable of taking 20 wickets in a match. And without Wood, the talisman, or sick note as we refer to him, in tribute to Darren Anderson, the Tottenham player, very rarely perform more than 2 games in a row, and then some mysterious illness, injury, sickness would befall him. Just unfortunate.
Unfortunately, he was a good player. Joseph is in again, and that one is cut, and it's gone over the slips. So a little bit flashy from Crawley, but it's done the job. Bounced down to fine third man for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So this is why West Indies fans are getting annoyed with Brathwaite's sort of laid-back captaincy. He's gone with the wrong bowlers. He should be, you know, with he really should be going with Holder and Roach, encouraging Pamal. But I don't think Joseph. Well, they're trying to get a wicket, and Joseph's the man to break the partnership. I guess that must be the thinking from Brathwaite.
Well, just an over ago, he was saying he was trying to bowl dot ball. So either he's changed his plan very quickly, or his radar has gone astray. Crawley, life is good on 90. 2 slips, short again, cuts again.
I mean, this will be his last over.
Only bowled a couple after tea.
Alzari will not get a bowl for the rest of this innings after that. He's going to have a long spell to think about what he's dishing up at the moment, taking all the pressure off.
Well, you think you're not going to bowl tomorrow at all?
No, I mean, he'll have a long spell on the boundary to think about it.
He may well do.
You've got Holder and Roach. You've got Holder and Roach. You've got Holder and Roach waiting to get on. And once Pamal gets his radar, you know, I mean, the only bowler that's reminded me of Pamal is Bear, actually, our host in the studio. He bowls the same sort of nagging, slow left arm. Come on.
He's a bit more lumbering in his approach. Pamal's a bit skippier than what I've seen of the Bear.
No, the Bear when he was playing at Dulwich.
Here comes Joseph to complete the over, and as you say, most likely his spell. That's better. Top of off. Crawley drops it down, isn't quite sure where the ball has gone. Probably a run if he was a bit more aware, but not to worry. 169 for 1. England's lead is 105. Does he have a single 100 for England, Crawley? Isn't it just the one double?
Yes, it's a solitary double, I think.
No, Bear shaking his head. Yeah, so technically 90, he has no hundreds. He's got a 90 now. He doesn't want to become the next Michael Slater. Although, you know, to be fair, Michael Slater scored a lot of runs.
I'm sure it looks delighted with a picture of Rhubarb doing snips. Leah says, yeah, Windy's bowling may be atrocious, but so is Getting Quality's audio quality.
Yeah, I know, I'm back on the Chromebook.
Warren says, I blame the bloke with the mechanical roller. And Warren says, what happened to the new microphone? He's sending us a picture of a massive ear trumpet type microphone.
Well, I was just told on chat to turn it down a bit. Maybe we should turn it up again. Pamal is continuing. He's swept by Root, and he's swept for 4 in front of square. I'm very flattered. England are scoring like a T20. Just an eye, come on. Very full from Pamal.
So it's uncanny the way that even we at Gorilla, you know, split out all over the world as we are, we can alter the course of a match with a well-chosen remark. Like that was spooky the way that happened. You come on,
big conflict
immediately. There's an up in the rate, as if to say, hold on a moment. T20 experts moved in to the Gorilla cricket front hot seat. We better up our game a bit. Yeah, old school cricket granddad. It's out with the arc.
Well, Jason Holdren's a lot to say at the moment.
The worst thing,
of course.
It does feel like the worst thing that could happen to West Indies is that they went in for tea. They come out after tea and the ball is going to all parts.
I mean, that's the old trick that Middlesex used to play on all the opposition at Lords, isn't it? Had that woman who just stoked everyone up, so ate so much they couldn't play after tea.
Unless Justin Langer was there to throw.
Justin Langer put a stop to that, correct. We need Justin Langer in the...
Oh, no, we do not.
No, we, the West Indies, need that.
Oh, the West Indies need...
Yes, we want you to put Justin Langer as coach, please.
Right, I understood, yes. That's tucked, tickled, whichever you like, down to fine leg by Roots, and he'll pick up a single. No, I can't believe anyone was saying that. Justin Langer would be a horrific fit for English cricket. Still, everyone's got a view, and most
they
people
have. Literally, everyone has an opinion. Another shout out, please, to Terry Blake. Thank you, says Brad. And Brad Henderson, that is the founder of windrushpay.com. I'll tell you more about him in a moment.
Crawley on strike, 94. Is he going to go to 100 in the grand style? Not now, because he's just pulling away.
Yeah, Andy,
England lead by 110.
Perhaps I'll do this at the end of the over if that's okay.
Sure, please do. And you really feel that if England have any chance of winning this game, they've really got to press this session. Pamul is in again, and that's a better line, but from that angle he's just got a very tight channel he can bowl in. Crawley plays that one back to him for no run. It's going to come in again. Not really changing his angle. It's a little bit more on leg stump, but it's still good, and it's up to mid on for no run that time. And Crawley perhaps a little bit more watchful. He's approaching 100. I know it's a team game, but you can't blame batsmen really. And again, he's solidly in defence to mid on. Maybe not just me with my broadband then. I do apologise if we have a bit of lag every now and then. We're occasionally talking over each other. If there's hampers involved, I will try to get down to Sydenham for the next test. I think I'm due on the Friday again. Fellow in the crowd looks like he's had his share of hampers. And plenty of suns out, guns out, the England fans, although whether it's really guns is open to debate. Still, not a bad life out in the West Indies.
A bad holiday, definitely.
We'll manage. Still a bit of a breeze, it looks like. If that might help the bowlers a little bit. Joseph, tipped by David not to return in this innings, is now to bowl the next over. He's short outside off stump. Well, not that short because Root lets it go. It did tail in a bit, to be fair. West Indies trying to get a grip on this run rate, which is suddenly threatening to take off, Jason.
It is, yeah. As we see someone, a very adult kid getting face painted in the crowd. This has gone very well for England since the tea interval. They seem to have come out with a different attitude, or maybe the Windies have come out with a different mindset and not quite so constraining.
Joseph's getting a little bit of tail in now. Root is indicating that to Crawley. I wonder if it's a touch of reverse after 50 overs. Just tailed inside Root's bat. There was a very sizable gap between bat and pad, so maybe that was a little bit casual from Joe Root. Still bounced in front of the keeper though. There's no real pace in this wicket.
No, that's one thing that hasn't really improved throughout the 5 days. It's got a little more even paced, but the pace that it does have has always been on the slow side.
Yes, perhaps someone mentioned the previous test between Australia and Pakistan, which was a bit of a snooze fest. And maybe this one isn't portraying Test cricket in the best light, but it happens, and it's all about playing in different conditions. That one is played back to Joseph for no run. I do wonder if England had a little chat at tea and said, come on, we're on top here, the bowling isn't great, let's crack on a bit. Maybe it was little more than that.
Certainly possible. I mean, you can see the pace of the pitch by the fact that when they give you the stump cam view, that Joe Root is batting quite a long way outside of the crease just to get some pace onto the bat from the bowling deliveries.
On that in the park, just tried to get to the ball. That was a nice drive from Root, but Joseph stuck a size 12 down on it and prevented the run. He gets some applause for that. So he does seem to have exerted a little bit of control.
Joseph can be genuinely quick when he wants to be. So if they're struggling to get it through the pitch to the other end,
where's Dave?
There's no hope for anybody else.
Who knows?
Dave, what's going on?
Into the ether. Tries a back cut there, Root. That's a bit better from Joseph because he's induced a couple of false shots in this over. That one kept a bit low on Root, and Root has actually had a bit of a waft at a couple of these. He's having a bit of a laugh about it.
Is rum and ginger beer a drink?
It is now.
I mean, is it a traditional one?
Yes, they both come from West Indies.
I decided to crack the Windrush bounty, as it were.
Nice. Yeah, and there's some of that in Sydenham as well. I shall try and get down next Saturday because I'll put down for 2 sessions if Tony will put me on. That's covered up by a route. Gets a full face of the bat on that one to cover, and there's no run. I enjoyed the podcast earlier in the week, Bear. People are not aware. The grumpy, what's it called exactly? The Gorilla
Well, we're
Cricket
either the Grumpy Old Men or the Grumpy
podcast?
Old Gits, one or the other. Alternative GC podcast, yeah.
You could be both. It was the Bear, Paul Howarth, and not Fred. And I did enjoy your chat about the box of heads.
Yeah,
that was quite
weird stories we find on the internet. Inspired by Nestle, I have to say. With all the, I don't know where he gets his headlines from, but occasionally once he.
I'd seen Hank the Tank. I'd seen that one. But yeah, the box of heads. I thought you were going to say, "Has anyone informed the bodies?"
Yeah,
That just made me laugh.
It's weird. Who would nick a box of heads, man? It's just an odd thing to nick.
Well, I don't know if you saw one. Think, oh, a box of heads. Yeah. Crawley's reached 1,000 test runs. I'd have been a seller. I didn't think he had that many, even with that 200. And he's forward, plays that one from Permore into the offside. There's no run.
Well, it was over a quarter of his runs in one innings.
Yeah, no, it happens. You can always do a bit of root maths on that if you want. Now he's batting with Joe Root.
Jay Gover says, dark rum and strong ginger is not a drink, it is nectar of the gods.
Ah, well.
Yeah, well. That one's tapped down for backward square by Root. Crawley, sorry, and he'll pick up a single. Excuse me a moment, my phone alarm's gone off.
Warren says, Dave Brooker is a plugging machine, talking about all these plugs.
I think
keep it up, big man.
I think he's run out of steam. Yeah. That's why he turned off.
And Josie Oak says, still waiting for the wicket to deteriorate, as the Bear predicted. And Warren says that's wishful thinking on Bear's part.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Permore's in again, very full again. He does like to bowl it very full, almost Yorker length. Root is almost down on one knee to play that down the wicket.
That's the wrong one as well. God, trying to keep up with bloody what's going on the rotors. What time did this session start?
7:30. We started with the 7 o'clock lineup, so maybe we're going to do that and just shift everything forward one. I don't know. But certainly we should change it 4 minutes.
Okay, there was a later one that came in.
If anyone's wondering why Knackle's not running things, he's moved on, and congratulations to him, and good luck in his new role.
Yep,
I'm sure he'll do very well. That one is a bit better from Permore, a little bit more zip to that one, and Crawley this time has played and missed. But yeah, did a tremendous amount of work for us, Knackle, and will be missed, but as we say, onwards and upwards.
Indeed. No, right, yes, so I have the thingamajiggy. The rotor start at 7:25 to 7:55, give you another over. And then
okay. That's full again from Permore, sorry. And Crawley plays back end of the over 176 for 1.
But it wasn't, it was 7:30, so actually go till 8. So yeah, go till 8, so another over after this. And then Dave's supposed to be back on, and you two are supposed to be swapping places, and Colin's supposed to join you.
Okie doke. Yeah, quite a breeze out there in the West Indies. It's whipping those flags around, and some of those tents look like they might be about to take off.
Yeah, it gets very windy out there, man. It looks like rain's coming.
Bad enough in North London today. I saw someone, I was out driving, and someone's umbrella turned inside out in comedy style. Tapped down into the offside by Root. He'll pick up a single. He finds everything quite amusing, as he often does. Nothing wrong with that. I like to see players with a smile on their face.
Well, they
Crawley a bit more serious perhaps on 95, thinking about his second test 100.
My wife keeps telling me about these windproof umbrellas you can buy on Amazon, but I just don't believe it. They don't turn inside out apparently and break.
Well, take it out in hurricane, there's wind and then there's wind.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice shot by Crawley, but it's straight up to mid-on. And there'll be no run.
I did think this, but Pirate Bradshaw has confirmed that dark rum and ginger beer is called a dark and stormy. It's lovely, especially when made with dark Jamaican rum. I thought I'd recognised it from somewhere.
Okay, well I made it with white rum, I presume.
It looks like ditch water.
Well, it looks like ginger beer. But I like ginger beer.
Joseph back in. That's onto the pads, and Crawley's probably missed out there. They're going to get a leg bye. It was comfortably down the leg side. Not even Joel Wilson, who hasn't had the best of test matches or indeed spells, was going to do anything there.
And Ravi now says, Bear Crapsacker and the Windrush Bounty. When's the mutiny?
Well, there's no one to mutiny. I'm here on my own again, much like the last couple of years. It's nice when people turn up, Andy. I hope you do come in. It's much more convivial. Although
I'll try to get in next Friday. Yeah, see what the.
Cool. Good.
Yeah, Grubby and Not Fred were having a bit of fun with Joel Wilson on Twitter, saying he was going to be buried in the review cancelled or decision cancelled position. That one's played down to Gully by Root, and a good bit of field placing. Fielder picks it up, there's no run. None for 35, Joseph, so he's in, well, I guess all the bowlers have been in a containing role, except the one who took the wicket. I guess that was Alex Lees quite early on.
Yep, and it was Kemar Roach. Set him
Kemar
up,
Roach.
away, one went straight on, played around.
Again, I heard him, he did that in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Exactly, very
okay.
similar. Except for more obvious this time.
Doesn't bode well for the rest of the series when you get found out in the first game.
Yep.
That one's played up to mid-off by Root, there's no run. One thing I'm not so keen on with Root is his reversion to the Alice band.
Yes.
Looks like he's an Arsenal substitute in the
precisely.
League Cup.
I said that when he was bowling, Andy. Alice band. No way, man.
It's the same reason I don't like the Tom Curran sort of bandeau on the top of his head.
Yeah.
I mean, the top knot was a stupid idea, but when he had a sort of tennis bandeau.
Both the Currans like their headgear.
Wow.
Played into the offside by Root, thinks about a single, thinks better of it, and Joseph has put the brakes on a little bit. That one's gone for 2 runs. We'll have a little bit of a switcheroo. At least we're going to change.
Let me just get
over.
through some tweets before, and then watch you go through the switcheroo.
David, thank you. Jason.
Leah says, nice to have a skirt with pockets during such a match when you keep marching through the flat. Not sure what the context there is. Jacob says, I'd proper nick a box of heads. My Halloween decorations have been a little milk toast this past year. Milk toast, yeah. Rum and ginger is classic dark and stormy. It's improved greatly by a squeeze of fresh lime. Stirred not shaken, says Jersey Jiggler. Nick Martin says Trues. Nick Martin prefers ginger ale, but as long as it's rum and ginger, that's fine. I think the decision cancelled position is how many of my first dates ended, says Brian.
Dave, you're on. Dave. It's time for you to do your big moment. You're doing ball by ball. Dave. He's in the waiting room somewhere. Carry on,
and
Andy.
with that, I shall go.
I'll stay until Dave turns up.
Are you saying ball by ball for a second? Yep.
That was just defended. Back up the track, and there's no run. Yeah, it's looking good for England. I thought I got England at 13-2 yesterday, which at the time I thought, and then West Indies got up to their 69 lead, and I was thinking,
Well, their tail batted for an awfully long time, didn't they?
Yeah, it was Bonner mainly. So that's defended into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, just ate up balls. They scored 173 runs in the entire day yesterday. 1.9 runs per over. It was really sort of 1970s style.
Well, that's what people like, apparently.
Yeah. Down the track comes Root. Doesn't get to the pitch, trying to work it into the leg side. Would have been a bad shot if they'd have gone up, but I'm sure he was more than 3 metres down the track.
Hit him outside as well.
Yeah, probably. Lyon was quite good though for the stumps. Defends that one from the crease into the offside. There's no run. Very slow, 78 kilometres an hour.
At least he's not going for 11 and over now.
No.
Watch the next ball go for a 4.
Around the wicket, Pamal swept by Root down towards long leg, and there is no run. And we're joined by Hattie.
I think we're shifting everything forward half an hour because of the tea break.
Exactly.
Is what I think we're doing. So if you were down for 8, I think
You're
you'll join us
actually
at
at
8:30 if that's okay.
Pushed on the back foot into the offside and there's no run. That's all right, Hattie, don't worry.
No, it's not your fault. I did the same.
And it's because of the goddamn rain, Hattie.
But into the over, that's where Jay is obviously the same age as me, because he says windproof umbrellas sound as much like bullshit as unbreakable rulers at school.
Yes, exactly. The
just an invitation to constant violence. So yes, if you're that age, the measuring things was the third most common thing you would do with your ruler, which was first try to break it, and secondly go spring on the end of the desk and play a tune.
Yes. And sword fights, of course.
Oh, fourth after sword fights, yes.
And launching things with it.
Yeah.
Oh, fifth, yes, so many uses for the common or garden ruler.
It's definitely not anything
We're having a 150 run stand klaxon. Yep. Pirate Badshaw was telling us about the difference between ginger ale and ginger beer. And Warren says, has Priti Patel deported Brooker too because he was saying Windrush so much? It's a definite possibility.
One of my ex flatmates before, when I was back learning days, he got 20 cases of ginger beer for free for our flat for marketing.
Nice. The non-alcoholic version, I presume.
No, the
proper one. Oh,
yeah.
Nice. That's always a good thing. Any free alcohol is always a good thing.
I came back into the house just to see cases and cases of ginger beer going, what the?
And then you were sick of it by the end of the 20th case. No,
yeah. We were leaving it in people's houses and doing flat parties and things just to get shot or something like that.
I imagine it's quite sweet. I've never had the proper ginger beer. Seals is in onto the pads of Crawley, who clips it down to long leg, moves on to 98. And just 2 runs from that 100. I think he'll feel so much better for getting that 98. We slated him over the last year.
Yeah, there's not really been any chances from him. He's done quite well to keep a lid on it.
Well, it is a pretty flat.
With the England top order, apart from Root, you've got to criticise everybody in the context of everybody else. I mean, none of them are any good, really. You have to pick the best we have.
Seals in, guided by Root, wide of Gully, who gets a single.
You might as well have someone who goes big when he gets in, I suppose.
Well, yeah, but the question is, do they get enough? Then it's how many times do they go big to how many innings? If you go 1-1-1, 10-5, if you have 15 innings before you get big innings, it's not really worth it, is it? if it's one in every 5, then it's probably about right. You get a double ton every 5 innings and 40 runs in the other 4. That's 300 runs every 5 innings.
You'd be the second best batsman after Bradman, I think.
Yeah, that's a bad pick of numbers. That's a left alone. Attempted pull by Crawley.
Yeah, that waft,
a very slow ball, and he threw a shot before he even got there. I think Root's telling him, calm down, you only got to get 2 runs. I've done this lots of times.
No, he hasn't. He gets out between 50 and 100 all the time. That's what Crawley should say.
Well, he's still got 26, 27 test tons. Root.
No, I know. Just having a bit of bants.
Yes. Good old
Top
bants. Are you going back to playing the over 50s this year?
Yeah.
You're going to captain the side again? That's clipped nicely by Crawley. He should get back for 2 and he should get his ton. Well batted.
No, got a much better captain this year.
Okay. Well batted, Mr. Crawley. Just give him a jingle.
10, 20, 30, 40,
well done indeed.
60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
You must be fairly annoyed if you're Ollie Pope, thinking, I get the hard times when coming into Australia and against that attack, and then I miss out on this.
That's happened to a few people. I think that the hardest done by was Carberry.
Yeah,
basically
yes,
had one
that's a
season in
very
Australia,
good
did as
shout.
well as anyone else, and then got left out. Yeah,
I thought that was really wrong at the time. I've said it ever since,
Yeah.
and I think you're right. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
most people
Yeah.
knew it, but I don't know what. I mean, in that Ashes tour, he started off pretty well. Most innings, averaged late 30s, didn't he? When everyone else was falling apart, defended back down a track. 5th ball of the over by Zach Crawley, and there is no run. I mean, they're going along at decent lick as well. They're going over 3 runs and over.
they've been cracking on since tea. Yeah.
We've still got an hour and a half left. And the lead is 120.
In honour of Shane Warne, perhaps we could have some completely unrealistic declaration talk. To be fair, I haven't been on. We've all mocked Shane Warne as a commentator, but what a genius as a player.
Yeah, he was. Defended up to mid-off.
And he lived it large.
Yeah, well, he did. I mean, I don't think, a lot of people live a lot larger lifestyles than him. They're just not in the public eye. I never give a shit what anyone does. It's quite fun to take the piss out of them, but I'm not really going to cuss anyone for doing anything. I've done enough. I've done enough shit in my life.
A lot of rum chat on Twitter, which is fair enough.
His rum is rather good.
I think Shane Warne's family even announced that his last meal was Vegemite on toast, which just kind of sums him up quite well.
Should have been Marmite, of course, but we have a new patron. Hey, thank you very much to our new patron,
superb.
Richard Black, who's painted us. Richard Blackborough, thank you very much.
Thank you indeed.
It's always good to get new patrons. You do get lots of extras now. You get a weekly podcast. You get a mug when you do $10 after 3 months. You get the archive as well. It's all worth
I'm just
doing.
wondering when Chelsea are going to open their Patreon account.
Down the track comes through again. I thought that wouldn't have been bad. That's probably going on to hit the stumps, but he's so far down the track, the umpire will never give it. And Hawkeye would say he's probably over 2.5 metres or whatever it has to be. That's pretty straight, man. So, I mean, that's going on to hit middle and leg, I tell you.
He's only got one strike in there.
Don't they have 3 reviews anyway? I mean, I know you need them with Joel Wilson, but
I think they do, yeah. But I just think they think he's too far down the track and it won't be overturned, and he hasn't been given. And I think that's defended. Cut behind square. Can't beat the fielder. There's no. The problem with it is, isn't it? If the umpire gives it, then the batsman goes up. It's over 2.5 metres down the track. Everyone cancels it anyway, so there's no point trying to review it really. Just dropped into the leg side by Root. And
thought about a run.
Yeah, the thing about it. Wasn't there that in that ODI in India in the World Cup when we lost? Did we lose to India in the semi-finals when they got 300 odd and we nearly chased it down and Strauss got 170 or something? And it almost
No, that was the tie, wasn't it?
Oh, it was a tie. That's right.
That's a tie in the group stage.
As that's swept by Root down to long leg and there's no run. And we were cruising it, and then Strauss got out. We lost some wickets, and then someone scored about 18 or 22 in the last over, wasn't it?
It was Mahmood, wasn't it? Did he hit a couple of sixes?
Yeah, I think he hit about 4 sixes. I thought 3 sixes or something.
Hell of a game.
Defended into the offside, and there's no run. Wasn't there? Ian Bell had an overturned LBW, didn't he? Because he was charging down a track, I think, and it was over the 2.7 mile. That was quite the early stages of when decision review.
But it was evidently a long time ago because Strauss and Bell were playing ODI.
Well, exactly.
It was before. It was in the before times.
Pulls out of his bowling action by Vermeulen. There's no run.
He was going for a mankad there for a second.
2-leg sidey. Crawley works it around the corner. We get 1. They're going to come back for 2.
Yeah. The MCC's change to the mankad rule, which isn't really very much, was causing absolute hysteria on my club WhatsApp group the other day. Oh, everybody will be mankadding all the time. It's the end of the world.
Well, most people can't be asked to even back
when
up.
I said, well, exactly. When I said stay in your crease, then I was the bad guy all of a sudden.
So what is
that? I have to say about anything.
I was under the impression it was legal anyway.
What is
well, it is. They just changed. You don't have to give a warning, and they've just sort of changed the wording a bit and sort of tried to say everybody calm down, which they haven't. Right, Jay says, I don't often get vexed about cricket, but blimey, the way Carberry was treated got me very annoyed. Also, I think Warren were quite a good commentator. Jay's one of those people, when he actually says blimey instead of fuck, it means he's more serious.
Seals is going to bowl his 11th over.
Another one who's new to me. Youngish bowler?
Yeah. Dave would tell you if he was on like he was supposed to be that he's a good young, fast, quick.
Low end of 20s.
Yeah. Wasn't he youngest to get a fifer for a long time or something?
He bowled very well in the first innings.
Yeah, got a fourfer in the first innings. He's in, bowls short. There's not much life in his track, and Root just paddles it round the corner to long leg. And he's a single.
So, do you think there's any possibility England could sort of have a dip at the West Indies in 2 sessions, and that they might, collapse in a heap?
Well, I think they want, to be safe, they want a lead of at least 300 to do that, wouldn't it? They have to be 372 at lunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ahead. So they want a lead of 300, so they'd have to be 372. What are they on now? 187?
Got a session and a half.
Yeah.
Plus a morning session.
Yeah. So
if they don't lose wickets and
ambitious.
they get in the morning, well, it's not actually that ambitious. If Dan Lawrence can hit, score quickly, and if these guys get them to a lead of 200, they're bound to try and accelerate then. And someone will get a hold of it. They can manage They can certainly manage. If they get a 200 lead tonight, they can certainly manage 100 in a session tomorrow morning.
Yeah. 125 lead at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And they've still got an hour and a quarter.
Well, how long do they have? We're not sure, really, are we?
Well,
they should have more than an hour.
Well, they certainly
is the light going to come in anyway?
Well, it hasn't. I've been thinking it was going to for the last couple of days, but it really hasn't. That was left alone down leg side by Root, no run.
I think it said 6:05 local time was close of play when the latest update came up.
Which is 10:05 here.
Oh, okay.
And normal close of play is, with the extra half hour, is 9:30. Seals in short, down the legs, and through the keeper, no run.
As you say with the light, I doubt they'll get to that.
Doubt West Indies will be speeding through the overs either.
No. But now Crawley's got his 100, he should try and step on it, really. I mean, if they do want, they should be thinking about it now. 189 for 1 is a pretty good position to be in.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, the bowling doesn't look very threatening. You've got 2 set batsmen, you've got 9 wickets in hand. And I struggle to see how even England could lose this game.
Yeah, it would be quite tricky. Well, they could collapse the heat and be all out for 11.
Set a field for that one, but didn't work though.
Yeah, 2 leg siding, clipped nicely. Fine of the man on the 45, set a little bit deep for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think he's bowled for that. I think they've bowled for that sneaky sort of leg gully catch.
They have. They've got a man there, but it was just too wide of leg stump, wasn't it? Which allowed him to get a little bit more control on it. Well, no, actually, it wasn't that far from him.
Just caught it well.
I think his batsman can't help but play that shot. It's a free hit down the leg side. You forget, even if you know he's there, you kind of convince yourself he's not. That's short and pulled pretty square by Crawley. They'll get back for 2. But Keemar Roach will get round from fine leg to stop the 4, and England move on to 195. The lead 131.
It looks like Crawley's got a few gears to go up, but will Root actually go up a gear, even though if he gets 100? I think he's still just going to keep his same mentality, to be honest.
I really don't think, I hope the captain of the team, who already has 2600s, isn't going to let reaching 100 affect his strategy.
Yeah, exactly. Attempted pull by Crawley. Gets a Q end, which then crashes into him. He smiles. He can't believe he missed out on that one. And
maybe not that easy to pick up this short ball on this pitch.
No.
I'm not quite sure how it's going to stick or when it's going to come through.
I mean, the problem is even going for that 300 and then trying to. I mean, if this wicket doesn't break up, it is more than useless, basically. I mean, there is nothing in it. I mean, this is the fourth day. We've had about 4 balls misbehave all day, and nothing's gone off the straight.
Yeah, I mean, Test cricket has to do itself favours. I know it's not easy sometimes, and it's not. You don't produce a bad pitch on purpose. Well, actually, I'll take that back. Some teams do.
Some teams do,
Some
yeah.
countries, sometimes you do. But I doubt it's been done in this case.
You see that from the...
Although apparently,
it's
apparently the curator,
it's not. You know,
the groundsman was told to make a pitch that had something in it, with a little bit of live grass on it, and then produced sort of a mud patch. So he didn't really take instructions. Apparently it was a bit too dry before the game, so it was heavily watered the day before the game because it had got too dry too quickly, which kind of led you to think it might break up.
It is not. Yeah.
Pamal is going to continue. I think there's a bit of chat. I think that's why Root keeps stopping someone. I think someone says something just as Pamal is about to bowl, and Root pulls away. Starts again. It keeps a little bit low, but it's a bit short.
Kept quite low.
Yeah, but it's very slow, and Root was, he's got so much time. He just goes back, pushes it into a space on the offside, and they run through for a single.
His batting's so deep in his crease as well.
Yeah, he prefers that against the spinners.
O'Neill says, is anyone reading tweets? Well, I am reading tweets that aren't about rum in people's private conversations, and there just aren't many of them at the moment.
I think you should read some about rum then, maybe, Not all of them. Pick the selective ones. Since this is the first rum and ginger I'm having for, I don't know how long. Defended by Crawley in the offside and there's no run. Go for it.
Yeah, Jay says he's younger than me, but then again, South Yorkshire is 10 years behind in terms of school supplies. Pirates Grog Rum is being touted by Nick, but Pirate Badshaw says can't take seriously a rum that's not from the Caribbean. It's like non-French champagne.
Yeah. Well, mind you, Japanese do reasonably good whiskey.
Yeah, I can relate to that. That's really.
Whereas we all, on the back foot, Crawley punches that on the offside. Are they going for a single? No, they decide not to. Irish whiskey is also very good. It's
Yamazaki from Japan. It's great whiskey.
Yeah.
Irish whiskey is allowed, isn't it? Scotch and Irish is the home of whiskey, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's
pushed out to the offside into the deep. Seals is out there. It'll be a single to Crawley.
Seems a bit greedy of Ireland, though, to have whiskey and Guinness. Then again, they do drink a lot.
Yeah.
I remember trying to do a yard of Guinness once.
Ooh.
that did not go well.
Well, I can tell you what else didn't go well. When we played a game of golf between the rugby team and the football team, and golf, if anyone's not familiar with the drinking game, is you have 9 pints, and however many, like down in one is a hole in one, and if you take 2, it's 2. And I did that on Guinness, and no, it didn't end well.
Oh Jesus!
Apart from the
hit square for a single. Go for it.
Apart from the unpleasantness, I lost the match.
Oh no!
Lost a match for my team. Yeah, absolutely. I had a drinking problem at college.
We all do. Oh, no,
it's not funny, really.
I didn't have a drinking problem at college.
But we all thought it was at the time.
Defended out of the offside, and there's no run.
It used to be quite good because I used to have friends in the beer industry and in the whiskey industry as well, so I was always getting a lot of good recommendations and discounts and things.
Well, that sounds quite handy at a young age.
Yeah.
Old Fart at Play gets it. He says, this is the best cricket commentary. It's like It's a Knockout crossed with loose women after a bottle of rum.
Perfect. We're going to write that as a slogan.
Yeah,
Slap
put
it
that
out.
on the put that on the back. Yeah, put that on the front cover.
Put some adverts up on the tube. Joe Root Test career. What am I looking at here? Opposition: West Indies, 12 matches, 1,022 runs, average of 56.8. He averages most against India, and actually Sri Lanka
least against Ireland. Sample size.
Yeah, sample size. Yeah, totally. Matches 1. Bangladesh not so good. Sample size 2. Most every other nation he's played more than 10.
38 against Australia. I know he has the classic route master, which was the 180 against Australia at Lords.
Yeah, he's never scored. He's not got a ton in Australia, has he?
He famously doesn't have one in Australia. No, yes.
Pulled by Root down to long leg. He'll get himself a single.
I think out of that, he basically said he was brilliant in Sri Lanka and West Indies, and he was a bit okay-ish or ropey against New Zealand and Australia.
Yeah. Well, he's nearly scored 10,000 test runs. What is he, 31, 32? I think he's 31. Attempted pull by Crawley. He doesn't really get up. Hits Josh De Silva on the thigh. Goes off to slit. They'll run through for a bye.
Yeah, I think the difficulty for anyone trying to overtake Sachin, much like Cook and Root, is they're invariably going to be captain at some point, and that probably takes 4 years off your career, if not your life.
Yeah, true.
It certainly does.
The 450 came in just 67 deliveries.
Sachin, I wonder if Sachin ever had any ambitions to be Test captain. I can't imagine he did, or he would have done.
Yeah.
He would think. Such was his sway.
Seals in again. It's just.
I think this is just a shit plan from West Indies.
Yes, it's pivoted on by.
We see so often in Test cricket. They're just bowling short on leg stump with a short leg and a short leg side 45 and hoping for something to happen.
Yeah. Well, and rarely does it when you have a man on 109 and the other guy on 78, not 178.
Pirate Bradshaw doesn't reckon Irish whiskey. He says it tastes like mouldy vodka.
Jameson's is my favourite whiskey, actually. Jameson's on lots of ice.
Ooh.
That's my go-to. Seals. Oh, now that could have been a strangle. Very finely flicked by Crawley. Just past a diving Joshua De Silva. But it makes itself down to the boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
I don't like when they do this in Test cricket. And England do it as well.
Yeah.
You can't get a run, so you just bowl short and crap down the leg side. It's just, isn't Test cricket supposed to be about staying patient and bowling top of off stump?
To a degree, but sometimes you have to try and induce. You have to pay for the wicket, don't you? You try and induce.
Yeah, well, this just comes across a bit desperate.
Well, it does, but they are desperate.
I suppose so, in both senses of the word.
For 2 runs. I mean, this is the problem. The wicket is dead. This is why the draw is at something stupid like 4-1 on, because
I back it at 4-1 on. Let's see what it actually is.
It was 4-1 on last time I looked.
1.003 or something.
Which would be what, 100-3 on? No, even more short than that.
Something silly anyway.
Yeah, I'm just looking deliberately on the bookies because that was super short.
That's pulled again. The mid wicket is there. Goes to him pretty quickly, but there is no run.
Okay. It's only 1 to 5.
Yeah, 20% return.
Yeah.
Put the mortgage on it, Andy. Put the mortgage on it.
Wouldn't get that in the bank. No. Might get it on Bitcoin on a good week.
I've got some crypto. It's been crazy during the war.
I'd stick with Bitcoin if I were you.
Well, no, I've got like 200 quid in it, mate of mine.
Yeah, that's fine for a punt. Yeah.
And I got in just after Christmas 2021 when Bitcoin had crashed. And I put 200 quid in and I bought 10 different coins.
Ben Stokes and his black feet. What have you been doing? He's putting them in someone's face for the bounce.
That's really what you do.
Is that Dan Lawrence? Ben Stokes and his stocking feet has obviously been down in the coal cellar because his feet are black and filthy. What his mum would say, I don't know.
Well, we have a change in bowling. They've finally gone to the man they probably should have started up after tea with. He's only on an hour late, but you know, don't worry about it. It is this man.
He ain't no dope, he ain't no weed. That Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach.
That weather doesn't look too clever to the left.
Yeah. Kemar Roach in, guided by Roots. Can't beat the man at Gully. That was no run.
Catch up with some tweets just before we go. Swing it both ways is in my camp rather than David. Can you imagine Permall averages 20 with this garbage? Why does he leap 3 feet to the left on his delivery?
That's what I know. Dave was trying to convince me that he was much better than Jack Leach.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
He's trying that, Randy.
But I don't think so. I don't see it.
Swing it both ways. Also, I thought Sachin did captain India for a bit. Maybe I'm likely to be wrong about these things. Yeah, Mayank agrees. He found out in the media like everybody else.
Maybe one of these
beast
in between.
Defended into the onside, and there is no run.
Interregnums, yeah.
In between Dravid kind of eras or something like that.
We're going to have a switcheroo, and then it's over. And at the end of this over, it is going to be Hattie coming back. It is going to be, I think it's me, carrying on ball by ball, because actually I've just taken over from Dave B, who was supposed to be on. He's even in the back room, but he's clearly not watching what's going on his bloody screen, because he's been sat in the waiting room for the last half hour, and he's supposed to have been on. Cut by Root out towards the point cover boundary. Not enough force to get it for 2. So I'm going to carry on doing ball by ball. Colin, actually, you're supposed to be on anyway. You're moving on to social, but you're on that now, aren't you? I don't know. And Hattie's joining us. So
no, I was supposed to be. Apologies to any tweeters I missed, but I don't have my. I'm going to blame my equipment. I don't have my 2-screen setup in here. Banished to the bedroom. Banished to the bedroom to do this. I was in the front room, but my flatmates had priority.
Oh, okay. Is there footy on the telly or something? Oh, now fished at by Root outside his off stump. Indicates it went away. I didn't see that, but goes through the keeper, and that is no run.
Yeah, I'll try to get down on next week if we're good on Friday. Be good to actually get there in the flesh.
Yeah, it's nice. If you come down on a train, you can drink as much rum as you like.
I can drink, and you better have these hampers you're promising.
Well, there is a hamper.
You think those hampers will still be there in summertime?
Yeah.
Nah, but there's always beer.
Will they still be there next Friday?
There's always booze in Gorilla Towers. Don't you worry about it. Roach manages to get a little inside edge from Root as he goes back, comes back onto his pad, drops out on the offside. There's no run.
Who have you got in the summer for test tours?
We have New Zealand and South Africa. Couple of decent series. South Africa is always fun. Weirdly, they seem to do us here, and we seem to do them.
Should be competitive.
Yeah, it should be.
Should be a competitive series, yeah.
Had a good series against. We got one test against India, although that might have. We got one test or more.
Oh, isn't it that cancelled test from like 2 years ago?
Which we, of course, say comes along.
Okay.
That allows us to square the series from last summer. But they claim that series is done, and this is a one-off test.
Well, then they.
I object to.
Oh. I object to everyone.
And hopefully they'll come in for a one-off test and be completely cold, and we'll spank them.
Then
nice and even.
That'd be a series win for us then.
Well, it'd be a series draw, wouldn't it? They were 2-1 up with 1 to play. Driven out to the offside, out through the covers, and there is 2 runs. Last ball. Right, now we are going to have a change.
Okay. TTF.
Yeah. See you.
Hello,
later.
Hattie.
Hi.
Hello, Hattie.
Hi, Hattie.
Hello again.
Have you been enjoying what you've been seeing?
Yes, very much actually. Very pleased with Zach. And well, I'm not going to say the complainers of Joe's form have been put to bed, because one good innings doesn't put someone into good form overnight, but then it doesn't. You can't put Joe's you can't put Joe's excellent form of last year behind him and say his bad knock in the first innings. isn't one-off either, so...
Oh yeah, no, there's no worries about that.
No.
I think it'll settle him down that he's got into a taste. If he gets a ton here, he'll have a flying series. There's still 2 tests to go. But,
absolutely.
You always want confidence in that first game, don't you? You get the runs in the first game.
Of course you do. Of course you do. You don't average 48 and be a bad player, do you?
No, exactly. Right. Oh my word! We've got a change in bowling. Didn't know this guy bowled actually. He got 122. Isn't that correct? And now this man's going to bowl.
Or are we?
Don't you listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all the groomer. Don't listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all the groomer.
So Nkrumah Bono is going to have a bowl. However, the phone calls come in, the rain's coming over the hill, and everyone at the edge of the pitch is grabbing the tarpaulin to get it out onto the ground. Weird, it seems to go dark and gets bright and then the rain comes. It's kind of odd. It looked darker about 3 or 4 minutes ago than it looks now, but they're all getting ready to bring on the rain cover now.
I just bring bad luck down already.
Yeah. I don't know what. I don't even know what. Well, he's right arm bowler. Looks like he's a right arm off spinner. The wind is really high.
Leg spin, leg spin.
Does he bowl leg spin? Dave, you were supposed to commentate the last half hour.
I was there sending you messages. I had a power outage and I came back on. So I'm ready when you are. I've been sending messages for the last half an hour.
Okay, well then you come on and take my spot now because I've just done yours. I'll do that first ball though. It's just hit square on the leg side and there's no run. There you go,
Bear,
nice swap.
Thanks, Bear. Well,
I was just about to say, Dave, as well, I finally cracked the rum and I just had a very nice long rum and ginger beer. Very tasty.
That really is called taking one for the team. Bear, thank you for changing a lifelong habit and moving into the rum sphere.
Coolio, I'll see you in a bit, just as the rain comes down.
This is pants.
Yeah, I wonder what rum Bear was sampling there. Which one of the rums from Windrush Bay, our sponsor? We'd like to thank them very much.
Ray and Nephews.
Ray and Nephews, right. It's one of the 5 rums from the Caribbean that are featured in Windrush Bay, who specialise in distributing Caribbean food and beverage and other fine products. And they do them in hampers, so you get like the rum. You don't just get the rum, you get the mixers, you get the typical like plantain snacks. So just replicating a day at the cricket in the Caribbean, which if any of you have ever had the fortune to do that, it's like a completely different experience from watching it at Lord's. Keep quiet, don't. It's not the gin and tonic scene. It's very much a rum-based scene. Colin Hattie, where do you stand on rum and things? What's your tipple of choice? Cricket with, say you were in the Caribbean.
If I was in the Caribbean, I'd be drinking rum.
Hattie?
I haven't drunk alcohol for a number of years, if I'm honest.
Wise, very wise.
But
what about on the fruit and vegetables? The lovely vegetables you can get there, the yams, the sweet potatoes, the ackee, all the lovely.
Barbecue prawns looked amazing, I have to say. Those at Longasteins, they looked absolutely gorgeous.
It's a lovely little family.
Though. Yeah, we're not huge.
They were. It's a lovely little family business set up by Brad Henderson and his girlfriend Julie. They do it from their apartment down in Sydenham, not far from South East London, in Guerrilla Cricket Studios. So they're a real good local business, and they obviously supplying hampers and all the Caribbean produce that you can't get in Sainsbury's, and certainly helps everyone enjoy their cricket. So thanks to Windrush Bay, they've sent a hamper to HQ. Hattie, if you want to get over there, no, don't go over there. That would be a mistake. Okay. You would come off the wagon faster than Bear moves when the new supply of beers arrive at Guerrilla House. But brilliant. Colin, okay, same question to you then, Colin. Tipple of choice.
Tipple of choice is whiskey.
At the cricket.
Well, I'm more beer drinker at cricket. Well, you don't tend to get rum at Scottish cricket or even Australian cricket.
I didn't want to presume anything because these days, people have all sorts of different accents. I did detect, was it a slight Scottish spur there?
Northeast of Scotland.
Right, God, it's chilly. Here's the match situation. England 311, West Indies 375. England in response 2-1-2 for 1. What a partnership between Joe Root and Zach Crawley. I mean, we might have imagined that we'd like to see that in the Caribbean, but after everything that happened in the winter, it must have been really enjoyable to watch that earlier today, the partnership, and this partnership still going on between Root and Crawley.
Two very similar players, aren't they? Very strong off the back foot and then through the covers and mid-wicket. And both very fluid. And it's been very pleasing, like you say, from what happened in the winter. But then at the same time, Australia and West Indies are both very, very different sides, aren't they? And the wickets are very different as well in conditions. So
absolutely right. How do you see the game progressing from here then, both of you? Do you share the sort of this pitch is so flat, it's a disgrace to Test cricket? The other view is the pitch is one which you have to respect the good balls, and so therefore it's really tight and absorbing cricket. But either way, there could be a result. What do you think the result will be?
First off, it's going to be a draw. I don't think anyone sees anything other than a draw. The pitch itself, I think it's flat, it's dead, but it's a test pitch. I think over the past, say, 5 to 10 years, there's been a lot too many three-day wickets where the bowling team has just managed to rattle over any team every time, and we do need a few spells of attritional bowling where the batsmen are getting a bit more favourable rather than the bowling.
yes, that's fair. I mean, both sides I would say, are pretty evenly matched, and there's no really standout bowler on either side, is there? Unfortunately, and
I wonder. I'm going to challenge you on that. Actually, if I said to you that there's a guy who's 2 wickets away from joining the likes of Michael Holding, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, in the shape of Kemar Roach, he's 3 wickets away from joining the all-time West Indies wicket takers. And I put it to you, the only reason we don't value him in that way is because he's still playing at the moment.
No, absolutely. No, you're quite right there, Dave. And he probably doesn't get the credit he deserves, does he? Because the West Indies have been flying under the radar for so long, haven't they? Languishing in the bottom half of the ICC World Rankings, both in one-dayers and in the Test arena, which is really unfortunate. But then that's, I guess, when West Indies aren't performing, their players don't get recognised as much as they should. I think there's a lot of truth in that, and it's kind of like lazy shorthand to say, "Oh, West Indies not as good as they used to be." It's almost like their brand, that's because it's perpetuated by their own supporters. Yeah, exactly. And it's like saying, well, England aren't going to win over here because we haven't got Anderson and Broad. That's just stupid. It's just absolutely nonsense. You've got the 11 out there. You've picked your best 11, and they've got to play, haven't they? And I mean, I'm a huge admirer of Works, not just because he's a Warwickshire player. I mean, but of course we've still got Stokes as well, haven't we? And we've got Folks, who's the best wicket keeper in the country as well, in my opinion. So we've still got an amazing 11, perfectly capable of performing. I mean, I've got my own opinion about Root as captain at the moment, and I'll keep that to myself for now. And then, I mean, I like Lees as a batsman, but then I'm like, I don't think he should be playing. But then, but don't get me started. And I certainly have got an opinion about Johnny Best, and I'll certainly keep that to myself for now.
Look, I hate to disappoint you, Hattie, but the thing about a rain break that we get very excited about with the cricket is it gives us the time to expand on all 3 of those points. Why don't you want those 3 in the team? One by one, come on.
No, it's all right. Let Colin talk.
Okay, go on, Colin.
I'd say it's fair to say that both teams have 2 players that you would classify in current form good enough to make multiple teams within the world. You could say West Indies, Kemar Roach right now is bowling very well, and Holder is batting and bowling incredibly well. And then on England's side, Root you can't ignore based upon the amount of runs he scored. He's still in form. Okay, he had a bad series in Australia, but he's still in form. And then arguably, I'd say Johnny Bairstow's found form now.
Yeah, I go along with that, Colin. I'm going to add another name to the list of players who would make any team in the world right now. No, I'm going to support what you were saying and just drum the point further about Jason Holder, because you've already mentioned him. He would, as an all-rounder, make any team in the world. If you don't believe me, look at the ICC rankings. He's been number one for the last year and a half since 2019 series, where he scored a double century against England in a crushing victory in the first test. I think he's just surrendered the top spot. He's now number 2 ICC world ranking. Never bowls about, hardly ever bowls a bad ball. And Jimmy Adams was on BT Sport earlier. Well, rather, David Gower was telling us that the West Indies strategy is to bowl dot balls. To bowl dot balls. That is their strategy. It's something they picked up from, the lot of that from white ball cricket. The ability to strangle a team, and that's why I think there's been frustration from West Indies fans today. I mean, they were angry. Vernon Springer at the tea time show, the babbling brook, as Tony Bishop's called it. He was very critical of the West Indies bowling, because there's too many 4 balls from Alzizari Joseph, and Permaul hasn't yet come to the party. What we've got is very reliable bowling from Holder at 2 and over and Roach at 2 and over, but the others, they've been off the pace, and you need a whole team of bowlers to perform. On the other side, England haven't got a team of bowlers to perform, not in this starting 11, and they've lost Wood, who is unlikely to bowl. That's what I've heard. So any thought of an England victory, I mean, it's even more laughable than it was when they went off as 11-10 on favourites. I was baffled by that they would be favourites. They've never won a test match at Antigua, not this ground, nor the Antigua Recreation Ground. Never won one. Yet somehow they're the favourites to win. I mean, I'm all for, that is really, but the bookies they set the prices, and people have they've chosen to back that.
The bookies won't set prices nowadays, because it'll just be computer algorithms.
Well, indeed. Well, yes, it's our old friend Algae Rhythm.
So, the Bairstow one, because a lot of people will be going, well, really, is he actually world class at the minute, or valuable in any other team at the minute? There was a change from back when he got reintroduced into the Australian side, because before then he was getting out in ridiculous ways and getting bowled through the gate constantly, and it seems like he's taken a different approach to what he had before. Whereas before he was listening to probably countless coaches telling him, do this little trigger movement, or start with this sort of position, and he's just taken all of that, ditched it all, and just gone, you know what, I'm just going to play it simple, and I'm just going to stand there, get ready, keep my head steady, and play through the line. And ever since he's done that, he looks like a difficult prospect to actually get out now.
Exactly. Do you know, I would admit you, Hattie, there's certain teams that I really like watching games between, and England and West Indies matches are always great. They're in every form of cricket, and whether it's home or away, there's always something going on, because neither team is flawless, and that kind of makes it really good watching.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's the same for me with England and South Africa. I mean, I don't know if I've done stuff with that, but it's just exactly the same, because like the passion between each side and the banter with the fans as well is just it's fun. It gets a bit heated now and again, but that comes from the passion, doesn't it, that you get between the sides, and it's second to none, isn't it? I mean, you don't get the food, etc. necessarily, like apart from maybe at Durban or in Cape Town, but it's just brilliant. And I mean, neither side has apart from maybe 1 or 2 standout players, but then sometimes it just takes 1 or 2 standout players to make the fans and people like us as commentators to make it exciting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And, absolutely right. I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment just to I'm going to go live on Facebook just to say thank you to our sponsors, Windrush Bay, who's sponsoring this guerrilla cricket coverage of West Indies versus England. We've got a little rain break here, so I'm going to do a quick multi-channel promotion on not rival social media networks, but alternative ones. So there's a pretty good chance if you pick up on this message, you'll be able to find us on guerrillacricket.com on Facebook. If you do Guerrilla Cricket, that's as in Che Guevara, rather than the large ape. I'm wearing yellow and blue cap because I want to pay tribute to. I worked in Ukraine for a couple of years. My father was actually born in West Ukraine. It means an awful lot to me to say hi to, and just interrupt this broadcast really for no other reason than to say cricket fans, non-cricket fans, but the only cricket fans will be watching this. But I know two that are, who I used to watch cricket with, but imagine could persuade them to enjoy it. And that's Alexei Duniev, who's a really funny, great comedian. And also out there is Svetlana, who's now a member of parliament for Ukraine and putting out some amazing videos. We can't turn a blind eye to what's going on out there, and I'm sure no one at Guerrilla Cricket will mind if I just want to say a shout out to everyone in Ukraine. It's terrible what's going on out there, and even though cricket is the main thing here, I just want a big shout out as well. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had to do that.
No,
PR Maverick.
Have they come back out? No, they haven't.
No, they're taking the covers off.
Showing Crawley's innings. I think they were taking the covers off though.
Yeah.
Oh, good. So we should have some action shortly. Yeah. Also, we've got a good show tomorrow coming up on the tea time slot. I just wanted to promote that as well while I'm about it, because we've got Vernon Springer, who is joining our team every day to make sure we've got the West Indian, perspective covered. And he's joining us from the North Sound ground in Antigua. He's the front person for Point FM, which is the main sports radio network in Antigua. And he used to be the coach of the Leeward Islands team when Richie Richardson and Viv Richards were playing.
Wow.
And his perspective's been great. We never heard him in the UK. We only get Ian Bishop. But it's much more interesting to listen to a different viewpoint from Vernon. Really knows his stuff. And he was on the board of Leeward Islands Cricket and done a lot to promote. That's Leeward Islands being, of course, not just Antigua, but St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla, and Montserrat, British Virgin Islands, US Virgin Islands. There's 7 or 8 territories there where Vernon has been responsible for cricket. They've discovered some great players over that time as well. In Nevis, he's been telling us about Wilcott, the very first hero of Leeward Islands cricket, put it on the map. And then right through to players like Viv Richards, obviously enjoying his 70th birthday. And we had Richie Richardson, and he was telling us about some of the other islands that produce great players. Recently, of course, George Baker and Montserrat and Nevis have contributed, Kieran Powell, and so it goes on. And they've got a player in the wings waiting to come in for the next test. I think he will play Anderson Phillip. I think he'll come in and replace the underperforming Alzari Joseph, who hasn't really come to the party on his home ground, which is a great shame because the last time they played here, of course, Alzari was, just incredible drama when he played through, if you remember, the passing of his mother, and he elected to continue to play. He had tears in his eyes. There were no celebrations when he took wickets, but he did take a bundle of wickets that day in one of the bravest performances you'll ever see on a cricket field. It went beyond cricket. I mean, it was just amazing.
Well, I'll dive in before you give away all the info to your podcast tomorrow.
It's called promotion. What is a giveaway? But it's
but I'll catch up with the Twitter just so we're not languishing miles behind. So old fart at play. Favourite sisters. My favourite are the Andrews sisters, who drank rum and Coca-Cola. Mayank, Sachin hated being captain so much that the BCCI didn't even tell him when he was appointed the captain, so his second time around. He found out in the media, like the rest of us, and he was fuming. Or Neil Harris, this is normally what Test cricket in the West Indies looks like. Our bowlers toiling. David, I don't think. Oh, David's away.
Oh, he's gone.
He's off.
We can get a word in edgeways now.
Jeff Perkins, after finishing his half shandy early, Brooker is out of action. Well, he's back again, or away but
I'm
back.
listening. Oh no, he is back now.
Ravi Nair, if that series against India was part of the World Test Championship, then the status of the one-off test matters immensely. Well do in that one. Jay Grover, I heard an interview between Bonar yesterday, and he apparently had never heard of Kwame, Kwame.
Drink. It's a drink.
Oh, it's a drink. Okay, fair enough. This seems odd. Professional player, you never know. They might not drink nowadays.
Mark Wood doesn't. To be fair, Mark Wood doesn't.
I like Mark Wood.
No, his. That's the one thing you have to say about Wood. His abstinence from alcohol really keeps him on the park.
I bumped into. I bumped into Stokes the week before he punched that guy in Bristol. We were out
God. So in another world, it could have been you.
No, because he was very he was lovely when we met him. It was
Jekyll and Hyde character. You know what it's like when you've got a mate. We've all got one, but when they drink, they get Jekyll and Hyde, and they change their character and become very aggressive. Look, we've all got a friend like that.
It was Jason Roy in the taxi telling him to bugger us off.
He did what?
So we bumped into Stokes.
Yeah.
And started chatting away to him, and he was all appealing and telling us all about things and chatting away to us, and Jason Roy was in a taxi telling them to get a move on and stop talking to us and ditch us and things.
Right, Jason Roy, we're coming. The Guerrilla Cricket
in fairness,
are coming for you.
In fairness, we bumped into him the next day at the Manchester ODI, and he was all apologetic.
Oh, okay.
He's a nice guy, Jason. Back on Twitter sphere, Jay Grover, as someone whose life is constantly fucked up by regression into substance abuse, respect to Hattie for being wise, as Colin said.
It just keeps me sane apart from anything else. I mean, I've got a 16-year-old daughter. I mean, I know other people have kids as well, but my daughter, you know, I rely on her for my medical needs. She relies on me for hers, and it just helps. To be honest with you,
I must admit I drink very little nowadays compared to what I used to.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, I stopped drinking completely when I became pregnant with her like 17 years ago. She's going to be 17 in September. But then started drinking again. But then I realised about 2-3 years ago, nah. Actually, I prefer my life without
I hope you. I'm sure that you're one of those people that is happy to see other people enjoying a drink, not like some smokers who become non-smokers and then, you know, have all the zeal of the convert.
Nope, arrest them all.
You know.
No, I mean, so long as I don't mind people enjoying a drink, so long as they don't get, you know, rude and leery and aggressive with it. So, I mean, I've seen that side. I've seen that side as well, and I think it appalls me. I mean, you know, what I don't miss personally is, like, you know, I mean, and seeing it in other people. You know, when you go to the toilet and they're throwing up and everything, I'm like, really, you spend all that money, or even a little bit of money, and all that comes back is down the toilet being sick and none of the money back? What's the point?
Back on the talk of drink, Emily Elizabeth, I like Malibu rum with pineapple juice. Now she wants one.
That sounds just too sweet to me.
Disinterested, the hand job.
Are you saying you've seen cricket ground?
What, Dave?
He's cracking up, I think.
Oh, I think he might have crashed again.
Yeah, sounds like a funny expression's being pulled. But
disinterested hand job. Isn't the northeast of Scotland the North Sea?
Sorry, Colin. Let's take the video off and see. Just can't hear me, can you?
We can just hear you, but you sound like you're coming from the future.
No, he's gone.
But anyway, it looks like we're going to start getting play again as a West Indies team's coming back out. Kinda, Dave. Kinda hear you. You might want to jump out and jump back in.
They are coming out. We are due a change.
Oh, we.
No, after all that, you know, literally one ball.
You get to go till.
No, I better pass back. Over to you, Bet.
Right, it's supposed to be. Dave's supposed to be doing ball by ball, but you just took mine. but we're supposed to be on together, Dave, and Jason's supposed to be in.
What do you want me to do there?
Go off. If you want to hang in until the end, mate. I don't know how long this game is going on for. I mean, I've got me, Jason, and David now, and then me, Colin, and David later. But
do you want me to stay until Dave arrives?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on then.
Okay.
I'll do ball by ball. It's supposed to be the other way round, but I took his slot and he's taken mine, so I guess.
Whoever's doing social, we're up to Jay Grover 3 minutes ago.
Okie dokie. We're gonna get back down to it now. We think they can go for another hour, but who knows? England lead by 148, and an hour would be quite handy. On a 50-60 run.
It would, but I'm not sure the weather's going to allow us to.
Yeah. England 212 for one.
All this talk of drink and substance abuse is really giving me a thirst for some heroin and scotch. Not a great combination.
No.
Even the women are looking for a heroin right now.
Martin says, choose mom.
That's clipped into the leg side, and we look at the ground staff once again. I'm pointing at the sky. I'm thinking about, are they going off again? No? Umpires. The lights are coming on. It's the first time we've seen the lights.
Ready to.
I think if they go off after the next one, that'll be the end of play, won't it? The official end of play is 6 o'clock,
so.
and I think if you go off after the official end of play, you don't come back out again. I think that's the rule.
Think about the light, won't they?
But it can change, as we all know. Strange things happen.
It's the man of the tournament. Couldn't have a bowl.
Yeah, Bonner is bowling floaty leg spin, and Crawley just taps one into the leg side. We've had there's a no ball as a second ball. That's pathetic. They can't be rolling no balls as a
criminal.
It is
another one.
As a
Two no balls. He's a leg spinner, just turning his arm over, and he's bowled 2 no balls. That's appalling.
Does he cross the sideline, or is it a front foot one?
I don't think he's crossing the side.
Because that can be given a no ball, can't it?
Yeah, it can be. No, it's not. It must be front foot.
Oh, it's alright. It's going over the wicket, not round it.
Yeah.
You started the other way around before, didn't he?
No. He's done that, but I think he's just part time, and he's driving too far forward with his front foot.
I know that.
There's also this really weird rule that if you go beyond the line of middle stump with your front foot, you're also bowling a no ball.
Ah, for crying out loud! They're bringing back, and we've had 3 balls, 2 balls, 4 balls, but 2 of them have been no balls.
Well,
2 real
2
balls.
legal balls.
England's lead has gone up to 153. The covers have come back on. I think that will be stumps, because it should be in the old school parlance. Stumps. Play was originally supposed to finish at 6 o'clock. Usually, if they go off after the official end of play, and that doesn't look good, does it? Squall coming in. You can hardly see the hill behind.
That looks terminal.
It looks proper tropical storm.
It's not good, is it?
Nope.
I imagine it's quite pleasant if you don't have to play cricket in it, in a weird way.
Well, you've got to say that this rain interruption helps nobody.
No.
England want to get out there and set a target they can have half a chance of bowling at in presumably 2 sessions tomorrow. Maybe a session and 3.5 hours. But no, the only winner of this is a draw. Even the bookies don't win because the draw becomes massively odds on and nobody will bet.
Yeah. Unless they got loads and loads of money, in which case they'll be piling it on right now. But then the bookies probably don't take more than about 100 quid at a time, unless you're a special customer.
I would imagine, much like markets, the bookies is already factored in this.
Yeah,
the prices have already changed.
Yeah, I mean they were 5 to 1 on not that long ago as well. Anyway, so people don't rarely would be. I suppose it's 20% return. If you've got 100 grand, you get 20 grand. Are you really going to put 100 grand on an England cricket game? to get a draw.
I suppose the other person that misses out probably is Dan Lawrence, because he's not getting a chance today to build an innings, and tomorrow he's going to have to, if they get out tomorrow, he's going to have to get on with it.
Yeah, I think he gets the series anyway, doesn't he? Well, I suppose it's him and Ollie Pope, isn't it? But Ollie Pope's been tried out, failed. In Australia, he probably score runs here. The pace is a little... Certainly, I think Ollie Pope would score loads of runs.
I think, as Boycott would say, your grandmother could score runs on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know quite what's going on. I'm going to see what they say on Crick Info.
They say, let me just get up there. Have they called it yet?
No. And off we go again. Hokey Cokey with the covers. There's another shout.
5 p.m. restart? I think they're being optimistic. That's in 10 minutes' time. Or maybe that's... No, hang on a moment.
No, that was the previous one, wasn't it?
Got no chance.
That was the previous one, yes. They've not made any comment at all.
Match delayed by rain, it says at the top. Yeah, I think that'll be stumps. Do we all want to take a break rather than talk into the ether? Is there anyone on Twitter? Is there anyone on Twitter who wants to speak to us? Actually, who's doing tweets?
I am. Let me just catch up. We've got a few tweets. Jay Grover, not a fan of Malibu. He said Malibu rum with pineapple makes me want to vomit, with or without any other drink. So he's not a fan of Hattie's concoction of choice.
That wasn't mine. No, sorry, mine was just like, I didn't even mention a concoction, just like non-alcoholic.
Malibu and pineapple is, I'm sorry to say, what the girls used to drink when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
It's just sugary sweet. Does get you really quite hammered, but
yeah,
nastily sugary sweet.
Not mine.
Old fart at play, who I'm not sure I've come across before. There's a Camberwell carrot is lit and is giving me the fear.
Well, you know, good old Camberwell carrot. Can't go wrong with one of those.
Jay Grover says, special customers with such rancour. Have you ever been a special customer, Bear, in quotes?
No, I've never been a special customer to anybody or anything, unfortunately.
Mog says, well, this is disappointing. Play the effing "this is disappointing" jingle in exclamation marks and capitals.
Well, Dave joined us, and I noticed you put Bonnebol's decent leg spin in caps. Absolute nonsense, Dave. I don't know what you're talking about. If you reckon that's decent leg spin, you live on a different planet to me. Is all I can say, Dave.
All we can say is 2 legal balls in 4 deliveries over 2 spells. 3 spells, in fact.
I've got 2 words for you. Mike Atherton started off as a promising leg spinner, concentrated on his batting, his leg spin went to pieces. That's not the Bonner I remember 10 years ago, but look, he's obviously chosen to concentrate on his batting, just like both Botham on screen at the moment. Lord Botham's obviously chosen to concentrate on his drinking. These are all life choices that we make.
Yes,
you know?
true.
Yeah, but I didn't realise until I found out recently, Botham not only making good quality wine, also makes award-winning gin now.
Does he?
Apparently he's got
Alcoholics Paradise round at the Bothams, yeah?
Talking about people who make award-winning drinks, Bear, you may be interested to know that Chris Blackwell has today confirmed that he is happy to link his Blackwell's rum with Guerrilla Cricket and the Windrush Bay hamper, the cricket hamper that we're getting ready, with a special promotional code for Guerrilla Cricket subscribers. That should be ready to go by the second test. In fact, Brad, who's from windrushbay.com, he's the founder, he said he's going to have it ready for Sunday. I said, well, look, just drop one off in a normal manner to Bear, and we'll sort out the details later.
Absolutely.
These are fine details.
I'll try them out. Are you going to make it into the studio to try some of this stuff out? Are you getting separate deliveries like your way at the same time?
I'm going to twist Tony's arm to see if I can get in next week.
That's the spirit. It's like trying to incent kids to get back to school, you know? And or I see what Amazon are doing, those companies offering like free Peloton bikes if you make it back into the office, you know, free breakfasts, all this sort of thing. You know, people are having to sort of really encourage people to move away from their armchairs where everything seems to take place now. But anyway, it's all good news. It's interesting to see that Viv and both of them are on screen at the moment, and it's hard not to draw the contrast
Between Viv and Both, yeah?
Yeah, in terms of the aging process. I mean, look, I'm right in that demographic myself, but you have to say he's giving both of them 6 years, but you'd never guess it from looking at the two guys here, would you? I mean,
he does look like he can play now, and he reminds me of I was at the rugby on Saturday at Blackheath, and I saw people from the 80s might recognise the name. Mickey Skinner was sitting next to me with his mate, known as Mick the Munch, and he looked like he could walk off the out of the stands and onto the pitch right now, and I'm giving him 6 years.
Yeah, correct.
Well, actually, I'm giving him 9 years.
Viv does look very healthy, doesn't he? Compared to both of them, who looks like a fat slouch. Let's be honest.
I'm gonna love you and leave you guys. All right.
Okay,
thanks, Hattie.
All right, no worries. Take care. Yeah.
See you
Take
later,
care, Hattie.
Okay, bye.
Nice to meet you, Hattie. It's
You
the first
too.
time we've been on air together.
I know. Probably see you at the next test, Jason.
Okay.
See you
Goodbye.
later. Bye.
Thanks, Hattie. Bye.
Hey, cheers, Dave.
Yeah, good to hear from Hattie. Actually, I've just put the word out to, our guys who are over there. That's Vernon Springer from Point FM, Antigua Point FM, and I'm hoping as we speak, he's making his way back into the media centre just to give us an update on what the state of the conditions are there. Apart from anything else, will we get any more cricket? I know what's the scheduled finish time, Bear?
That's the difficult bit, isn't it? I mean, the original scheduled finish time would have been 5 o'clock West Indian time, 9 o'clock English time, which would be now. And the rules generally are
5:33, and that's changed again.
They'll give it half an hour.
Well, the thing is, if you go off after the scheduled end of play for rain, you don't come. That's it. That's stumped. You see.
Yeah. So I think you'll find that 5:30 is the last possible play. So they'd have to be ready to come back out pretty soon if they're going to play again.
So they need 10 minutes to clear up. So they got to be out. Yeah, they got to be basically back on in 10 minutes, or the rain has to be stopped and they've got to be taking the covers off in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Can I use this opportunity, Bear, this sort of downtime, just to plug the Babbling Brook tomorrow, the Tea Time show?
Go on then, Dave. I don't think I can stop you anyway.
Well, no. I'm happy to hold back.
Who have you got tomorrow? When are we getting Marley Richards? That's what I want to know.
Well, look, without telling any tales out of school, and Middlesex fans will know this from his brief stint with the club, Marley is not necessarily the most consistently reliable
timekeeper
contributors.
Okay.
He played a couple of games for Middlesex twos, and his contract wasn't renewed. He didn't feel he was fairly treated there, and I was going to ask him about that. He subsequently.
I thought he also played some games at Surrey briefly in the twos before he sort of kind of gave up the game for good.
I mean, his reputation was forged on a triple century scored for Antigua, but it wasn't a first-class match. It was against Virgin Islands or someone. But I wasn't primarily going to talk to him about his playing career. I wanted to talk to him about his father, on the occasion of his father's 70th birthday. But he promised that he would. I don't know. Marley promised he'd be on yesterday. I've kind of left it now, to be honest. But I'd rather concentrate on the people that do say they're going to. When they say they're going to come on, they do come on. So
that's a good policy, Dave.
Yeah. Vernon Springer, who's been absolutely brilliant. I'm hoping he's going to pop back to the media centre and join us in a moment. He'll be on tomorrow. So he brings a really different perspective. He's come up through the Leeward Islands Cricket Association, and it's a very different sort of perspective to the dominant ones of Barbados and Antigua. Sorry, Barbados, from the dominant Barbados cricket administrators, and he's different also from the Trinidad and Tobago sort of contingent. The Simmons and the Pollards. He's got a different view, and it's one that I think it deserves to be heard. Ayana Holder will join us tomorrow. She's not one of the famous Holders, although her father, Wayne Holder, is absolutely indefatigable journalist covering the club cricket scene there, and. That will also be joined by Leo Henry, the police officer from St. Lucia. And I must admit, this is pretty shameless, Bear, but I'm going to try it out on you now. We are going to talk we're going to talk like 12% cricket, but most of it is going to be about rum and how he likes to enjoy his rum and whiskey at Caribbean style. He's going to talk a little bit about that. The cocktail, he's got a special Gorilla Cricket cocktail made from the local rum there, which is the Chairman's rum, which I think is also included in the box. Did you find a Chairman's rum from St. Lucia?
I had one rum and I had Round Nephews.
Right, okay, so
I'm looking forward to getting 6 more bottles of rum with all these chasers and trying to tempt people back in like the school kids that they are.
Well, Bradley enjoyed the show. He caught part of it today, but again, Bear, if you wouldn't mind just dropping out the 20-minute tea time segment, I can send it off to these people and I can get more sponsors.
Dave, speaking of rums, is El Dorado amongst the list?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. You've definitely got me sold then.
Tell us about the El Dorado rum, Jason.
Actually, on the occasion of my only League 50, I've got a very good friend. He's my touring rooming buddy, and he's from Guyana originally, Tony. And he went away, came back to the club afterwards, and presented me with a bottle of 15-year-old El Dorado for getting my first League 50.
Nice.
Which were absolutely gorgeous. And it was our sipping drink of choice, because of course it's a sipping rum, not a like most rums are. They're sipping drinks rather than necking it down your throat drinks.
Yes, quite.
And we would have that in the BYOB curry houses that we used to go to.
Nice.
As the
well, it's a pretty
for.
Yeah, it's a pretty tasty rum, and I just wanted to give a shout out to the latest rum that we're looking forward to joining the WindrushBay.com collection, and that's Blackwell's Dark Rum from the man himself, Chris Blackwell, who set up Paul's Island Records and now runs GoldenEye. His GoldenEye cocktail, Bear, is definitely going to be worth a try, but you need the really finest dark rum that we're going to get from
well, as long as he sends it here, I'll try it out.
I shall personally. Would you like to? I know you're a big music man. Would you like to pay a personal tribute to Chris Blackwell and Bob Marley legacy?
In which what? In a musical way?
Oh, if you can do it through the medium of mime, that would be even better.
I can't.
No, of course, a musical way. No, your appreciation. You're a big Marley fan, aren't you?
Yes, live at the is it live at the Lyceum? Is one of
right, one of yes, exactly. I mean, yeah. I mean, of course, Chris Blackwell. For the younger listeners, I should tell you the story. You know, he discovered, the Wailers and Bob Marley. Was the first person to write a check and get them into a recording studio and capture the magic of their early albums. He was with them all the way through, and indeed, it was at Chris Blackwell's retreat in Kingston on the hills in Blue Mountain at Strawberry Hill, where Bob Marley was looked after he was shot, and Chris provided safe haven for him. And let's face it, he's promoted countless artists over the years. Chronic's one of the latest ones in Jamaica. He's still very active on the music scene, but really his big thing now is these boutique hotels. That's Chris Blackwell's main thing now. And GoldenEye, the former home of Ian Fleming, adds particular poignancy to the choice of the cocktail, the dark rum and the pineapple juice. No, I'm not doing it justice. There's other ingredients as well, but it's a cocktail that is enjoyed at the James Bond Beach, which is by Ian Fleming's house that's now owned by Chris and is available for part of his boutique hotel experience.
Now,
GoldenEye,
we can sell it. Well, he's going to give us a free couple of weeks there, and we'll sell it as much as we can.
Bear, if that's your opening negotiation, I'm sure what can be done. Just send me your dates and your dietary requirements, and I'll start to put that in motion straight away.
First class flights included, yeah, for me and the kids.
Gorilla Cricket, Twitterati, your Bear's fate is in your hands. Help fund Bear's trip.
No. It's an advertising opportunity. We'll push it. He gives me a free weekend.
Exactly. But we know there's a third link. I want to triangulate what you're saying, Bear. We need the Gorilla Cricket listeners, particularly our subscribers and all our listeners, to take up the offer, which is going to be a discount code for Gorilla Cricket listeners to get their hands on a hamper of the finest rum and all the other bits you need, the Moby, the ting and all the other things you need, including the plantain crisp. So these gorilla hampers would be available with a discount code on the gorilla. I think we can do it through Windrush Bay's website there. And
I don't know how we're doing it. You keep selling it. I don't know how it's working, Dave.
Don't worry. By the same magic that hamper from windrushbay.com ended up on your doorstep down in Crofton Park, the same magic will result in any Gorilla Cricket listener in the UK. I'm afraid this is only a UK only offer. Will be able to get their hands on one of these discounted hampers. The more you buy, the more likely it is we can get Bear on that plane.
Give us some tweets, Jason.
Mog is not a fan of Lord Botham. He said, I cannot cop this whole Lord Botham bullshit. Back in the good old day, his kind would have been the first in line to get a Zulu spear between the ribs. That's pretty strong stuff, Mog. Mayank says, are my eyes messed up, or is Hattie not wearing a hat? I've seen it all now. Jay Gover says, Dave's West Indies support is very Radio 5 live phone-in. Utterly batshit incoherent. Katie said, our own Katie Scott, mere Katie says, I'm with Hattie. I've never met anyone I like more after they've had a drink. They might be having fun, but they're not worth company. I think I agree with that as well. If you can't have fun when you're sober, then it's not. Drink doesn't necessarily improve it. Old Fart says, I had an argument with the wife. I was disappointed when I said something. The covers came off and went upstairs. This is opposite excitement to cricket. Is there any more? I think the drink is having an effect there, Old Fart. Mog says, I'm not much of a rum drinker, but I like a bit of Mount Gay back in the day.
Well, Vernon has joined us on the Zoom.
Vernon, great stuff, Vernon. Thanks very much for popping by and joining us here. I'd like to personally introduce you to the Bear, aka Nigel Walker, in the studio there. And Vernon, are we seeing you as well? I'm not sure whether we can. We've got your image, but there you are, Vernon. Looks like you're on your way home. Is that a comment on the local conditions? Do you think there's going to be no more play today, and we can pack up? You're on mute, Vernon.
It's raining in Antigua and Barbuda, as you realize. I'm driving home, and it's been really real gusty.
Thank you very much, Vernon. You've just saved all of us half an hour drinking time. We're going to close the doors, but give you the last word, Vernon. How do you see the game poised? What can we look forward to tomorrow?
Well, I think the forecast earmarks that we're going to have showers tomorrow. So unless a miracle really happens, I think we could see a drawn test match here. But it's been an exciting test match, and I think I look forward for the debate going forward for Barbados, because they certainly have to come up with some changes. I see the umpires are going back out, but I don't see it possible because the place has got real dark.
So you won't be doing a 3-point turn and rushing back to the media centre at North Sound? How far have you got? How far's home? Talk us through your journey. You'll be going down to the south of the island, is that right?
No, in the centre of the island, which is down where my radio station is, Point FM 99.1. So that's where I'm almost like 5 minutes away from there.
And is it too early to tell our viewers the exciting news about Point FM hopefully making a little link up with Gorilla Cricket? And
yeah, we're going to be coming on board for the coverage coming up for the Barbados Test match.
Fantastic news!
Exciting. So
from Sydenham to Antigua, we're just going to get the sign over the door changed.
Yeah.
From Sydenham to Antigua.
So we seriously have to work together in collaboration. And David, I publicly want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Really, to share my ideas. It's not always easy in the Caribbean where you get an opportunity where you can be able to talk your ideas. But you've given me that platform, and I will continue to share the process with you guys. In fact, maybe what I might do for the Barbados Test, if I am allowed, is to maybe just come on and just give some comments or do some ball by ball during that series.
Absolutely, we want to invite. Yeah, we definitely want you there. As we've asked yourself and Diana to come on and do summarising. I know I spoke to our data producer, the Bish, Bears co-producer, who has confirmed that invitation to you to come on, do comments, for the second and third test. Our own listeners have really enjoyed it's a different perspective. We get Ian Bishop, we get him all the time, and a bit of Fazia Mohammed, who's quite negative. But you provided a really fresh perspective and you're right at the centre. You know what's going on in West Indies cricket, and as you've said, you've called it right. A lot of factionalism, politics get in the way of the smooth running of West Indies cricket. But above all else, as the former coach of Leeward Islands, Coach Viv Richards, Richard Richardson, the greats, it's a pleasure to talk to you about any aspects of the game, and we hope that we'll be publicising the fact that Vernon's joining our team for the second tester in Barbados, by which time the Guerrilla Cricket hampers will be ready to get to you by going to the windrush.com website. But wait until we give you the Guerrilla Cricket promo code. Otherwise, Bear isn't going anywhere, and he's ready to pack up.
I want my 2 weeks in the Golden Eye, whatever it is.
Well, that's not within Vernon's power, but Vernon is very influential with the Antigua Hoteliers.
You can put it off, my man.
No, Vernon is very influential with the Antigua Hoteliers Association, and I'm very confident he could find an establishment that's worthy of the presence of you, your wife, and your charming children.
Absolutely.
I certainly will look after him, David. Don't worry. I'll make sure that I work on that.
Excellent.
So once he lets me know when he's coming out, I'll certainly will take care of that aspect.
Cool. Excellent. Lovely. Are we going to get any more play?
Well, I don't think so, and it's pretty dark, so I find it strange that where I am, I really can't see the mood of the umpires being out again, because you know what's going to happen. England, they'll come back out. West Indies will come up with a CMOS spin or whatever, and England will say bad light.
Yeah,
look, get there.
That old classic.
Vernon is halfway home. He knows the condition. He's the man.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
I think we anyone who doesn't want to take Vernon's word for it can hang around. I personally am going to take my cue from Vernon and finish my pint, because I haven't eaten yet. So I'm ready to eat. It's getting quite late. So thank you very much, Vernon. Thanks, guys. I'm going to dip out at that point, because if Vernon's on his way home, so am I.
Okie dokie.
Okay. God bless you guys.
God bless.
Yeah. All right.
Shall I do some final tweets?
Yeah, do some final tweets. I'll put on a podcast in case something does happen and I have to call you all to get back, and I'll just wait for it officially to be called. But
Jay Grover
doesn't look it.
Tweet Barrow says, "What is this sipping of that which you speak? It's the savouring of stuff rather than necking it down your throat."
Excuse me.
Jesus, David.
How apposite and how well described. He also says he'd buy a shitload of rum to get Mama Bear and the Cubs to have a well-deserved holiday. The Bear would have to go to as well, mind.
Yeah, I can manage that.
And lastly from Jay, I can't talk to people if I'm sober. The secret is whiskey for breakfast.
Yeah, of course.
Right, let's have a quick look on YouTube. Apparently I'm looking baffled by this, by Sitter Who. Emily Elizabeth says maybe they can play with wellies, talking about the weather. She also says she barely drinks much now, but she finds her anxiety is better off without it.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it on YouTube. A quick spin through Facebook. Not that we've seen much on Facebook recently. No, I can't see anything on Facebook.
Okay, let's just. I'm gonna put on the podcast we were listening to earlier. 16 minutes left of that. We'll have a decision for the end of that. I can't see much going on myself, and I think that will be the end of play. So we're going to say good night and leave you on the podcast. And if the broadcast cuts off, it means it's the end of play. If we turn up again, it means something's happening. That's cryptic enough, isn't it? Alrighty, I'll see you in a bit.
Or not.
What am I doing?
5 seconds of silence. Currently watching.
But that's what I mean. It kind of, you can put cast of, and it'll actually, one of the choices will bring up weirdly is the choice of the film you're actually watching on the TV at that time. That's what it always freaks me out a bit. Yeah, it's a bit creepy.
But we used to argue about these things like for hours after watching films. That was the guy who was in.
Yeah, totally.
No, it wasn't. You're thinking of that other bloke.
Yeah.
And now we've got nothing to talk about because you just go, oh yeah.
Google it.
Yeah.
Google Alzheimer's.
Should we? Well, so I'm not sure we've answered the wonderful question of
Ronnie Omelette.
Do we feel compelled to reward the listener? Well, I'm sure we'd all love to be there. The last tour, Guerrilla Cricket was represented in some way in the West Indies by David Brooke and by Annie Chave.
And by you?
Very popular with a lot of retired West Indies cricketers. And,
in fact, by you going out there was how we got the World Cup gig, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And I was there for one test match. So Guerrilla has, I wouldn't say it's sent people there, but it has been represented as...
by people who paid their own way.
By people who paid their own way, yes, and got gigs whilst they were there, if only short ones. So, Ronnie Omelette, that's the answer to your question. Nestlers, one of our own, Nestlers, gets in touch to say, before the Big Bang, what was there? So I'm going to leave that one to the Bear, who the Bear does science.
Nothing.
So where did it come from?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? Just blinked into existence. Bing! That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
it came through a wormhole and a black hole and a white dwarf.
It is possible that there were other
dimension.
attempts at formalising matter, which weren't successful.
Well, yeah, it depends which theory of whatever it is that you can subscribe to. The many universe theory, or I don't know. I probably would have known more about it when I was younger.
That science is undecided on that particular question.
As science is undecided about many and most things. That's the best answer you can give as a scientist. Is
you're going to put us down as COVID deniers on the international podcast registry now. We're going to have an explicit tag, which we well and truly deserve. And Messi Jez gets in touch, one of our regular listeners, it's fair to say, along with Grubby's mum Barbara. He says, would the world have appreciated Shane Warne's genius so much if it hadn't had Richie Benno there to educate us all in the art of leg spin? My immediate answer would be yes, of course, because it was pretty damn obvious how brilliant Shane Warne is, because you could see it there in front of you.
Absolutely.
I think Benno may have helped a touch with some of the, at least explaining how difficult some of it was, but no, we would have appreciated Warne's genius. And to be fair, we haven't talked about Warne, which is the big cricketing story that's unfortunately broken in the last few days. 2 Australian giants in a number of ways left us in the last few days. First, Rod Marsh, a little less surprisingly perhaps, he was not a young man, and he was not a well man, and Warne out of the blue on Friday afternoon in the
That
UK.
was such a shock.
I think we had the same reaction of what?
I guess